just the history of other.
I don't. I actually don't, because I think that they would have been able to think 2 fucking steps ahead. Okay, so although like Kamala Harris was pro-Israel as well, and that's something that I disagree with, I think that she would have been able to think 2 steps ahead. She would have been able to recognize the power that they'd hold over the Strait of Hormuz, the power that they'd hold over the threat of sleeper cells in America, the power that they'd hold over the retaliation in which we'd experience via these different regards, and she would have said that, well, it's just simply not worth it for us to unnecessarily involve ourselves in the conflict, in the war, via the repercussions that we could face here at home in America. Rather, it's missiles being fired at our bases or global mass inflation by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not led to believe that she would have got us involved in the conflict at all. But if your claim is that, yes, she would have, they would have done the same thing, then this shouldn't be a reason now to indicate that he was any better than her, since they would have done the same thing. So what is one specific reason why you support him over her?
So I think that what he's doing now is important. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have necessarily kept. I originally voted for Kamala Harris.
So that was a troll. Their profile picture was AI. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Okay, all right, everybody, give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter up in the box.
I'm sorry, bro. This is really difficult to get guessed, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, listen, that was a funny troll. So I don't care that much. But like at the same time, guys, like it has now been 2 hours since I've had a debate with somebody. So yeah, we've been live for 3 hours. For the last 2 hours, we've gone without debates with people that are following the rules. What's up, Dan? Do you support Trump? Okay, Dan's not here either. Goodbye, Dan. We are gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. I'm actually like really close to ending early. I'm like
really?
super. I'm
sorry,
ridiculously close. I'm ridiculously close.
Hello?
What's going on, D-Lo? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, real quick
What
before we hop into our debate, brother, I do got to thank a handful of people. So real quick, let me thank super duper quickly James. Thank you so much for the $20 over on the YouTube super chat. Let's get at least 200 James W's down below in that box. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to James, as well as Emily with the $10 over on Venmo, saying I'm so sick of all the debates with brainwash 18 and 19-year-olds. They all share the same opinions of in their underdeveloped minds. Don't know where you've got the patience. It's taken a while to develop, but I appreciate that. As well as Tiffany. Oh my God, I didn't even see this until now. Tiffany with the $100 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Tiffany down below in that chat. Jesus Christ. Tiffany says, here's $100 to help cover mental health costs. Your patience is outstanding. Appreciate you. I appreciate you as well, Tiffany. That's literally so kind of you. Show some love to Tiffany down below for the $100 donation. As well as Rachel with a 10 saying no more teenagers, please. Deadass. Chloe with a 10 saying I'm so sorry people can't follow the rules. Joining. Keep with the good work. You're so inspiring. I really appreciate you. And then Justin with a $3 over on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are so incredibly kind, and if you are one of the 21.7 thousand people on that TikTok live stream, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen for us, sharing out that live and spamming that chat. A couple more people here just before we hop into the debate. Canna, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Deborah with a $14 saying that my head hurts for you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Deborah. But make sure that your head doesn't hurt. Finn with a $5 and Cindy with a 5 as well. You guys are awesome. Now take it away, D-Lo. Why do you support the man, the myth, the failure, Donald J. Trump?
Truthfully, man. Well, I
Holy
supported in
fuck.
the beginning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just interested in why you like still support Donald Trump today.
I supported him towards the beginning, and then when I obviously all the stuff that's going on with the deporting and stuff, that's the only thing that is making me change my mind about a lot of things, to be honest
Okay,
with
so
you.
do you support him today?
No.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I get you, Dean. Don't worry. Dean's gonna crash out, chat. You're gonna turn Dean into the Joker, dude. Dude, I just saw the way Dean looked at the camera, bro. Jeez.
Okay, everybody, I'm gonna need you to listen up really, really, really closely. There is 3 rules for joining in the guest request. Everybody listen closely. The first rule is you have to be at least 18 or older. Did everybody hear that? Phenomenal. The second rule is you have to be from America. Boom. You gotta be an American. You gotta be able to vote. The third rule is you have to support Trump. Now, see, here's the great part. If you follow all three of those rules, we'll have no issues. And I won't just be driven insane, right? It won't happen to me. I won't be driven insane. And I want to make sure that everybody who's in the guest request is following those rules. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, Nora. I'm about to lose my shit. Tabitha, thank you for the $5. Oh my God, I can't even speak. Tabitha, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying from Payne and Tabitha, keep up the good work. I appreciate that. As well as Eric with the $10. That is ERIC, saying really enjoying your lives. Thank you, Eric. And then Church, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Cora with the $5. You guys are going crazy. I appreciate everyone so much for the love. What is going on, Nora? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born.
Bro, literally, fuck you.
2005.
Okay, I'm sorry for saying fuck you to your fetus. That was bad. Okay, that's bad. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Okay, feel free to have your parents DM me. I'll draft a written apology. That was incredibly bad.
You said you was gonna keep me on.
Next guess. What's that?
You said you wished you would have kept me on.
Oh yeah,
And
you're
you
the one
kicked
that you're the one that said that you wanted to unalive me, right?
Yeah, you're a nerd, bro.
Okay.
You're laughing. You're a nerd.
So,
you think you know every single thing.
Why do you want me to like
You're
literally?
cocky as fuck.
Why do you want me to literally die?
Yeah.
You're just a
What's up
nerd.
with
Like,
that?
no one likes that shit. You're a gimp.
Wait.
You're actually a gimp.
Hey, what's wrong with being a nerd, man?
Wait.
Well,
So,
I mean
If you came to UK, no.
What's
If
wrong, what's wrong with
if
being
somebody-
a nerd?
If you came to UK and
If-
started doing all these debates, you'd get killed.
so if somebody's a nerd, therefore they deserve to die. Dude, Bradley, stop thinking like a fucking caveman, okay? This ooga booga shit
Why
just
you?
isn't
Yeah,
it.
you're a nerd.
God,
Why are you muting me?
Dude, a third grader would be considered a nerd compared to you.
Wait, can you tell us what a nerd is?
People that sit there all the time researching shit like both of you saddos. What are you doing with your life?
Wow, dude, stop researching shit, everyone. Seriously,
Go.
stop
fucking search
researching.
shit.
It's horrible. If you do research, that's bad for you.
If you did all this shit in England, you'd get killed.
Yes, if you people can't research in England.
Nah, if you did all this debating shit and everything, you'd get
People
killed.
don't debate in England. That never happens. That never happens. Seriously,
Nah,
never
it's just two
happens.
Americans. You're both American. You're both nerds.
Oh my God, bro, what is this cringe shit you're posting? Oh my God, I've never seen a more cringy fucking TikTok account in my existence. Look at my jaw, everybody. I'm not even gonna show you my own face. I'm gonna unalive you. Wait,
That's
we also
ages
gotta read
ago.
this out.
That's ages ago. You're funny as fuck.
Maturing is realizing. We're gonna read the. Maturing is realizing sometimes you
think I
JS
care?
need to distance yourself from people. Hashtag sad. Hashtag real. Oh my lordy lord! This is the motherfucker right here saying that you're gonna
That's
unalive
what it's like
me.
going through depression.
Oh, holy fuck!
What?
You're gonna unalive me?
And what?
Yes.
Just
this
because
thing,
I'm like what?
This thing is gonna unalive me,
Yeah.
bro, dude.
I
I
would.
mean,
I swear down.
yo, at least go to the barber and get a better haircut for that goddamn mugshot, bro. I'm
That
not
was
gonna
ages
lie.
ago.
I'm not gonna lie.
was
I'm not gonna lie.
ages ago.
You get your mugshot after getting arrested with that haircut, dude. It is over. It is over for you. It is fucking over for you.
Well, that's good that you're not seeing my mugshot then, innit?
Hashtag sad, bro. I don't even know what to tell you. That haircut is hashtag sad.
This is tough, man.
Nah. I've grew up with no parents my whole life, pretty much.
Oh
sorry
my
to hear
Jesus Christ! I'm sorry to hear that too, Bradley. I'm really sorry to hear that you grew up without children, but sorry, without parents. But like,
Children?
stop calling for the death of random people on the internet. Get the hell out of here. What's going on, Jaden? Do you support Trump?
What's going on, Dean and Parker? Yes, I do support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Phenomenal. All right, man.
Why do you
Take it away.
support
Tell us
Trump?
why you support. Yeah, why do you support Trump?
So, kind of piggybacking off of one of your last conversations you had with one of the other guests, you truly don't believe Kamala would have taken action in Iran?
Yeah, I think it was significantly less likely to occur. Significantly less likely to occur.
Because I mean, I've heard past presidents, Clinton, Obama, they've all kind of said that Iran can't have a nuke.
No, and I'd even agree with that statement. Okay, right, 110%. But I just think that like the operation was a disaster. You know what I mean? What U.S. intelligence this morning is telling us that we only set them back a handful of months. Not to mention the fact that the ceasefire that he negotiated has now been broken by both parties. Seemingly,
Right. You saw that video
until
this
after it
morning.
occurred. It's all a mess, right? And I think that Kamala Harris would have been able to think more than one step ahead. I think the reason why it ended up just being such a disaster is because Trump can't think one step ahead. He just kind of big fists it. He says, "Boom, rah, America, drop bomb." Drop it now. Call for regime change. Yeah.
He said peace, peace.
Wouldn't the
Yeah,
right thing
and
be
that's why it didn't work.
proactive and not reactive?
It's just that's why.
When they're this close?
Listen,
but it wasn't
I don't-
proactive.
Yeah.
It was
And also, I
egotistical.
think there's about a billion other ways to give a better proactive response to the idea of nukes. Honestly, man, I just don't think that Donald Trump is that intelligent of a policymaker. That's why it was such a disaster. I mean, feel free to prove me wrong by playing us a clip of Donald Trump speaking intelligently about any policy at all in the last
Ever.
10 years.
No. That's fair. And then I guess another talking point.
Wait.
that you have-
Are you going to provide any circumstance, or are you agreeing that there's none?
No, I'm just referring to another point that the earlier guest had.
Wait,
Okay, I want to
Um,
know why you support Trump.
I support Trump because I come from a Christian family. I know you guys don't believe in that, but that's where my values come from. I think it's good.
If
that
your values
Christianity is-
come from the Christian Bible, the last person you'd ever support is Trump.
Why is that?
Because name one Christian teaching that he aligns with through his policy.
I feel like he's been bringing Christianity back to the White House and back to this
how's
nation.
that, in what way?
How?
And I know Parker likes to use the
In what way?
point.
What way?
No,
Is
no, I
bringing
know,
Christianity back to America by taking money from poor people and giving it to rich people, even though Psalms 32 explicitly says you'll be given glory in the kingdom of God, given that you provide for those that are more needy than yourself. Is that the way that he's bringing Christianity back?
How is he taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich?
Yeah, for sure. The BBB would tell us that. The CBPP would tell us that the big beautiful bill will reduce the after-tax income of 80% of Americans, disproportionately hurting you the less money you make. Meanwhile, the top 1% will be benefiting by around $25,000 per year. So there's one way. Another way is by defunding social programs such as the VA, such as Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and food stamps. Another way would be the imposition of tariffs on countries such as China. See that 55% tariff that we have imposed on them will ultimately be paid for by the American consumer at the end of the day, because who else will it be taken up by? Nobody else has the profit margins to consume that loss. Rather, it's the producer or the retailer. So it's going to be paid for by the consumer once the product is in the market. And it's also worth pointing out that the less money you make, the more you proportionally spend on the goods that you need to survive, meaning that it is a regressive tax that will disproportionately hurt you the less money you make. So there is 3 ways that poor people will be disproportionately targeted by the Trump administration. We call it a triple whammy. The way that I like to think about it is imagine that there's a person standing in the circle of a group of very angry men pointing guns at them. And I like to envision that person as either the average American or low-income Americans, and I like to imagine that group of angry men pointing guns at them as all of Donald Trump's policies, specifically the policy that I just pointed out. They're getting targeted by so many directions. It's fucking insane.
I guess the things that I've seen, such as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, those sort of things would be helping less fortunate or poorer people.
So you're pointing out particular parts of the BBB
Or tariffs,
which would
that,
seemingly yield a
that
positive
may
outcome.
be bad in the
But
short run, but that will bring money back to the states in the long term.
how?
Bringing manufacturing, bringing factories,
How so?
etc., back to the states.
How so?
Isn't that the whole point of a tariff? Yes, in the short term, the consumer is going to take on that cost.
Okay, so the consumer takes on the cost, so it's going to be a regressive negative impact on the low and middle class. And again, it doesn't really, in the long term, bring back manufacturing jobs, because many of the aspects of the production process that come from other countries around the world for domestic manufacturing in the United States, right, are going to increase the cost of production for domestic manufacturing in the United States, therefore making it less profitable to then also produce in the United States because of, again, different aspects of the production process, materials, labor coming from other countries. So you have
But
to
isn't,
you have to
isn't
take into
that the whole
account the
point
other
though of the
impacts of what
tariff is
tariffs
to
would be.
encourage manufacturing in the states?
No, but we don't want to do everything here in the United States. We don't have to
Also,
do
can I
everything here in the
just-
United States.
Can I
It'd
just
be bad
ask
for
the
us
question?
to.
When are we going to see that encouragement start? Because, like, you understand so far the economy's only suffered. Like, a reduction in our GDP in the first financial quarter, a stagnation in investment in American industries. Like, when are we going to see, like, the positive outcomes of these tariffs, like, at least begin to trend?
Right. Well, I don't know what the timelines are for how quickly these things are built. I would assume that's not a immediate action taking place.
Oh, like the facility. So, what companies are already moving their production into America because of that 55% tariff on China?
Automotive industries, probably.
Like who?
I would say
Like who
soon,
specifically?
if not already.
Like who?
I don't know
specifically?
off the top of my head.
Oh shit! See, well, that's just a bunch of rhetoric then. Nonsense. Bunch of nonsense, quite frankly. L'Oreal, thank you so much for the meteor shower. And it's like, even when we increased our tariffs on China in 2017, like, we didn't see any manufacturers move back to America. In fact, we only saw American manufacturers hurt by counter tariffs imposed on us by China. So, like, these tariffs just seemingly, like, don't yield much of a positive outcome, man. I don't know what to tell you. Right? And if you, once again, like, are you telling us that you care about, like, strengthening American manufacturers?
Yeah. I mean that's where
Oh,
this
okay.
point.
So then you
is coming
obviously
from.
fucking hate Trump because his mass deportation policy is probably one of the worst things that we could do to American manufacturers today. Undocumented immigrants are more likely to participate in the labor force and particularly work in manufacturing/production jobs.
Now, I would
And
like
there's
to say
8.3 undocumented workers in the workforce today. You deport them all, according to the Center on American Progress, we lose 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars off of our GDP per year, and 12 million consumers that are buying the goods from these American companies to keep them in business. So we are
I actually
absolutely
agree with you
crippling our
on that
manufacturers
point.
by deporting undocumented immigrants.
The immigration point, I actually have a different view from Trump. I stand more on the side with you guys that if you don't have a criminal history, if you've been here, then you should be allowed to stay, or at least given a path to citizenship. Correct?
Okay, you're phenomenal. So if you agree with that, let me ask you this question. Do you think that the 55% tariffs on China in the long term, under your view, will result in more than 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars added to our GDP per year via the productivity that they would generate?
No, probably not. Not the full amount.
Significantly less than that. So all that
Yes.
this means is that the cons of mass deportation are worse than the pros of the tariffs on China under your view, right? So this means that overall, you should still not support Donald Trump because overall, his policy is still weakening American industries more than it's strengthening American industries.
I guess I can kind of see where you're coming from with that point, but it's also kind of redundant with not seeing the progress that Trump would be able to make. We're not giving that timeline, that time frame.
You're the one that just told us that it is not the case that the 55% tariffs on China will be able to generate an additional 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars of contributions in the long term per year, meaning that you don't think that the long-term goals will be able to outweigh the cons onset by mass deportation.
Not in
Okay?
total, but I think the
even
tariffs
if they
will
break
bring
even,
back money
even
back
if,
to the
even if
states.
they
There will be
even if they
improvement made.
even if they break even there and it adds back just as much as the mass deportation would lose, well, then you're breaking even. You're not even making the economy better. And Americans are still going to be paying more for the goods. So basically, the takeaway is inflation.
Stagnant inflation. Yeah, correct.
Okay. So, like the long term gain, even if they exceed all projections and add close to $2 trillion to the GDP per year, it's still going to cancel out with this mass deportation and result in the only progress to America being some stagnant inflation.
Right. Yeah, I guess you got me on that point. The numbers don't work out in
Right.
the end in total.
Right. So, it's a really good reason right there to stop supporting Trump.
one other thing that I would like to touch with you guys on being the abortion issue.
Okay, real quick before we move on,
Another.
real quick before we move on to abortion, I'd just like to thank Marilyn for the $5 over on Venmo. Shout out to you, as well as Lily with the $5 on Venmo. Shout out to you as well. And then Carissa, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, saying you need to take tomorrow off for Mental Health Day. Don't worry, I'm going to be doing a Mental Health Day here soon. It's going to either be the 28th or the 29th, everybody. I'm going to be taking a day off, spending it up in Aspen, in like a ridiculously nice hotel that I'm not paying for, but the Aspen Institute of Ideas is paying for. So
Dean just got banned, chat. I'm confused. What the fuck? Let me text him. Let me text him. Dean just got banned, everyone. Give me 1 second. Let me text him. What for? What just happened? That caught me off guard. It's been a while since that happened. That's kind of scary. But what's up, everyone joining in the live right now? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We're gonna start getting some debates here very, very soon. What did he even get banned for? I don't know. I'm gonna ask him right now. I messaged him. We'll see. We'll see if he responds. Let's get everyone joining in. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. What's up, everyone? We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do you support Trump? Zygote. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What happened to Dean? He hasn't responded quite yet. I don't know. I'll have to see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's your birth year? Okay. Tiffany, by the way, on Venmo, thank you so much for the $50. I really thank you for supporting Dean in his difficult time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Eric, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. As well as Grifon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Love you. Thank you so much for the $5. Hateful behaviors and hate speech / bullying. Why Dean got taken down? We can't hear them in high chat. Okay, sorry. My bad. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will do that real quick. I got you, YouTube. I'm so sorry. I forget that every day. I do that for some reason. We're going to get the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And you said you're how old again?
24.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Kathy. Use some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Kathy, for keeping the good work, Parker. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate that. So why do you support Donald Trump?
For pressing his fist against Iran.
So you said what again?
For putting pressure on Iran.
Okay. I'm confused. What pressure are you referencing?
The fact that he went and put pressure on Iran for the longest time.
You mean he wants to start? He started war with them?
Yeah, I'm glad.
You're glad that he started war.
A country with 90% the size of New Jersey shouldn't have a nuclear device.
I'm confused. The size of the country matters to why they should be able to have access to nuclear weapons?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
How? Isn't
due to the
is it
the
isn't isn't
ethnicity
wait
and
wait wait?
religion.
Do you have an issue with Israel having nuclear weapons?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Do you have an issue with any European country having nuclear weapons?
I have issue with everyone having nuclear weapons, but that's also another thing. It's a completely different issue.
Okay, so then I have a question. If North Korea was developing a nuclear weapon, would you say it would be justified to go to war with North Korea?
If provoked and attacked, like Iran has been sending over assassination attempts.
Can you provide evidence?
Just simple fact, there was cabinet members of his last election and service, term, that had attempted. There's people already arrested that's put assassination attempts on parts of the cabinet.
Yeah, can you give me a source for any or like any evidence indicating this?
Yes, I can show you the exact one. Let me pull it up. But yes, I don't think war should be started unless provoked. Most
Unless provoked.
the-
Who started the conflict between the United States and Iran?
if I'm being honest, I think my views are a little different. I think it was a combination of Israel and Iran.
At least I think of the $10. I asked you between the United States and Iran.
Between United States and Iran, United States.
Oh, okay. So then, do you
Be a
support?
proxy of Israel.
So do you support an offensive conflict, right, targeted towards Iran?
Yes.
I thought
I
you were
explain
saying
why?
it was in defense.
Can I explain why the offensive?
Mm-hmm.
Because the exact same thing Iran did with the multi-proxies to Israel. Multi-proxy countries use.
I'm confused how that justifies us
I
being
think-
involved in this. Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about
Yeah.
the United States being involved in protecting Ukraine?
It depends
Well, it depends on what.
what you can what you can offer to United States. I don't think it should be a symbiotic. It shouldn't be a parasitical.
I'm confused. The Budapest
It should be a
Memorandum was an
it
agreement.
should be a
I
symbiotic.
understand. The Budapest Memorandum is an agreement that the United States decided to sign. We had
Yes.
we have no specific connection, right, in this conflict at all, right, in terms of the same type of memorandum at all. We don't have that. So like, I'm confused why you're acting like this point is relevant.
I'm not saying the point's relevant. I'm just saying the fact that he's putting pressure on Iran to stop its nuclear device program is pretty heavy.
It's not.
Because, I mean,
it's
short
not.
term-
It's
I
not.
think-
Casey, thank you so much to the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I don't think it is at all. Can you give me any good evidence that Iran has stopped their development of nuclear weapons now?
Well, I don't think they stopped it. I think it slowed them
What
down.
happened? What
not
happened to
more.
the ceasefire?
Both parties. That's not more of a United States thing. That's more of a Israel and Iran issue that they need
Well,
to deal
Donald
with.
Trump was claiming peace. Donald Trump
Well,
was
I
on
mean,
True
look at it like
Social, on the True Social, like screaming from the skyscrapers that everything was so great. The United States is amazing. That the United States got this deal.
I'll put it like this: if you and another person were fist fighting, and I came in and said there should be peace, and I found a common ground to find
Wait,
peace.
wait, hold up. You got to add the part where you go hit someone.
Yes.
Yeah, you go
Y'all
hit them
two are
too.
fighting, and I punch you, and I'm like, okay, fine, there should be peace. And then you are Iran in this situation. Not trying to be mean, but you came back and, in defense, I will admit it was in defensive, attacked Israel and sent people to kill said president. It's in my mind worthy of the attack back. If it was just simply put towards Israel, then it's a whole nother thing, because that's not, they may be our ally, but that's like a whole nother issue. If it's an Israel-Iran thing, do you or do you not think that should be fixed between those two countries?
I'm saying that the United States involved itself for no reason. Right? And it is the case that the United States, right, did not broker a deal. Trump didn't get anything. He claimed he did, right? And he also specifically involved himself with bombing Iran, right? Which is incredibly harmful, because it is the case now that it might involve us in a long-term conflict in the region.
I don't
because
think
now there
it
isn't a
would
ceasefire.
be long term.
Okay, regardless of whether or not you think it's a long term, you understand that it's incredibly risky in terms of global tensions.
It's incredibly
Susanna,
risky
thank you so much for the
because
5
it could
Canadian.
involve it could pull in China and Russia to save Iran, but the issue with that is Russia is piggybacking off China, and then China itself going through its tariff issue with Trump. I don't think China and Russia would involve itself unless prohibited. The exact way that Israel and Iran prohibited the United States through these little these false flag things. In my opinion, I think we should leave it alone, but under the fact that Israel and Iran put up, honestly, I think they both they both used their resources to attract the United States to come to aid.
Chat, why are people saying Dean's here? I'm so confused. I don't see Dean in the guest box at all. People are saying unmute Dean. I'm confused. How did Dean get muted? Hold up, I see Dean. I see Dean now.
Hello.
What's good? What's good? How you doing?
What's going on, man? I'm
What-
doing all right. You
what-
want to do
what'd
some
you get-
debates?
Yeah, absolutely. What'd you get banned for?
Well, a lot. I think I got a ban for hate speech and harassment, bullying, and harassment, and then also violent behaviors and criminal activities.
Wow, interesting. It was probably that one guy.
Wow. Yeah, he kind of threw us over the top there. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
That's the truth.
Well, we got some debates here. Currently talking about the situation in terms of the ceasefire. And I was asking him essentially, like, what happened with the ceasefire? Why was Donald Trump so egotistical and claiming that he got this peace deal done when there was absolutely nothing that actually got done? Why did he involve himself? You know, certain questions like that. And he was justifying it, it seems.
Oh, hashtag crazy.
The only part I'm justifying is the fact that if you are going to try to assassinate any world leader, there should be repercussions.
Okay,
What?
wait, so Donald Trump assassinated a top military general in Iran, right? Should there have been repercussions for that?
Yeah, the
Well-
CIA does that like all the time.
I mean, who exactly issued and who carried out said assassination?
Donald Trump, like literally said to do it.
With
himself.
with who?
In his first
That's
admin.
what I'm asking. Was it military assets or was it via another country? That's what I'm asking.
Military assets,
So-
drone strike.
Your military assets, he ordered the strike, which killed the top military general. This was in 2020.
Okay, so in 2020 he assassinated the top generals, and then I agree. Yes, that was him inserting something that he didn't need to be in. But then again, for the past 3-4 years, there's been rumors.
So what
of
is your
these-
claim? So why do you support Trump?
Because I support him because the slowdown of the nuclear, Iran's nuclear project and program, it's good.
Oh, so then you definitely hate him for literally pulling us out of the
Yep.
agreement in 2018 that stopped them from developing. nukes.
I think yes, he shouldn't have pulled it. He shouldn't have pulled anything out.
So do you
But then
blame
that was
again,
like
him
terrible. That was like terrible, right? Like, how do you support him after that? Like, under your view, why isn't that like an impeachable offense?
It's the same way as the Afghanistan pullout.
Wait, which Donald Trump set up?
Yeah, no.
So you also don't support the Afghanistan bullet. Good job. You also organized
I
that.
understand he choreographed it, but it was initiated during.
Wait, I have a question. How do these two things compare? Like, are you just saying that they compare because they both have the word pullout in the name?
No, because they're
Well,
both.
then wait. Then what's the comparison between
They're
us
both
taking
brokered
troops out of
around two-
Afghanistan and him pulling us out of a denuclearization agreement that prevented Iran from nuclearizing?
Because it's both located around two terrorist organizations. Do you?
But I
believe
don't see like
top officials of
I
Iran
don't see
have
like
any-
what's the relation? Explain it to me.
the simple fact that they both are countries that want the United States basically to crumble, topple, basically like we've done to every other country.
And
Middle East.
what does this mean as it relates to me saying that it should have been an impeachable offense for him to pull us out of that nuclear peace agreement with Iran? What's the relation?
It's just the simple fact that yes, it's impeachable, but now that the fact that we're in current times, not 2020, current times, I think if we would have let Iran kept going, Me, you, and Parker wouldn't have the fact of being here right now
You
if they
think
would
we'd all
continue
be
going
dead
off
right
of
now?
enrichment. No, not dead, but we would be in severe panic, and World War III would actually start.
Okay, so you think World
The
War
fact
III
that
would start if it is the case that they got access to nuclear weapons, but then you don't think it's an impeachable offense for Donald Trump to pull us out of an agreement that limited Iran from starting World War III?
in 2023 it would have been, I mean, in 2020 it would have been impeachable, yes, but now it's 2025, and
Wait,
it's
so
on
you
the
agree that
verge
Donald
of.
Trump, you agree that Donald Trump should have been kicked out of his office in his first term for pulling us out of an agreement that would have led to conditions in which Iran, which would have quote unquote started World War III?
In first term, I didn't vote for him, but in second term, I did.
Wait, no, I'm asking if you believe that was impeachable offense, how the hell would you then be okay with supporting him now? You think the guy should have been impeached and kicked out of the position of power, and yet you think he should be in power now?
Because multiple things have occurred since then.
What?
Do you think the fact of the way, but even though Trump orchestrated the Afghanistan pullout, do you think Biden should have went ahead with consisting with that plan? Do you think he knew it would blow up and it would happen that exact way?
I think he had to. I think he had to because Donald Trump set up the agreement. He tried to get an extension, which he did.
So if he even if he got the extension, why didn't he push for another extension, even longer extension?
They did,
because
but
I mean, that's
they
happened
can't.
before.
That was the final one.
So that was the final one. So then, even though he knew the plans, and he is the most powerful person
Because
at the
Donald
time-
Trump set that up.
Yeah, he did. set it
Are
up.
you
I
saying
agree.
that Biden should have stayed?
What, in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
And orchestrated a new plan? Yes.
Okay, so then why did Donald Trump pull out?
The fact that he thought that would be the best for the United States, cutting all the money out of that.
But it was wrong,
pulling all
right?
that money out of
You think it
Afghanistan.
was wrong, right?
Him pulling out of orchestrating that way of pulling out of Afghanistan, yes. But I also think that it's wrong for Biden to
Wait, I have a question.
consistently
Hold up.
sit there
So,
and do it.
did you say earlier that you support defending Ukraine?
For Ukraine and Russia?
Uh-huh.
Okay, the fact that I don't think anything Ukraine gives us anything, so no, I don't think supporting it.
Wait, so to clarify,
moment.
this guy's a war hawk. He thinks we should be involved like practically everywhere around the world, right? But he doesn't think that we should be defending Ukraine, which we have an agreement with to like defend if they gave up their nuclear weapons from a country, Russia, invading them.
Okay, so would you say Israel's in that same exact spot?
No, because Israel started it. You support
So
defending. You support like literally an offensive conflict on behalf of Israel, but you don't support defending Ukraine from Russia invading them.
Do you think?
Wait, no.
do you
Address
think
that. Address what I just said.
the fact that yes, I agree, and I think that Ukraine should not be defended for this one sole purpose. The fact that we dumped so much money into it and it's been basically going nowhere.
Wait, you mean
We poured-
they are defending their country? The fact that Ukraine's a country still today is evidence of the fact that it was working, right? You understand that too. Like Ukraine would not be a country right now at all if it wasn't the case that the West came together and came to fund it, right? Ukraine would not be a
Yes.
country.
Yes, I agree. I'm just saying the fact that besides the treaty, there's no beneficial. It's like, I mean, how do you
Wait,
explain?
so do you think that
defeating
America
a
should
country?
follow through with its word?
I think it should follow through. Hence why I think the pressure put on Iran should be there.
Okay, so if America should follow through with its word, well, then why shouldn't it follow through with the Budapest Memorandum?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue about that one. That's like,
It sounds,
I'm saying
like you're
right.
arguing it should, right? Then you disagree
I'm
with
saying
Donald
you're
Trump,
right.
not only on
Holy
Ukraine.
shit.
You disagree with Donald Trump also in terms of Afghanistan. You disagree with Donald Trump in terms of so much in terms of foreign policy. What do you agree with Donald Trump on? Could you name me a single Donald Trump policy that you do agree with?
Hey, I'm sorry for hopping
No
in.
taxation on overtime.
Hold,
I mean,
hold,
that's
hold up 1 second. Dean asks him. You're saying?
Yeah, no, I've just I'm just kind of clocking myself right here. I've yawned like 3 or 4 times in like the last 5 minutes here. I think I'm getting really tired and worn out for the day, and it's probably best if I just if I sign off for the day.
Totally valid.
So, yeah, real quick for everybody watching over on my YouTube account. Are you live on YouTube, Parker?
Yep, I am.
So for the 3.4 thousand people on my YouTube live, please feel free to head over to @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Join his live. Maybe we could get him up to like 7K or some crazy shit. So go send a Dean right over there. I'm going to get off for the day. I am tired beyond all belief. I think I'm going to take the rest of the evening as a little bit of a night off. I haven't taken a night off in a long time. So you may not see any like feed posts or videos or whatnot from me. I'm just going to take some time to myself. But yeah, I think that's what's going to be best for me. Parker, it's a pleasure. I hope you have a good rest of your
Absolutely.
stream, man.
Have a good night, man.
And
Everyone joining in from Dean's stream. What's good? What's good? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Continue with what you were saying, Dylan. Go for it. Go for it.
I agree. Just there's a few things that I agree with them on, but no taxation on tips and no taxation on overtime. Being I work in oil field industry, that's actually helping me because it's making me want to work more overtime.
So it's not.
In turn, I make
Go ahead.
In turn, I make a little extra than I normally would, but yes, the tariffs, that's kind of killing the overtime. That's why I'm trying to work the most, more overtime, because then it equals out. So I'm 50-50.
So no, you didn't equal out because you have to work more for nothing. You're going even to work more.
I understand where you're going at, but then again, it all falls down to the. I think 50% of it is wrong, 50% of it's right. I think
and I just want to clarify that it's not no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. No tax on tips specifically, it's $25,000 in cash. It's a deduction, right? Lennon, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Unicorn Fantasy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So if it's a deduction and it's cash, right? A lot of people who specifically get cash tips aren't even like reporting them anyway. So it's not even reducing their taxes. Plus the no tax on overtime is just, again, specifically for, it's just, what's it called, a deduction. And I have a question. Do you make over 130,000?
No.
Okay. Well, then you would have a net loss in terms of the big beautiful bill. So although these elements would be beneficial within certain respects to you, you net lose. That's not even taking into account the tariffs.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying if you could take both candidates, if I say, and put the best of the best, I'd say putting no taxation on tips and all the no taxation, everything that benefits the lower class, and then you take these shitty things and revise them, I think it would be a great just plan all around. But then again, there was a few things I don't agree on Kamala wise, like the border one thing, being I'm so close to the border.
What about the
I think
border?
that should have been the fact that it should be closed. I'm not saying people should be deported. I'm just saying it should be closed because it was a mass influx. It was affecting my household.
So what do you mean by closed? Do you mean no one coming in?
No, I'm saying it should be slowed down.
Okay, so not closed. And in terms of slowing down, well, then I have a question. Why do you agree with it being slowed down?
Because it allows for people to find places to be. Because whenever it was full blown open, I was having people sleep in my backyard.
It wasn't full blown open. What do you mean?
I live an hour and a half from the border, and I'm telling you, I had people sleeping in my backyard because the local hotels were all filled up.
I'm sorry. I'm confused specifically how that would mean that like undocumented immigrants would be related to that.
I know they're undocumented
How do you
because I
know?
sat there and asked them. I talked to them.
Okay, so you asked every single person that if they're undocumented,
Not every single person.
and they told
Anybody
you
that was
yes.
in my backyard. Anybody that was in my backyard.
And they told you that they were undocumented.
They spoke Spanish, and I even asked. I was like, because I told them they could stay there as long as they would want. I would just need them eventually to leave. I think seeking refugee is a great thing. I think it's a smart
I have a question.
thing.
How did you do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, so you spoke to them in Spanish to be able to communicate with them, and you told them that like, and you asked them if they're undocumented, and they said yes.
Yes, I asked them where they're from, and we talked about it. I even fed them. I think it's a great thing to find refugee, but at a certain cost. I think there should be a limit on how many per day.
Okay, well then how about this? If we had faster legal processes, it would have been the case that like people would be treated humanely, and it is the case that we would have better systems overall, and it would benefit our economy in the long run because immigration benefits our economy, right? So the idea here that we should specifically limit people from coming to the country isn't the idea that we should be looking for. It's actually that we should be trying to get people to go through legal pathways by making the legal processes faster. That will make it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone who's coming for a bad reason.
Yes, I agree, but that you also have to slow it down first, so then you can get the legal processes in order. I don't think Trump will do that, but I think the start was the correct way. The ending is not. I just agree with slowing it down a huge amount. I don't think it's bad to shut it just for a while so that you could find said people that came in for refuge, locate them, not get rid of,
Wait,
but
the
try
way that
to
we would
help.
locate people specifically would be through like a legal pathway to citizenship, which is what Democrats would advocate for, who are more progressive. Not specifically like people like Donald Trump. People like Donald Trump are advocating for mass deportation, and oftentimes without due process.
I think mass deportation to people that have prior criminal records, because Mexico is emptying out their jails. They know exactly who left. They know exactly where they went because they took them there. I talked to many of them. They said they saw prison buses dropping them off about 15 miles out from the border, and they would walk the rest. We have the names of people who did leave prisons in Mexico to come here. So it wouldn't be that hard to find them, being
Okay.
we have a
So wait, so you think undocumented immigrants coming to the country are like more likely to commit crimes?
ones that have previous criminal records. I believe so,
Okay,
but that's for anything.
okay, so undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to this country is literally just right-wing propaganda.
No, I'm not saying that all immigrants do.
I'm
Do you think?
No, I'm referencing undocumented immigrants.
Okay, the majority, no.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants
Majority.
are not causing like violent crime to a higher
Majority.
degree than natural-born
Majority,
U.S.
no.
citizens.
No, majority, no. Just like the majority of United States citizens don't commit crimes.
Yeah, again, U.S. citizens who are born in the country are more likely to commit crime than undocumented immigrants.
Yes, but ones that have previous records that are
Okay,
immigrants.
it'll be easier for us to identify anyone who has a previous record if we incentivize people to go through legal processes by making them faster. You're not actually going to be able to identify people easier, and unless you specifically make the process faster for people who should be within the country.
So even though we have facial recognition, we couldn't just use the database from Mexico to find said people that have a criminal record? Because I don't think incentivizing legal citizenship through America would in turn catch the people that are and have prior.
No, it makes it
Sheets.
easier for law enforcement too.
So let's put it this way. If I had a criminal record, I'm not going to try to seek asylum the correct way, knowing I'll be caught. I don't think anybody that has a brain would. I don't think even if you are trying to leave America and go to another country with a prior criminal history, would try to seek citizenship the correct way. But that's why we have TSA facial recognition that we could use at the border to find anybody that's coming in that does have a prior criminal history and apprehend them right then and there. It'd be 10 times easier.
If you're gonna make the legal process go faster, and you're saying that we can just make the vetting process go quicker, sure. But
You
like,
could by
I'm
putting a facial recognition at the border.
Okay, so I'm confused what your point is here.
The point is slowing it down needed to happen. Shutting it down needed to happen so then we could find the ones that are and do have a criminal history that already got in.
Wait,
and then we
you
can
don't need to,
reopen
you
back
don't need
up.
to shut down. Like I don't get this idea that you specifically have to completely shut down the border.
I'm not saying you have to completely shut it down, but I think shutting it down was a great option. I think slowing it down would have been the best option because no one knows exactly how many criminals came in. Nobody knows how many sane people came in. You can't tell me an exact percentage. No one knows.
Okay,
The only way you
wait,
could find
if-
out is using facial recognition.
Oh my gosh. If you want to be able to identify who's coming into the country, you have to incentivize them to go through legal processes. We're not
understand that.
incentivizing people to go through the legal process because it takes too long for people to get into the country through legal means.
Yes, but no criminal is going to go through legal means.
Okay, then that makes it again easier to identify if someone's coming to the country who has done something, right? Who in terms of committing a crime, because it would be the case that less people who are going through the process undocumented would be coming for a better life because they would just be able to go through the legal process extremely quickly.
Yes, I
There would be
understand
no
that.
incentive to go through the process undocumented unless you specifically were coming for nefarious reasons.
I think immigration should speed up. It should be able to. You should be able to find and live here if you need to. But leaving the border the way it was, it would have been harder. You would have to sit there and try to locate all these thousands of people coming in at once. I mean, it's easier to slow down the flood and locate the ones that do want to stay here the right way and then eventually reopen it back up. I don't agree with shutting it down completely, but I do agree with shutting it down at the moment. Because then you give
what
these
do you
people
get
the
from that?
you give the people time to have due process to go to I mean,
Excuse me.
even if, let's put it this way, Trump didn't shut it and we went the Kamala route, we left it open and we incentivized people to become citizens easier, do you think we would have the resources to deal with the flux of people literally coming here from all places to seek asylum? That's including Cuba, South America, North Korea, South Korea, China, anywhere that has a mass government that's putting a thumb on them. Do you think we could deal with that flux?
I think we should accept up to the amount in which we could economically speaking. Right? I don't think that like we're anywhere near a level that would be negatively impactful for us economically speaking.
I don't think it would
Because
be. I don't think we're negatively. In fact, I mean, I don't think we're negatively impacted right now. I'm saying.
yeah, so then like why would we be limiting it right now if we're not negatively impacted?
So then we could set up the proper due process. But I know he's
Natalie,
not
thank you for the
doing
scripture.
that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I know he's not doing that. That's why
So we
there's
can set up the
50-50
proper due
argument.
process. We can set up the proper due process without just completely stopping the border.
I think if you shut the border down, set it up correctly.
I know you
and
keep
then
you keep
start a
making this
process.
claim that like, oh, if you shut down the border, it's gonna be better. You have no reason to believe that shutting down the border, like to the degree that you're referencing, is gonna be better for like being able to set up the process.
In what way do you think it would not be
Wait,
impactful?
can you
like
tell me in
negatively
what way
impactful?
you think it would be impactful and good?
Because then we can sit here and try to help anybody that has already came in, get them done, get them dealt with, start their process.
Wait, can't we
in
do
a
that?
proper
Can't we
way.
do that? Can't we walk and chew gum at the same time?
Yes.
So then why can't we do both?
I don't think I don't think inviting hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world is the equivalent to chewing gum and walking.
Well, I'm just saying you can do multiple things at once. You can have an immigration process specifically that vets people as they're coming in, right? And you can also have an immigration process that is like giving people a pathway to citizenship for people who are already in the country. You can have
Okay,
multiple
yeah, I
different
agree.
processes from a governmental standpoint.
So then whenever you hit the limit, what do you do with those people sitting outside the border?
If you hit a limit, right, we're already accepting more than what we currently would be now. So
Yeah.
it would be way more than way more people than we're currently accepting right now.
So
And at
then
that
what
point,
happens
it
if
would
we
be
hit
there
them?
would be genuine reasons in terms of right economic reasons, right? The issue is that Republicans try to act like there are economic reasons as to why they would want to restrict the border right now, which is just absolutely not true. There's no good evidence indicating that.
Okay, so what would you do to the person or the family that's sitting outside the border and say, "Oh, we're at capacity, can't let anyone else in. We just didn't do it fast enough." What would you tell them? Just go back?
What I'm confused. Are you saying that
So
you inevitably get to a point where you can't accept any more people?
So if you do per capita the size of the United States, excluding the national parks, anything that is sanctioned to be safe and not human touch, and you fill up the capacity of the United States, what do
Wait,
you do with the
I'm confused. Are you saying that like just because I think that there should be a process for people to get into the country quick, that somehow there's just going to be like a trillion more people in the country or something? Or I'm confused.
I'm not saying a trillion more people in the country, but you have everyone that's in China that's being honestly taken advantage of.
So do you think the entire world
demonized.
is just going to move to the United States?
I can name 6 countries off the top of my head. Most of their citizenships.
Yeah, you
and
just completely cut
would
out.
leave. I said I can name 6 countries right now that all their citizens, most of them, would leave just due to the leadership.
One, you can't identify that like if it was the case that we were allowing people into the country to the degree that I'm referencing, that the entirety of the populations of certain countries would come to the country. I think that's obviously a ridiculous assertion to make.
I'm not making an assertion that the complete population would.
That's
I'm
exactly
saying
what you were just saying.
I'm saying over 80% would definitely come to America due to the fact of the freedoms that we get.
Do you have any
Do you
evidence
think-
of this?
Simple question. Do you think people from China, most people from China that are under CCP law would come to America just due to the freedoms?
I don't think that like 80% of China is going to come to the United States.
Okay,
just
even if
because
it's
we
50.
open- We would 50%.
Even if it's 50% of China,
50%
even if it's
wouldn't.
50, it wouldn't at all.
No, I don't think that like a bunch. Okay, listen. we open up immigration, right, in terms of like allowing more people to come to the country through faster and quicker processes, doesn't mean every single person's going to come to the United States. You need to
Most
think about these
will.
things. You need to think about these things critically. And
I'm
also,
thinking about it
again,
critically.
at what point do you think that we should restrict? How much do you think we should have in terms of immigration?
So if you're looking at mass cities like New York, Chicago, LA, do you think they're already overrun? Do you think there's too many people per
Oh my
capita?
God, I'm asking you a question and you're not answering. Did you hear my question?
That's what I mean. I'm trying to understand your understanding of what you think.
How many people is too many people to you?
I think whenever there's people that are packed into sardines in New York, that's the limit.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think it's okay to have 1 to 3% population growth per year?
1 to 3, I think 1 to 5 to 1 to 6.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what 6%? Actually, no. We'll just start with 1. What's 1% of the U.S. population?
You take the United States population and then you divide it to 1%. It's simple. It's probably not that many.
No, what is it?
Off the top of my head, I'm not no mathematician, but I can sit here and try to do the math and understand it.
Okay, about 3.5 million per year.
Okay.
So on the
3.5
bottom
million
end,
per year.
3.5 million people increase per year, right? And on the
Yes.
top end is 6%. Can you do 6 times 3.5?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Maybe about what? 21 million? 22?
21, yes.
I'm saying a fifth of that should be allowed.
So you say
A fifth.
so you're saying 3 to 21 million should be allowed per year to come to the
No,
country.
I'm saying a fifth of 3 million should be allowed. So then you could do the proper
Why
processes.
a fifth of 3 million?
Because you take someone from any country that has a past criminal history, they could come here with a false identity, false name. They don't have any ID on them. How are you going to know exactly who they are throughout going? Simply by having all these other countries give you access to their database. How long do you think that would be before
How about
accessing?
this? How about this? Are you saying that you should do to the max extent that you possibly could in terms of the immigration processes that are like actually possible?
What do you wait? Say that again. Ask it again.
Are you saying that everything within our ability to do, we should allow for in terms of immigration?
In all our ability, the maximum amount of capability that we could afford, yes. But
Okay,
at
well
this
then you
current
just need to
time,
justify that we're at that max level of capacity at any point near where we're at.
at this current time, I don't think we have the resources to sustain any more life.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, so then do you think that we should be having more children?
I'm saying increase of extra because you take in.
I'm just asking, do you think that people should have more children than they're currently having right now?
I think yes, there should be more
You just
children.
contradicted yourself.
Children are easier to take care of than full-grown adults.
Okay, so but you understand that children turn into adults, right?
Yes, but that takes an extra long time versus taking.
But you're saying we should have more children, which would increase the population. So you're okay with
You
increasing
take
the
in 10,000
population
families.
so long as people have children.
You take in 10,000 families from any foreign country. You don't know anything about it without having access to their database. They could be anybody.
It's
do
because they're
anything.
coming from a foreign country. Is that the issue?
No,
Then what's the issue?
the fact that we don't have access to the database to know exactly who they are.
Okay, so you need a database to know exactly who someone is. You know, you don't have a database to figure out exactly who someone is in the United States either as well.
Yes, I understand that. But the fact that is, I could walk up to you and say I'm someone completely different, but I know who I am. I know what I've done. I mean, all it takes is...
You do, but the government doesn't.
So you're telling me that facial recognition at TSA...
Oh my gosh, this guy's obsessed. Okay, Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really
just
appreciate
asking,
it. Thank
do
you.
you think facial
They
recognition could be lower?
don't. It's ridiculous at this point. Thank you so much, Disgusted Veteran. I
They
really
do,
appreciate
though.
it. Give me some W's for Disgusted Veteran in the comment section right now. Mental, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I'm literally debating with a person who is referring to the Bible on Israel's occupation of Gaza. On my personal Facebook page, I don't see how these people sleep happily with such hate and ignorance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mental. That is so sad to hear. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Trans people exist. Happy Pride. Absolutely. Happy Pride, everybody. W's for Nicholas in the comment section, as well as Annie. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for, this is what happens when you huff too much about American exceptionalism. Very true. Very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the dragon. And then Deanna,
Parker,
thank you so
I
much
have
for
a
the
question.
$20. Thank you so
My
much.
last question, and
I
then you
really
can be
appreciate it.
ready.
Did you hear Trump saying that Israel and Iran don't know what the fuck they're doing? Yes, I did see that. I did see that. Liability, thank you so much for the dollar. Appreciate it. And then Lisa, thank you for the $10. All right, go for it.
I just want to ask you this. Do you think the government is sharing every piece of technology that we have? Do you think there's stuff that's hidden away that we don't know about that is in use as of today?
Of course.
So you don't think that facial recognition is something that's a technology that has been invented and is being used?
Of course, facial recognition is being used.
So why wouldn't you say that you could implement it anywhere of access to the country? And then it would in turn be able to
Okay, well,
sit there.
technically there are privacy laws.
There's privacy laws only in America if you are a citizen of America, but if you are not and you are of a foreign country,
Actually, everyone within the jurisdiction of the country gets equal protection under the law, right? Which
yes,
would also
everyone in the
include
country that is of
privacy rights,
citizen.
correct?
Under a citizenship, yes.
No, within the jurisdiction of the country.
So you're saying that people coming from out of the country, not in the country yet,
Yeah,
have privacy laws.
get due process under the law, and they
get due process.
They also
but
get they also get privacy rights. Yes.
So it would in turn help the process go faster if you know who exactly is coming in the second they step near the border.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
I'm saying, do you think it would help if you implemented facial recognition right at the border so you know already who's coming up to the border to seek asylum?
I'm confused. What policy is Trump passing that does this?
I'm not saying he is enforcing. I'm saying,
should we have
Do you
facial
think-
recognition software? Sure. It depends on how the facial recognition software is used, though.
I mean, it's simple. There's government issue stuff that we don't know about. Because I mean, the current jet that we have, the F-22,
Dude, you know what? The government has alien devices that we don't know about.
I mean, isn't it weird that we use planes that were designed in the '60s and started flying in the '80s, and they're the most high tech possible thing we have now as of today?
Wait, repeat that.
I'm saying, don't you think it's weird that our highest technology plane, designed in the '60s, flown first in the 1990s, is the highest technology grade we got?
I don't even know what you're referencing. I'm not even familiar. What
That
particular?
22 Raptor.
You're saying that we created that in the 60s?
The design was done in the '60s. First flight was in 1990s, late 1990s.
I don't think the same design is used. Obviously, there's different technology.
I can tell you exactly the first date that it was flown. It was in the early 1990s.
But like
late
we're
in the
not
early
we're not using the
2000s.
same design.
It is the exact same design.
No, we're not.
I can tell you it's the exact same design because Skunkworks designed it, and we still have government-issued Skunkworks F-22 Raptors. And I mean, these planes aren't brand new, nor is the technology.
Wait, are you saying that we don't have any other jets?
No, we do. F-35s, which are created back in the '70s. First flight was in 2003, 2004.
Do you agree there are more
It's-
modern planes and jets?
No, I don't. At this current time, there's none that are disclosed as in use or unclassified.
Okay, so you're saying that we don't spend enough on the military?
No, I'm saying we spend honestly very little on specific parts of the military, but I think most of it is getting used in technology that we'll never see in our lifetime. That is already done and made and used.
Okay, so then you're saying we should cut the military spending and bring it back here home, right?
No, I think we should raise it, but raise it for the specific reasons.
For what specific reasons?
The fact that we have military spending as it is, and the reason why it's all hidden away is because you can't mass produce this technology that is being created as of now. If you're able to fund more,
So I have a question. If you could raise military spending by cutting food stamps, would you do that?
no, not food stamps.
What about Medicaid?
Nope.
Do you like
Why would medical and food be implemented into military spending? I can think of a few other things that would.
So to clarify, in order to be able to get what you want in terms of your policy, like maybe even tax cuts, you would not cut Medicaid and food stamps, right?
No, I would only cut foreign spending.
Have you read the Big Beautiful Bill or looked at it at all?
That's why I said I agree 50-50 of it.
What do you mean? You just said that you wouldn't support the bill if it had Medicaid cuts or if it had food stamps cuts, and then
I'm
it
not saying I
does have
wouldn't support
Medicaid
it.
cuts and food stamps cuts.
I'm not saying I would support it. I support it because it raises up the military spending. The exact amount for the
Oh,
Coast
okay.
Guard.
He's in
in
support of
turn-
the Big Beautiful Bill because it raises military spending, even though it cuts Medicaid and food stamps. Even though he said that he wouldn't support that if it did that.
I'm not saying I wouldn't support it. I'm saying the fact that we're spending more on home turf, military, Coast Guard, in turn is better for us because, let's put it this way, if there really are sleeper agents inside of America, wouldn't you rather have more protection here than overseas?
I'm confused. Wouldn't you rather have a president that specifically isn't involving us in conflict with foreign countries around the world and rather would be bringing up peace negotiations? Because Donald Trump's the one that pulled us out of nuclear peace agreements, right? Specifically, the nuclear peace agreement that we had that limited that from occurring, right? Them
Do you
getting
think-
access to nuclear weapons.
Do you think within 5 years, all those Iranian civilians came here in those 5 years, or do you think it was longer?
Wait, so you think that just like Iran sent like a bunch of people under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, I think it was actually way farther back. I think back in the first term of Barack, they started coming.
Okay,
I don't think
what
this is
makes
a
you, what
short
makes you think
term.
that?
Because if you go to displace certain civilians of your
Wait, by the way,
military,
weren't there more deportations under Obama?
yeah, there were.
Then why would you attribute people specifically to have come under Obama when there was the most deportations?
There was most deportations of Mexican citizens,
No, most deportations overall.
but majority of them were Mexican citizens.
So
So
I don't even
let's put
know
it
if
this
that's
way.
true. Can you give me a source on that? I'd have to look at that.
I mean, it's just a simple fact. The only country that's right near us is South America, so it'd be South Americans and Mexicans that are getting mass deported.
Wait. Now you just moved the goalpost. You just made that up. You just literally assumed that most of the people that were deported specifically were Mexican.
I'm
I
using
asked
your
you-
logic.
No,
because,
what do you mean using my logic? When did I say that?
So you're saying if we open up the border,
When did I say
You
that?
said-
What do you mean
you
my
said-
logic?
you said if we kept the border the way it is, it wouldn't, and we incentivize people to come here,
Give me
the
the
legal
helmet.
processes. Do you think? Well, I asked, do you think people from other countries would come? And you said no. I don't think it would. It would increase that much.
No,
So-
I said it wouldn't increase. It wouldn't be like, fucking 500 million people come to the country.
Yeah, I don't think 500 million people would come, but I think in the past 50 years, the only people that have mass came here.
How about this?
Are
How about,
people
how
from
about
South
this?
America.
I'm okay with 1 to 3% population growth. Is that cool?
I'm fine with 0.7% of population growth.
0.7%. So you're okay with like what, 2.5 million a year?
About 2.2, 2.3, yeah.
Okay. So that over the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, that would have been like 8 million people.
I'm not saying letting people in is bad. I'm saying
So you're
there should be
so
a
you're
limit.
saying it would have been okay to allow 8 million people into the country.
Legal
Pepe,
processes,
thank you so much.
yes.
Thank you so much.
Legal processes, yes.
So that's significantly
Illegal
more
processes.
significantly more than what Republicans are advocating for.
I'm not
That's-
advocating for the exact
That
amount
sounds like
that
a
they are.
democratic position, if anything.
I'm not. Nope. I agree that the border needs to be shut down, not fully, but needs to be shut down not permanently, but
Per standard. You
for the
said,
time being, it should be.
yeah, you keep making this point, but I don't see why. What's the reason? Like, okay.
It gives time.
Actually, you know
It-
what? You're just gonna
look.
say the same thing. I don't want to know what.
No,
don't
I'm
say
actually going
that.
to say it gives
Can
time.
you give me? Can you give me like an
you-
economic policy that you like? You're just gonna say the same thing you already said earlier.
No, I was going to say it gives time for people like you to try to get the correct thing put in place.
What do you mean?
The correct legal processes. You push for it.
I understand
I
that's already what you said. Can you just give me an economic policy of Donald Trump's you like?
I already did. I think shutting down the border, cutting overtime and tips, I think was a good idea.
What was my
And I
response
think
to that?
I think the pressure on Iran was great
What pressure?
by stopping Iran for a few months from making a nuclear device. Because say we did not
For 3
interfere.
months. For 3 months. Yeah. In terms of this, why do you pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
I'm not saying pulling out of the nuclear peace agreement was the greatest thing. I'm saying
You're
even
actually
if
under your view that should be considered an incredibly horrible thing.
It was horrible. But then again, even after it happened, we can't change that. Do you think Kamala would have been able to stop Iran from creating said nuke?
So I do think that there would have been more peaceful or diplomatic relations that would have been undergone specifically if Kamala Harris were president. Now, I don't know if, there would have been able to made a deal done right away. I'm not like a Trump supporter who would claim, deal would have been done day one. You know what I mean?
I don't
Like,
think deal would have been done day
I don't
one.
know, but like I don't think it would have been a shit show like it is right now.
The only reason why I think it's a shit show is because the only reason why Iran feels so attacked is because Israel went and
Because Donald Trump
basically
bombed
killed their-
them. Donald Trump bombed them.
Israel basically bombed them, and we had a helping
Both.
hand.
Both.
Do you think if Israel would have killed most of their top generals just with them in the past few months and their lead negotiator, do you think we'd be right where we're at?
If I would have think that, maybe, yeah. I'm not quite sure.
So-
I'm not gonna claim to be a foreign policy expert. I just know that
I'm not.
Donald Trump
I'm
is.
not either.
I just know that Donald Trump is increasing global tensions by engaging in this behavior, and it seems to be very bad from a foreign policy standpoint.
So you think Iran's a global terrorist organization? I'm just asking because I'm trying to understand your point of view.
So I do think that Iran obviously funds like operations of terror around the world. I do think that is also true with Israel, the state of Israel.
Do you think we fund terrorist organizations around the world?
Yeah.
Do you think that even if Kamala wasn't president, we wouldn't? So we would stop randomly just supporting terrorist groups around the world?
Well, technically, no.
Do you think? I'll just ask
But
this
like,
because
but
this will be my last
I do
question.
think that we would support them less.
This will be my last question, and you can move on. Do you think George W. Bush coincided with any terrorist organizations to commit terrorist acts?
Yeah.
You do. You do.
Yes, but like probably like not in the way that you would originally think it to be.
So okay, then elaborate. I want to
Understand.
understand.
So like I mean like I would view it in terms of like the innocent civilians that were like mass slaughtered based upon investments from the American government, specifically within different government or different terrorist groups, right, within the context of the Middle East.
So do you think?
And then, I mean, so like it just depends on what your definition of terrorism is. Technically, I do think that like certain actions committed by the United States government, especially within the Middle East, would be labeled as terroristic.
So do you think, in any form or shape or form, do you think America is tied to Al Qaeda pre 9/11?
Technically yes, but that goes back to like the 80s and 90s.
Yes, when the Bin Laden family gave land for the military bases in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And
So,
before we trained Bin Laden to become a CIA asset, and in turn, we sent them out
wait,
to start.
do you think the 9/11 was an inside job or something?
I'm not saying it was an inside job, but it was definitely heavily issued and governed by United States.
You think that 9/11 happened because of the United States?
I think I think 9/11 happened because of a certain family that had certain beliefs and went along with.
What do you mean certain family had certain beliefs?
I think Clinton's, Bush, and a specific family. I need to look up their names again. They funded Al Qaeda. They gave the weaponry to Al Qaeda via proxy companies. I mean,
And then
we
and
worked.
then you're saying later on, some of the people who were involved in that funding, right then later on
I look
attacked
at it
the
like
United
this.
States. I mean, okay, so then it wouldn't be an inside job, but you're just saying that the United States has funded terror operations around the world. I'm confused. Your point is.
No, I'm making the point that we used Bin Laden to start a war in the Middle East to obtain oil. Do you think that
That's
would have
bad.
stopped?
That's bad. And do you agree
That's very bad. Yeah, I agree.
Wait,
That's
wait, I have
bad.
a question. Would you buy, like a claim that there are weapons of mass destruction in a certain country in the Middle East in order to be able to invade that country? Or to go
Do
to
you
war with
think-
that country?
Do you think I would buy
I'm
weapons
just,
of mass
I'm,
destruction in
I'm,
the
I'm
Middle
just,
East?
I'm just asking, would you
Is that
buy,
what you asked?
would you buy that as a reason to go to war with a country in the Middle East?
No, that's why I don't. That's why I don't respect Desert Storm.
Wait, so if you wouldn't buy that as a reason specifically to go to war with a country in the Middle East, then why are you buying that as a reason to go to war with Iran?
I'm only using the fact that Iran is trying to use said nuclear device on America. They've said it before openly.
Do you see how he literally just said, I would not believe that. But I do believe it.
No, I'm not saying I
Did you
believe
get
there's
it?
weapons. Is it the fact that there's, what is it, 90% uranium enrichment in Iran at this current moment?
Okay, so then again, because of Donald Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then Donald
Well,
Trump,
that was pre. That was
so are you
pre
saying
2021.
Donald Trump did actions that led to Iran likely going to get nuclear weapons, which then is
Pulling out of a
provoking the
peace treaty?
United
Yeah.
States into a situation where they might, quote unquote, under your view, have to go into a quote unquote war with Iran?
It's simple as this. I didn't vote for him in 2020. Voted for him this time around for certain reasons.
Appreciate the entire.
I'm only going to make this last point. The fact that
Sid, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat for not me being late. Anyways, hi Parker in chat. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Good to see you, Sid. Thank you so much for the fucking $100. You can do W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Melanie, I really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dylan with the $20 for Happy Pride Month. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Brendan, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. That is amazing to hear. That's amazing to hear. W Brendan in the comment section right now. W Brendan.
Do you think, yes or no, that with Kamala in presidency, there would be no more terrorist organizations wishing death upon America and act on them?
Do I think that if Kamala Harris were president, that there would be no countries around the world that hate the United States? No, obviously there would be
I'm
countries around
saying
the world that hate the United States.
possess the assets and the ability to attack America, and would carry out with said attacks.
Okay, so you're saying that like if Kamala Harris were president, that Iran would have nuclear weapons? Is that your idea?
Yes. I don't think anybody could have stopped the 2020 decision and stopped Iran from wanting to be nuclear enriched.
Then I have this question. So in terms of this, so you're saying that like Iran would have got nuclear weapons if Kamala Harris were president, but it is the case that Donald Trump is the reason why we're in this situation in the very first place, right? And it's not specifically the Democrats that led to this, right? It's
I'm not
literally Donald
saying
Trump.
I'm not saying that Democrats are to blame. I'm saying they're all part of the same group. If you think there's a distinction,
Also, can I ask you a question? What's the source for 90% enrichment?
the 90% enrichment is coming from straight from Israel.
And do you just believe it because it's coming from Israel?
That's apparently our greatest ally, is it not?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
So would you support pulling out everything out of Israel and no longer supporting them?
Yep.
You would.
Mm-hmm.
Then I agree with you. I'm not going to try to fight you on that. I think we should stop aiding and abetting to other countries when we should focus here.
Oh, okay. So then why are you advocating to like engage in a war on behalf of Israel?
I'm not engaging. I'm not
And
saying
offensively. Like they're offensively engaging in conflicts, and you're like, we should like help them.
No, I think we should stop funding other countries. Focus all that funding here. That would include pulling out of Ukraine and Israel.
So then
Do
you must disagree with Donald Trump's position.
I think using Israel as a proxy was not a good idea. But then again, so did Iran, was Lebanon, Syria. I mean, you can't just say that one person's correct and the other one isn't whenever everyone's using proxies. Everyone's using these other alleyways to start war.
Okay. So like again, I don't think that we would just take just Israel claiming 90%. I mean, Israel has been claiming that Iran is like 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons like since the 90s. So I don't think that they would be a really, really good source to look to for this information.
So then would you follow Lebanon, Syria, saying that they're transferring uranium enrichment to Iran?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did they make claims that there was 90% enrichment?
They went from 3. That's for the 1.3 is about normal nuclear reactor amount, and then let's just put it 30%. That's pushing it, is for commercial use and public use. Once you go past 30%, there's no reason and there's nothing else you could use uranium for other than bombs. Let's say they got it to 60% uranium enriched. Do you know how many nuclear power plants they can make with that?
I'm sorry. That's not at nuclear weapons, though.
No, I'm not saying. I'm
So
saying.
wait. So are you saying that they're at 60%?
I'm saying that they're at 90%.
Oh, what
I'm
source?
just using the.
What,
I'm
what, what's the source?
just the simple fact that they're already testing multiple types of bombs. They're using different types of metal for fins, motors. I mean, they're contacting.
They're
They've
using
already got
different
Boeing
metal
equipment.
for. Okay, so this doesn't indicate any good evidence for 90%.
So, okay, let's put it this way. If you think that they don't have anything, would you rather just pull out and trust and hope that they don't have it?
It's not trust and hope. It's just that there's no good evidence indicating that there's 90%, and you're
Then
making
how?
this claim of weapons of mass destruction as a reason to go into this area, and to
I'm
not
not saying we
involve
should go in.
ourselves, which is ridiculous.
I'm not saying we should go in. I don't even think we should step boots on the ground. I think we should sit here and try to look at the straight facts. No country should have a nuke. We shouldn't have a nuke. No country alive should have one. That should be a disarmed, disbanded thing.
Yeah, I have a question. Then, do you agree with the Budapest Memorandum?
I agree with anybody that tries to harm and threaten anything. That's why people go to jail.
Can I
I
answer
threaten
that
you, I go
question?
to
Do you
jail.
agree with the Budapest Memorandum?
It's not a yes or no because there's certain things inside that manifesto that are completely different.
Manifest. Okay. So, overall, do you like the Budapest Memorandum?
Overall, I'm not going to answer it because I mean, do you believe anything?
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. Fashiony, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2001.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I like his stances on economics.
Like
and
what?
I like the big, beautiful bill.
Like what about the big beautiful bill?
I fuck if I know. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it entitles, but I don't know. I support what he says. Like,
Oh, what does he say that you support? Really?
bro, come on. Like, okay. I'll tell you this. I support that he says that there's only two fucking genders. Like,
That's really all you got?
well, I mean, there's more, but like,
Go ahead.
I got cold feet, I guess.
Okay, I have a question. Do you have pronouns?
No.
No, you don't have pronouns?
Yeah, I'm non-binary.
No, but people who are non-binary still have pronouns.
Yeah, but they don't at the same time.
What are you saying?
I don't know.
Okay, do you know what pronouns are?
Nah, is that a verb?
By the way, when you said I, that is a pronoun.
No, it's not. It's a verb.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Nina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why why it's so hard to understand for some people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm almost 56.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
I do believe that the whole illegal immigration got way out of hand. 100%. I do believe because Iran signed the no nuke treaty that they would not have nuclear weapons, but yet had 60%, that something needed to be done. That's why we gained more allies in the Middle East, because a lot of Middle Eastern countries like Syria is going to sleep better tonight because of it.
Okay, so Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear treaty with Iran, which is what got them to 60%. And 60% does not mean that we need to be involved, right? And to do anything. I'm confused. Why did we need to start war with Iran because they hit 60%?
Because going from 60 to 90, which is what's needed, happens faster than what you think.
Okay, how fast does it happen? Because we only set them back like 3 months, didn't we?
No, it set them back. They're saying 3 months, but it set them back a little further.
Okay, what reason do you have to believe they were set back further?
Take more than 3 months to rebuild their stuff.
Yeah, I'm just confused. Like, what reason do you have to believe it will take longer than that? Because I mean, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I just go based upon like what foreign policy experts are going to indicate in terms of that. Do you have any good reason to believe that it will take longer than 3 months?
Yeah, my construction background, number one.
I mean, do you relate to construction?
It takes us longer over here. Absolutely, it takes us longer over here to build a new reactor, the whole facility in which to house it. Done right, way longer than 3 months.
Okay, so
now unless they,
so to clarify, you're telling me that you know better than all of the other people who are, you know, the foreign policy experts relating to like construction and handling uranium. Because I mean, I don't think in typical construction you're dealing with like uranium.
Well, since my trade actually worked and built nuclear reactors here in the United States.
Did you deal with uranium yourself?
Expert, huh?
Did you deal with uranium?
No, you don't. We don't deal with that, but we set everything into play so it's safe for when they load up everything.
So
we don't pour the concrete. We did all the welding and other sort of stuff in there. The other trades did everything else.
Okay, then it sounds like you don't specialize in it specifically. Marisa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that I do. Thank you so much, Marisa. Go ahead.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Athena. I appreciate the handout. No, I don't have any questions. I'm confused. Do you want to give me like an economic policy of Trump's you like?
I actually like the tariffs, as a matter of fact, because people look at the tariffs wrong. John Deere had already closed a bunch of facilities and was in the process of building over in Mexico. Since Trump set it in play, because it used to be set up that if your headquarters was in the U.S., you didn't have to pay any tariffs to bring that back in, and that all changed. So John Deere halted and started doing and giving people back their jobs so they could roll on with production here instead of losing them. That's what it's all about. We shouldn't have to foot the bill for everybody else in the country, other countries.
So that's not what's happening. Hold up. Are you advocating to increase or decrease tariffs?
So when the whole thing behind that was, sorry about that. The whole thing behind that was to make it an even playing field. If you're going to charge us this amount, then we're going to charge you that back.
No, that's not how this works. I'm confused.
Free trade.
Are you talking about trade deficit? Is that what you're trying to refer to?
Yes, if you charge me
no, the trade deficit is not the same thing as what you're referring to. But
if you charge me 250% to sell my automobile there, why should you get to sell it at 5% over here? No, it should be 250. Make it equal. Period.
So
if not, then build manufacturing over here.
So yeah,
Plain and simple.
yeah,
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this stuff out. Sorry, you just don't.
if you were doing a retaliatory tariff, then why did you place tariffs on Canada and Mexico after doing the USMCA, which brought down
I
tariffs?
don't know, because we pay. There's a lot of tariffs that we pay for Canada already. Lots.
But okay, so wait, I'm confused.
So they have
You said
tariffs
there's a lot of
on
tariffs. Didn't we lower tariffs through the through the USMCA? We lowered tariffs with Canada. So you're talking about like increasing tariffs on Canada in places where they didn't increase. You're talking about increasing tariffs on Canada in places where they didn't increase tariffs on us.
tariffs a tariff.
Yeah. So
That's the way.
okay. So are you placing retaliatory tariffs on penguins?
On penguins.
Yeah. There was an island where there are no imports or exports that penguins live on, only penguins, that Donald Trump increased tariffs on. So is he retaliatory tariffing the penguins? I'm confused when they drafted legislation to tariff us.
Well, again, as I said, a tariff's a tariff. They're set in play for certain reasons.
Yeah. So when did
Sound pretty
when did
stupid.
the penguins do this?
Who owns the penguins? Nobody. It's just like if you hit a deer with your car, that and it totals it, that deer don't have any insurance.
So I'm confused why we're tariffing the penguins.
So am I.
It's not.
But you're not gonna.
It's not like we're watching the movie Madagascar, right? And the penguins can talk to each other and like engage in economic policy or something, you know? They're just genuine penguins and they don't engage in economic policy. There's no imports or exports. So I'm confused what the basis of tariffs are on them.
I think you answered your own question on that one. Because I already did the same thing. I used the analogy of hitting a deer. Nobody owns the penguins. Period. Is that not correct? Just like it's not your deer that I hit. Deer don't walk around carrying insurance policies.
So
plain and simple.
So why are we tariffing them?
Why? I have no idea. But you're not going to use one little tariff thing to try to debunk the other tariff stuff.
Yeah, I'm just like, if it's retaliatory, I'm confused why we'd be placing tariffs on penguins.
I mean, you look more intelligent than try to just pick one little cherry pick thing out there. You look more of an intelligent guy.
No, I'm confused. I just really wanted an answer why like Trump was really hating on the penguins like that. Like it was kind of rude.
I don't know. Maybe he got attacked by him when he went over and visited him one day. I have no idea.
Well, he shouldn't generalize that onto every other penguin, because the retaliatory tariffs placed on penguins are ridiculous. Like seriously, dude, what did the penguins do? They didn't do shit. They did not deserve it. And Donald Trump treats them like shit, dude. He put a tariff on them. They didn't do anything, unprovoked.
Now
they're just chilling.
Over a bunch of penguins getting tariffed? No. There's bigger things.
Yeah, dude.
That discuss other than penguins.
Yeah, and that's why he was placing the tariffs on them, right? Because they're bigger fish to fry. So, what other things do you support Donald Trump doing? Because it seems like the tariffs you're advocating for weren't very much retaliatory. Also, can you tell me what a trade deficit is, actually?
Well, that would necessarily have to do with imaginary money that just gets swapped around. Like we have that with China. We have that with all these other people.
No. What is a trade deficit? Can you tell me what that is?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember from my economics class so long ago.
Okay, so
enlighten me.
Yeah, so trade deficits are going to relate to the difference between the level of imports versus the level of exports. If you have a greater level of imports comparative to your exports, you then have a trade deficit. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because that just means that we're getting goods from other countries around the world and we prefer to buy goods from them, but they don't as much prefer to buy goods from us. So it just means we're a consumer-based economy, which is not necessarily a bad thing. And this idea that Donald Trump has that tariff or trade deficits are necessarily a bad thing is like actually really harmful towards like the structure of our economy.
Right, and that goes back with what I consider imaginary money. How we wind up with owing a country some sort of favor per se versus actual true cash.
What?
Yeah, I guess you don't understand how much money we actually owe China. We owe them a lot.
Okay.
A lot.
Your
Necessarily
trade
from
deficit
cash.
trade deficit is not like a debt to China. That's not what it means.
Okay.
And Lovey, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Crazy. James, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
I'm more
Wacky, thank you
interested.
so much for the $10. Sarah with the $100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for trying to get him to understand tariffs and trade deficit. Love from Canada. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. W's for Sarah in the comment section. So thank you for the hat and mustache. I really appreciate it. As well as thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just a little bit. Linda, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. And then Gryphon, thank you for the $10. I do never check my Discord. I do apologize for that. I'm really bad. You can always send it through the message. You already did. What did you just say though? You were saying?
Oh, I'm more interested in talking about the illegal immigrant stuff.
Okay. So so I mean, but sure, we'll talk about undocumented immigrants. I have a question. Can you name one good reason to deport anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime who's undocumented?
Yes, because they already broke the crime.
They broke the law, so we should enforce all laws.
We do. We're supposed to.
Okay. Well, then I have a question.
No,
Do you know?
No other president gave them what you guys consider the due process, because the only thing for illegal crossings is set in stone deportation. That's why. Now, if they committed another crime while they're here on top of that, then they're entitled to due process. Okay. So yes, even though they're here illegally,
no. Both crimes are both. Yeah. Okay. So other candidates did specifically do due process, like expedited removal implied there was due process. But I just want to address this. Do you know what app you're on?
Do I know him?
No. Do you know what app you're on?
Oh, I'm on TikTok right now.
Yeah. Did you know that there was a TikTok ban? Did you know that there was a TikTok ban?
Yep.
Okay, so you knew that there was a TikTok ban, so you know the app you're on right now is illegal, and that the law is just not being enforced, right?
Do I know that?
Yeah.
Well, due to executive order, it's no longer banned.
No, it's still banned under the law. The executive order is just not to enforce it.
Agreed on that, with that terminology.
Yeah, so like, why are you currently on an illegal app? Shouldn't we be enforcing the law?
Well, if that's what they need to do, then it will go away.
Okay, well then you're still going to keep using the app, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you don't care about violating the law, right? In all circumstances, you don't think all laws should be enforced. So just because something's a law doesn't mean it should be enforced, right?
Nope.
Okay. So then, why should it be the case that someone should be deported if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime?
If this was a chargeable crime, no, I wouldn't be on.
Yeah, so only if it was enforceable. So then, like, you should just say that anyone in the country who's undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, right, that just shouldn't be enforced, that they should be deported.
Oh. Yes, because that's the way it's wrote.
Oh, because it's okay. Well, did you know that it's written down that like people should face fines specifically for utilizing TikTok, right? The services for using for TikTok. So then you think that should be enforced, right?
Yep. They can come find me, and then I won't use the app. It's that simple. I would pay my fine and not be honored again.
So again, so you think that you should have to pay a fine? Okay, here the fine that you should have to pay. It's in my bio, Linktree, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, or you could like look me up on YouTube
Is it
Super
on?
Chat. That's actually the place specifically where you
Is
can.
it on? Is it on here?
Yeah.
Is it on?
It's in my bio. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
When
where
I'm-
that's where you have to pay the fine.
Yeah, whatever.
Fine is due in 15 minutes.
Well, I would rather give you money than give the government money. Just put it that way. I don't care who's in office.
Like, as long as the fine is paid.
No, but here's the thing, and they did this back in the 90s with the packing houses. The companies went to the U.S. government. The government went with guaranteed jobs to the Mexican government, and it sped the process up tremendously. Why can't companies do that?
So you're saying that companies specifically
5 years work on their
okay, so you're
to
saying
work on
you're
their-
saying you're saying work visas, right?
yes.
Okay, so
And
then
that gives them 5 years to start the paperwork for their citizenship if that's so what they choose.
so here's my point then, is that if you agree with that, well then why wouldn't you agree that anyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, right, should be given that same process? Like just say that, like genuinely, like anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be allowed to stay in the country while they go through the process.
Because you have people that have been here that's had long enough to start the process.
You're
and they
saying
never
because
did.
it's taken too long for other people. So like then what I would say is that we should then try to make the process overall go faster, right? So that it encompasses everyone and goes faster for everyone. Roro, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I absolutely 100% agree with that.
That's actually a Democratic position, not a Republican position. Gabby, thank you for the $5. Mary with the $2. Thank you. Absolutely. And then Bailey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5.
Don't get it twisted. I am not a Democrat nor am I a Republican. I see good on both sides of the parties, and that's what needs to be utilized.
Okay, well then you should be able to see the evilness of Donald Trump. That should be something that you can
There's-
identify.
There's absolutely things, and I've said
It's not just certain things. It's so much evil that you shouldn't support him anymore.
I've said this for decades.
What'd
When
you say?
we vote for somebody, we have to vote who we believe is lying to us the least.
Obviously
And-
not Donald Trump.
No, it is.
You think Donald Trump's lying to you the least when he had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration?
No, there's a lot of things that happened during that first administration that went pretty
Yeah,
well.
and apparently
for
there were 30,000 lies. So like do you really think that he's lying to you the least when he does 30,000 confirmed lies, let alone the fact that he lied about the 2020 election results?
But isn't
Amanda, take the $5. He lied about sexually abusing a woman.
look, there was so much hype, and I'm going to say this, and everybody can think that I'm batshit crazy. I believe there's election fraud that happens in every election.
Okay.
My favorite poet and writer got caught stuffing ballot boxes, and then conveniently OD'd and found on a park bench.
Okay.
Edgar Allan Poe. You know
Okay.
his story.
So you understand that there's election fraud in every single election, but proportionally 2020 had the least amount of election fraud.
I will not. I don't buy that. I just don't.
It was true. So you disagree with the 60
why.
you disagree with the
I go by-
so you disagree with the 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election in 2020?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so then what so you don't accept the rule of law, you don't accept our court process, you don't accept our democratic processes, what do you accept?
Am I going to say 100% that Trump should have won that? I don't know. I just know there was a mass amount of fraud that happened. Period.
Okay, well, you believe that there's a massive amount of fraud, but like, what evidence do you have for that? Because over 60 plus
So-
courts indicated
so
no
for-
sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
so for-
Plus, there
for
should have been
example-
charges specifically for all of those counts of fraud that we simply just didn't see at mass.
So, for example, one state sent my son that uses my adult son that still uses my home address, he got 2 mail-in ballots to a state that he never worked in, got loans in, got anything in. Now, obviously, I pitched them in the garbage, but 2. So that just seemed kind of.
I have a question. Is he Democratic or Republican?
He is registered independent.
So then that must have just been an issue, like obviously that would be an accident, right?
Unless
That's obviously not specifically to promote one side or the other because he's independent.
But right, and I would see though if it was from.
So that was just an
The
accident.
state.
So then you should report that to the place where you live, the local area that you live, because that was an accident.
I did to the post office.
Yeah. So any accidents that happen like that, because of course there's bound to be some accidents that happen on a basis where there's hundreds of millions of people in a country. So obviously, that's.
Okay, hang on, I gotta answer this person.
What's
You
that?
want me to prove that? They just asked to prove it.
Prove what?
Well, I have to go back through my Facebook and find where I took them because I no longer have the phone where I screenshotted them to send them to him to say, hey, did you register in Missouri and not in Kansas for some unknown reason? He goes, no, I'm still registered here. I wouldn't lie about stuff I don't have to.
Maybe it is the case that someone else has the same name as him and they got categorized under the same name.
Well, I would say that, but it came in a junior form. So that would be kind of odd.
Okay. So again, I mean, why is this indicating that like Trump won the 2020 election or something? Like I don't think this indicates anything like that.
Now, did I say that he won? That's not what I said.
Like, did your son commit voter fraud with that?
Yes, I believe that there was more voter fraud than what anybody wants.
Wait,
to
hold
admit.
up. Let me restate my question. Did your son commit voter fraud with that?
No.
Okay.
He had no opportunity. They got thrown in the garbage.
Okay.
He went to where we vote at the little.
Okay, so
little church.
the point is that then there was no fraud.
Right, there was no because that would be stupid.
Okay.
So
So
don't
then
understand. I could see where one was a mistake, but 2 that just seemed odd. The first one I just kind of sloughed it off and said, "Hey, you got this," and he goes, "I don't know why." I'm like, "All right, it's pitching it in." The
what
dirt."
was the point of there being more if it was intentional? Like I'm confused. Like of course it was a mistake. If it wasn't a mistake, why would they send in someone who's independent multiple ballots?
I don't know. I just find it. See, you find it odd as well, right?
I mean, I just see it's an accident. It's obviously
Even though
just
there's-
an accident.
All right.
Okay, is there any other policies you like of Donald Trump's? Like, could you name 2 Trump economic policies you like of his that are specific?
Nah, nothing that I'm going to do a bunch of backflips about.
What do you mean backflips?
Nothing that's too exciting because I'm a realist. Yes, the blue collar workers in 5 months got 2% raises. That doesn't mean that more people are out there working necessarily just because raises were given. Does that make sense?
No, repeat.
Or was you not aware of that?
Repeat what you were saying. I'm confused.
Okay, so it just came out that the blue collar workers, there has been a 2% increase in wages.
Wrong. Real median wages have declined.
Where can I find that at?
St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay, I will check that out. I like to get informed on stuff, I promise you. I do.
For sure.
Because that way you can have.
I have a question. Where did you see your source?
Where did I see my source?
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the news outlets that I saw that there was a 2%. Right off the top of my head, I just read that just actually earlier today as I was scrolling through some news crap.
Okay. So something? Fox?
No, I don't believe it. No,
Newsmax?
I don't even watch any of the news. I look for more independent news sources.
Don't watch
'Cause
any
I
of the
believe
news. You look for independent news. Okay.
No, sorry about cussing, saying the H word, but no, I don't believe what any of them try to tell us. Both sides have been debunked more than once.
Okay, so then what independent news do you look at?
I do read some of the what was that PNR?
NPR?
Yeah, they're more of a liberal stuff, but at least they will cut and say what's up.
They're
and what-
they're definitely in the middle. How do you feel about Donald Trump cutting funding for NPR and PBS,
Well,
which is independent media?
I don't necessarily believe that if you're going to be looked at as a news outlet things that the government should try to sway them one way or another.
Wait, but
I don't
like
care
the
what-
point of having them is to ensure that there's unbiased media.
Right. Well, some of the stuff is pretty biased on, at least
On-
on PBS. at
On
times.
PBS, really? Like what?
I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Yeah, like what?
I have-
Can you give me an
I have
example?
I have my own reasons why I think that it was probably the funding was probably cut.
Like what?
It had, in my honest
Sesame
opinion,
Street. Ah!
along with some others, but yes, because they were trying to promote one sort of.
Elmo! How dare they show Elmo to children?
You know, Sesame Street and I are pretty close to the same age. So I watched that and Mr. Rogers and Romper Room and all that other stuff. They're not, my kids are older, so I haven't watched episodes of that, but I couldn't believe where they would say, oh, this is what you are, so you have to go.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Change.
Are you actually saying you disagree with Elmo or Sesame Street?
No, what I said is I haven't seen one for years. So I don't believe that they are trying to push any sort of agenda on children other than if you feel this way, it's okay.
So then
Does that make sense?
So then you don't agree with there being a quote unquote agenda.
No. But you're smart enough to know that everybody, if you're trying to look for something, you can find whatever you're looking for, even though if it's not there.
Okay.
Both sides do that stuff all the time.
All right. Well, I guess is there anything else you'd like to talk about, or add?
No, but I will say this. As far as coming up with some disagreements, that you have been most respectful and probably the calmest that I've came across, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Have
again
a
for
good
having
day.
me.
Have a good day. Alrighty. Andrew, how old are you?
Hey Parker, how's it going?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 42.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Why do you do that?
Have you checked your hairline lately? It's looking like it's receding a little bit. Noticed you're starting to comb it forward a little bit more than usual.
Dude, I have the same hairstyle I've had for years, bro.
Slick it back. Let's see your hairline.
Can you turn your camera on and do it?
No, I don't think I can go live yet.
No, you actually can. I can see you can turn your camera on right now.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you can. I can see you have access.
No, slick your hair back. Let's
Maria,
see it.
think of the $2. You first.
Slick it back, baby.
You first.
Let's see it.
I'm waiting. I sent you an invite. You gotta.
Yeah, I can't. I can't right now.
Yes, you
I
can.
can't do that.
Yes, you can. You literally can.
I can't. I can't do that.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you for some reason won't turn your camera on, dude. I sent you an invite right now.
No, I can't. I can't do that, Parker.
Why? Why not?
I'm asking you first.
Dude,
you
why-
show me yours, and
I-
I'll show you mine.
Wait,
baby.
wait. Oh, no, you can't say the same thing I just said to you. You gotta do it first.
Show me, baby. Slick it back.
That's
Oh, there you go. You're touching it. You're touching. You got close. Oh. No, we gotta see the whole thing.
Now, do you want to
Right?
tell me
Like
why
chat.
do you want to tell me why you support
W
Donald
in the
Trump?
chat. W in the chat if you want to see his hairline.
Do you want to tell me why you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, because he's the best president of the United States that we've ever had, baby.
Why so?
Well, you know why.
Why?
Well, you wouldn't be on here constantly arguing against his policies if he wasn't, right?
Really, me arguing against these policies is evidence that he's
Yeah.
a good candidate?
Yeah, you just spend your entire existence fighting against his policies.
Well, I don't spend my entire existence, but I do spend a lot of my time doing that, and I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's an important thing to do, given how
He's living
how-
rent free inside your head.
No,
He lives rent free inside your head 24/7.
No, it's that he impacts like how
No, he lives in your head.
it's that he impacts this country in a bad way, and I'm advocating
Okay.
against the way that he impacts this country.
I still haven't seen your hairline though.
Yeah, the fact that you're more obsessed with my hairline than you are like. Wait, actually, I have a question. Can you name Donald Trump's healthcare policy?
His healthcare policy is to continue on the people's choice of what they want.
So nothing. So can you name his childcare policy?
Can you name
his
your
child?
hairline
Can you name his?
policy?
Can you name his childcare policy?
What's your hairline policy?
What about his childcare policy?
Are you going to go to Turkey to get a new hairline?
What about his childcare policy?
They actually have pretty good, reasonable discounts and rates for getting new hairlines in Turkey. I hear.
Well, thank you for letting me
I
know.
know- I know our-
I bet you've done a lot of research for yourself. Now, can you please like have a conversation with me now? I'm waiting.
Yeah, you muted me. So
Yeah, well,
I can't,
yeah. Did you hear what I said? I said.
Well,
I
if you
said.
mute me,
I said.
yeah.
Did you hear
I
what
can't
I
talk
said?
to you if you mute me. I can't talk if you mute me though.
Did
Right?
you hear what I said? My hairline lives rent free in your head, bro.
Your hairline lives
Democracy.
rent-free in
Thank
my
you so
head.
much for the $10.
The
Parker has
dumbest thing I've ever
concepts
heard
of a
in my life.
hairline. I do have concepts of a hairline. I bet I have as much of a hairline as Donald Trump does have policy, huh?
So what do you think
Where's the
about
dragon?
the
Thank you.
What do you think about the Iran bombings?
Well, come on. You don't. Yeah, now you don't want to respond. That's interesting.
What do you think about them though?
I think that Donald Trump is starting war for no good reason.
Starting it, even though Obama, Hillary, they all wanted to. They all stated
They had a
and we can go back.
they had a
We can look it
peaceful
up. No,
nuclear
let me
peace
talk,
agreement.
Let me talk. Okay, but they also would have
What? I can't hear you, dude.
It's because you keep muting me. So.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's because your hairline sucks.
Do you want a Kleenex?
For what?
You want a Kleenex?
For what?
For your tears, bro. You're clearly complaining so bad about the fact that you're so obsessed with my hairline.
Well, I just think you're coming it forward and you mess with your hair a lot. I just noticed in your lives.
Yes, I do touch my hair a lot. Yes.
Yeah, it's because you're worried about your hairline, and you're what, like 20?
What? No. Me touching my hair it's because it's called.
Dude,
Hey, I just want to clarify. Me touching my hair is related to what's called stimming. I'm touching the back of my hair, and I'm like going like this because it's like a satisfying like feeling. If it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and you probably touched Dean's hair too, and you guys satisfy each other. But anyways, that's besides.
Did
the
you
point.
write a fanfic?
So, how's your mom's dad's hairline? Because that's what you need to look at. Your mom's side of the
Dude,
family.
it is cooked.
It's cooked. Oh yeah, you're
absolutely cooked, dude.
Yeah, you're screwed then.
Do you wanna?
No, I'm just saying, like, you can go to Turkey and get it done. Get some.
I'm sorry. Why are you so obsessed with my hairline, bro?
plugs.
You want to have a debate?
Well,
or-
I just noticed that.
Like, dude, you have a huge obsession with my hairline, bro. Eliana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It just seems like you care a lot about your hair, and it's gonna be gone.
The only one who really cares about my hair is clearly you, dude. You can unmute your mic, man. Sounds like you've got the insecurities here, man.
Thanks for unmuting me, by the way. Oh, I had to unmute myself actually.
You're welcome.
Because you keep
appreciate the mic. Thank you for the $5. Keep
Keep muting
talking.
me.
Keep talking.
So do you think when
Oh, what a
Iran
good
says,
boy. What a good boy. What a good boy. Nina, thank you for the $5 for the guest fanfic.
Oh, thank you so much. Hey, what do you think?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5, Nina, for the $5 for the guest fanfic about Parker and Dean. Thank you so much. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I don't know. J-Dubs, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, J-Dubs. Thank you. Veronica with the $20. Thank you so much, Veronica.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you.
Veronica, thank you for the $20. Thank you. This guy is dude, are you okay, bro? Chill. Let's just have a conversation. Let's have a dialogue.
Okay, let's have absolutely. Let's have dialogue. So so when Iran is saying debt to America, how do you feel about that?
I disagree with that, man. I think that's bad.
Right. So they shouldn't have nukes then, right?
Yeah.
And also when they want to wipe Israel off the map, how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I disagree with killing any innocent civilians, but I don't think that,
Yeah, but
I don't
answer the
think
question.
I don't think
Answer the question.
and I don't believe in ethno states, so I disagree with any ethno states existing. I think there should be
So how do you
secular
feel about the
democratic states
Ayatollah?
all around the world.
But how do you feel about the Ayatollah saying let's wipe Israel off the map and debt to America? How do you feel about that?
So I'm confused why you keep asking me these questions, man. I've already answered the questions this morning.
No, just answer. How do you feel about Iran, the Ayatollah, them saying debt to America and let's wipe Israel off the map? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I've already answered.
No, answer it now.
I did answer.
No, answer it.
I already answered.
You didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You did not.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I
You
did.
did not. Answer it. Answer the question.
I promise you I answered. Appreciate level up.
Okay. I must have missed it then. You should probably repeat yourself.
You should go back on my YouTube and watch.
Oh, so I have to go. Oh, so we're not going to have a pleasant dialogue.
No, because you're insufferable. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Don't be like that guy. That guy's a waste of time. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $5. Joe, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chris with the $5. Jace with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chris with the $5. Samantha, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Ryan with the $5. Thank you. $1 every time this guy brings up his hairline. Brian, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it for the hair plug. Found a fix to the hairline. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chris, how old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Laura, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for your hair lives rent free in this color's head. For real. I don't know why. Like that guy was so weird. I'm like literally was incapable of engaging in any other dialogue. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004, September.
And you said you're 20?
Yeah,
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
because he's gonna kick the illegal immigrants out that are harming the.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Michael, think of the coconut tree. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And why so?
Well, first off, I support him because in his first term, he made it legal for veterans to go to out-of-service hospitals. So basically, now that I'm a VA, used to only have to be able to go to the VA hospital. During Trump's term, he made it to where I could go to hospitals and urgent cares outside of it and not get penalized for it. I support him for
Actually, I
his.
don't disagree with that policy. Wasn't that supported by both sides?
It was supported by both sides, but Donald Trump's the one that put it into effect. And you asked me why I supported him.
Sure, but like I mean, here for example, like it doesn't seem like we would bring up like a policy that's supported by both sides as a reason to like make the candidate distinct as
Yeah,
to
but
why you
you have to
support them,
understand.
right?
Well, you have to understand that Donald Trump, out of all the people who have been our president, who have been veterans, Donald Trump, a person who, some people call,
Draft
which he
dodger.
was, a draft dodger, he still took the time to honor veterans and to make it to where
By cutting the VA?
he necessarily didn't cut the VA.
He did.
I'm talking about when he gave us the ability to go to private hospitals, because a lot of veterans, after they get out, they live in rural areas. And so hospitals can be 2 or 3 hours away. And so since they're 2 or 3 hours away, the ability to go to a hospital that's 30 minutes away from you can be life-saving in some chances. If I'm visiting family in a different state, I don't have to worry about finding the nearest VA hospital. I can go to any urgent care or any facility that I want to have it taken care of. And I pointed out this because even though both sides did it, Trump was the very first person who wasn't even served in the military. And you look at other people who were our president who served in the military, and that didn't happen. And so I appreciate that.
Okay. So, then do you think that Donald Trump is, I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump's a patriot?
Depending on how you define the word patriot, like, does he love America? Is that essentially what you're asking?
No, I would ask, how do you define the term patriot?
For me, it'd be someone that can look at American citizens, look at the American military, and do what's best for them as a nation overall, or doing what is your duty, even if some people don't like it, to be able to take care of what needs to be done. I mean, look at do you consider our forefathers patriots?
Do you think an American patriot would undermine the Constitution or call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
All right, can I respond to that with a question?
No.
I think they would in certain ways, because do you consider our forefathers patriots?
No.
You don't think that George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, you don't think they were patriots?
No.
How come you don't think they were patriots?
Because they didn't fight for America, including everybody. They fought for America just for white men.
For slavery, essentially.
Yeah, for white men who are property owners. That's not patriotic. Patriotic is
So do you
fighting for
understand that?
being patriotic is fighting for everyone within America. Right? That is being patriotic. The idea
So
that
is-
it's patriotic to own slaves, that it's patriotic to only support rights for white men is ridiculous. That's by no means patriotic. So yes, we do need to revamp what our idea of what patriotism is, right? But we also need to acknowledge that people like Donald Trump are incredibly anti-American and anti-patriotic. Literally calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's anti-patriotic. Undermining our courts by saying the 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election are wrong, right? That's specifically going to be harmful towards, right, what it means to be an American, right? Saying that the civil court and the criminal court that have held him responsible for what he's done and the bad actions that he's committed, that specifically is also, right, under him undermining the court system. That's a violation of what it means to be American, right? Due process rights. He's violating that. That undermines like what it means to be an American. Undermining basic access to simple ways to immigrate to the United States, which is a fundamental aspect of what it means to be an American, the identity of what it means to be an American. Our democratic processes. He sent false leads of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, right? Because he didn't like the results of the 2020 election. That's anti-American at its very fundamental core. Can you name one foundational element of what it means to be American that he has not undermined?
I mean, I think if you look at everyone closely, yourself, myself included, I'd honestly say that probably once in our life, and I know you can say that he's done it multiple times, but I can probably say, Parker, that you've probably gone against the American Constitution in something. You probably didn't agree with it. You probably fought against it. You probably didn't want to do it. So by your own definition, you would
Not
say
those
that you're not
wait. Those are fundamental aspects of American identity. the rule of law, our democracy, our court system, our constitution. These are fundamental aspects. No, I have not. And also, I'm not the presidential candidate. Dan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. By the way, I don't think that I'm qualified to be president. I genuinely don't. I know a lot of people on the internet will be like, Parker for president. You know, I get that. But like, I genuinely don't think that I'm good enough to be president. Right? I think the standard should be a hell of a lot higher than what we have right now. And the fact that I would be a better candidate than Donald Trump, right, and the current president that we have right now is actually showing and telling, as I'm a 23-year-old. Right? I should not be someone that should be, you know, at all comparable in terms of qualifications to the fucking president, and yet I am, which is insane to say.
So can I ask a question?
Go ahead. And Monty, thank you for the $4.20 for Parker for president. Allison, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Angela, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Go ahead.
I mainly just wanted to hear your response to it. If you look at any president in the last 20 years, their net worth significantly grows while they are the president. A lot of people contribute to that, to insider trader, to underhand deals. Can you explain why Donald Trump's the only president in recent history for his net worth to go down?
His net worth has not gone down.
Net worth has gone down.
No,
I mean,
more.
you can, if you add the basics of it, he sold the part. He had to sell part of his company and give it to his son.
Can I? Yeah, more than half of his net worth is his Truth Social stock. Dan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He also dropped a meme. He also dropped a meme coin. He's made millions of dollars off the presidency, off his meme coin, off of his fucking Trump Bible, off of his fucking watches, right? Like all of the shit that he just dropped. Like those are ways for foreign countries to literally increase his net worth, right, and funnel him money without it being direct. Vivi, thank you so much for the hand art. And again, Dan, thank you so much. Dan said the Veterans Choice Act was implemented under Obama and extended by Trump.
It wasn't. It was suggested and started, but it never went into full effect.
Yeah, it's just showing it's bipartisan, not unique. But what you were saying?
I forgot where I was.
Thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
Also, I do support the fact. I don't know if it's fully to the extent that is at right now, but I do support the fact of securing our borders and protecting our citizens and taking care of what needs to be done.
How did Donald Trump secure our borders?
It was in his first 100 days when he said that he was going to be a dictator and he was going to put in a bunch of new laws. He did say it. Don't act surprised. You heard him say it. I heard him say it. Everyone said it.
And you're totally okay with him being a dictator?
I'm totally okay with him because in the context that he used that word was...
Dude, no way. You did not just say that. You did not just say you're okay with Donald Trump being a dictator.
Can you let me respond, please?
Push the club victory. Please make sense.
He said it in such a way where he was speaking to the right and he was saying, listen, everything that Biden put into effect that we all hate, I am going to get rid of it. I am not going to let the left take over, and I'm going to abolish it and put it back to where we were so we can keep our economy correct. So yes, he did use an outlandish word. I think it's called hyperbole. Is that what the word is? I used it right?
Are you okay with him being a dictator?
No, and he's not a dictator.
Okay, so if you're not okay with him being a dictator, then why are you okay with him being a wannabe dictator?
Because the context that he used that word in is that he was saying that he was going to reverse every harmful thing that Biden put into effect. And that's what he was saying. So yes, as the leftist, you can 100% see it as him.
Krista, thank you for the $5. Janice, thank you for the $10. Ryan, thank you for $5. I just think it's insane that you're okay with him saying that he wants to be a dictator on day one. Can you imagine if a Democrat did that? Lane, thank you so much for the $10.
If they said it,
yes.
If they said that, if say like Harris comes into effect.
If Harris said that she wanted to be a dictator on day one, Republicans would flip their shit.
They would. But if she said it in a context, you know that you would defend her in the sense of, hey, she used a word that I probably wouldn't.
I would not defend someone calling themselves wanting to be a dictator on day one. In the specific context that Donald Trump brought it up, I would not want my candidate to say that.
I'm just saying, if somebody, I've watched a couple of your videos. I know some people have said outlandish things. I think you defended Biden when he said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
By the way,
you defended him.
No, I did not say that. I did not defend that. You absolute liar.
Was it? Okay, I apologize if I was incorrect.
Nurse, thank you, description.
It was you or Dean or somebody or
Dean
another
did not
person.
defend that either.
I watched a video where somebody said that they were not really defending it per se, but they were definitely doing it in a way where it's like he's trying to make the old man seem nice.
What?
Either way about it, we'll move on. The question of closing the borders. Is there anything else you want to talk to about that? You don't. So how would you suggest on Donald Trump to hand our borders being opened and 4 million plus people flooding in? We don't know who it is. We don't know what it is. We don't know if they support America, if they're not support America. I mean, I don't know about your news feed, but my news feed, I saw that it was somebody from the Middle East. I don't want to say anything incorrectly, but we found one of their number one people trying to sneak across the Mexico border. And that wouldn't have been caught. But in the last 4 years, so many people have been flooding in. We're not really sure who's here. Does that not worry you a little bit that you don't? I mean, don't get me wrong. Probably
Dude, I'm sorry. You're insane. One of the number one people came from the Middle East. Why is that a bad thing? One of the number one people. I don't know who's the number one person, but the number one person sounds like they're a great person, right? Some random number one person from the Middle East. Like, what's wrong with them coming to the country?
He was the number one person of a terrorist group. He was a general.
Oh, okay, wait. So then why were you associating them just being from the Middle East to be from a terrorist group?
Because I remember it was either Afghanistan or Iraq or Iran, and I didn't want to
wait, so then why are you associating being from the Middle East with being a terrorist?
I'm not associating
You did, because you said specifically that it is the case that I should have been able to implicate based upon what you said, just them coming from the Middle East, being a number one person from the Middle East. I should have been able to implicate that you were meaning that they were from a terrorist organization. So you were associating being from the Middle East with being a terrorist. That's absolutely what you were doing.
Parker, it might have been an internet disconnection. It might have been a lag, but
no, it's what you said. It's absolutely what you said.
Sir, listen. It might have been what you heard, but it's not the words that came out of my mouth.
Yeah, that sounds like gaslighting. Dude.
Okay, well, let's say this.
You are absolutely that is gaslighting 101. What the fuck? That might be what you heard, but it's not what I said. I promise you. Like, what did you sound like? Gaslighting 101. That is totally like textbook gaslighting. What is this guy talking about, bro? That's what you said. You literally did say that.
All right, you know what? Let's say that. Let's say that, yes, I did say that, and I apologize. I misspoke. What I was trying to say was, during that time when a bunch of illegals were coming over,
undocumented
one of the number one terrorist group, a general of some sort, came over, and we had actually caught them. They were coming from Mexico. I don't remember what country they're from, because not everybody in the Middle East are terrorists. But it was somewhere from the Middle East. Is that a better sentence for you, Parker?
Okay. I have a question.
Hang on. I want to finish my point. So out of the 4 million people plus that we don't know that came over here in the last couple of years, how many potential more people that are going to cause harm to America could have came over, even statistically, if you add the numbers up?
Oh, yeah. If you want if you
Sorry, I'll let you speak.
If you want to talk statistically, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So proportionally, the country will be less likely, right, for those types of things to happen if the greater percentage of the population would be undocumented immigrants.
I didn't say...
Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Sid. And Evelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Yes, because the majority of the people that are coming over here are good people. Plus, they also, the ones that are mild people, I'm not going to use good or bad, but those people don't want to get in trouble with the law because they're illegals and they will get sent back over. So they have an even more reason to not break the law, because if an American breaks the law, they're going to jail, they're getting a slap on the wrist, they got to pay a fine. However, if an undocumented illegal immigrant comes over here and they break the law, the punishment is more severe for them because they're either going to get deported or deported and sent to their own jail. So yes, the crime rate for them is naturally going to be lower because of that. I've been on this earth a really long time.
Then can you explain to me why documented immigrants also have a lower rate of crime?
Because I truly believe that some immigrants that come over here hold traditional to more American values, than some Americans we have in this nation. It's as simple as that.
So then you should say that immigration is good for the economy and good for our cultural values
Immigration is amazing for our economy. Undocumented
and for our
immigration
cultural values.
Undocumented immigration is not.
Okay,
Immigration,
so
100%.
then just document people in terms of the immigration. Everyone who's an undocumented immigrant should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Yeah, I've met plenty of legal people. Actually, some of my best friends in the
Undocumented
Marine Corps.
immigrants.
Some of my best friends in the Marine Corps came over through this country and they joined the military. So, if anybody wants to come to this country and they want a fast pass, serve 4 years in the United States Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, Space Force, any of our military branches, you serve up to 4 years. And by the time you serve your term, you can be a documented immigrant. You can be 100% stated as American. That is a fast pass. It's the fastest pass to America, and you serve your nation. That's already in effect, Parker.
Yeah, I don't think that you should have to join the military in order for that to happen.
You don't think you should have to serve the country?
Plus, it shouldn't. You shouldn't have to serve the country. Yeah.
Why should you not serve your country in some sort of way? If you want to be a fast pass,
you shouldn't have to serve your country as it relates to the military.
You don't have to, but that's your fast pass that you asked.
It's not really much of much of a fast pass, right? Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like you understand that we're talking about this process taking years.
Parker, somebody can come in and say, "I want to join the military." They get vetted and they get sent off to boot camp.
Do you think Donnie would do this? Do you think because he dodged the draft a few times?
He did dodge the draft. I made a comment the other day, like, you and Dean were posting about World War III, and I was like, man, Dean, you kind of have a hard time above you. You either got to A, go to World War III in the draft, or B, dodge the draft. But if you do that, that kind of makes you a hypocrite because you bashed Donald Trump for so many years about that. So, I hope there's no draft. I hope there's no World War III. But, if there's World War III, Parker, are you strapping on boots? Are you grabbing a gun? Are you going to go fight for this nation, or are you going to dodge the draft? Be honest.
There's not going to be a draft. Katie, think of the five.
I'm asking you if there is. You ask hypothetical questions all the time. I'm saying hypothetically, the draft starts tomorrow, Parker. You're get an envelope in the mail that says, Parker, your nation calls upon you to join the military service. Are you dodging it and saying that you can't walk like a duck, or are you going to strap up boots, grab a gun, and go fight for this nation and do your patriotic duty?
I wouldn't dodge the draft, but I wouldn't take a combat role.
What role? Say that they put you into combat, Parker. That's because when the draft happens, I wouldn't do
that.
All right. Say your only option is infantry, Parker. What do you do then?
I wouldn't do that.
So you would dodge the draft.
So yeah, I would probably sit in prison, yeah, rather than go out and fight in war, yeah, depending on the conflict, depending on what's happening.
If that's where you say, at least you openly admitted you would rather sit in prison than go fight for a nation that you claim to love. Because here's the thing is,
I just want to be clear. Most of the times that I see us engaging in violent conflict, I don't see it to be good enough reason for me to do that. Say like someone was invading our country, and it was the case that like let's suppose there are aliens invading the fucking country, okay? Would I like take up arms to prevent, people from being hurt or something? Let's
be honest.
So I'll give you an example. Let's say the zombie apocalypse happened. Okay, would I take up arms to protect American citizens from the zombie apocalypse? Absolutely. What?
That's fair.
But here's can I get there's gonna be so much extra context that's on top of these types of things in the very first place.
Fair enough. But hey, at the end of the day, in 3 years, or a little over 3 years, Donald Trump is never going to be your president again. And so therefore, there is still the nation of the United States of America. And I'm asking you, do you believe that the United States of America is bigger than one man? Because you're saying that it's not. You're saying that you would rather go sit in jail and dodge the draft than go fight for Donald Trump, who's doing something for America.
Yeah, I would not go on a combat role on something Donald Trump is just sending people around. I would
No. We already said it. I said that the hypothetical was you had to do a combat role, and you said you would rather sit in jail. So
yeah, I'd rather sit in jail than do a combat role for Donald Trump. Yeah.
So what makes you better than Donald Trump? Maybe he had the same point where he was like, I
He
don't
was
want to go
held
to the
civilly
draft. I
liable.
would rather.
Here, I'll tell you.
I would rather dodge the
Here,
draft
I'll
and go
tell.
fight
I'll
for
tell
this
you. I'll tell
president.
you what makes me better than Donald Trump. Here, let me just explain to you, and like, give me 2 minutes to explain this, okay?
No. Listen. Hey, I know you're going to go down this huge list of he grapes people, of he.
Well, if you've heard it, well, you're going to hear it again. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will. He said you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, where there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old, where Donald Trump would barge in to the changing rooms, right? So that's literally what we're referencing, right, in terms of Donald Trump's behavior. He said that he grabs women by the vagina without asking, right? That's the type of guy that you support in terms of Donald Trump. That's that guy? Really? You think that there's not a distinction between me and that guy? Really?
Here's the thing: is I voted him to be my president. I didn't vote him to be my pastor. I voted him because he is a businessman. He's ran successful businesses. I don't know what he's done in his private life. If he's done all those things and he gets convicted and goes to jail, by all means do it. He's got enough money to fight it and get away with it, just like every other rich person that can do that.
Can I ask you a question?
But I didn't vote him to be my pastor. I vote him to be my leader.
Interesting.
I don't know if you know this, but if you've ever read the Bible, there's this guy in the Old Testament called King David, and he was a horrible man too. He did despicable things. He did disgusting things. He did nasty things. But again, King David is not my savior. Jesus Christ is. So I didn't vote King David to be my king because he's not my king. But he is the leader. And there's a distinct difference between Donald Trump being my pastor and being the leader of this nation. Sure, he's done outlandish things. Sure, he's done horrible things. Parker, if you were in his world and you were as long as he is, you cannot sit here and say, because of the theory of probability, that you would not be in some kind of tempted shoes ever in your life. You could say right now, yes, I would not do horrible things. Yes.
Stop
you can
talking,
say that.
you disgusting fuck. We're talking about him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing women and bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, and saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Seriously, what are you talking about? Also, you're saying you're not supporting him as your pastor. I'll ask you this simple question. If Donald Trump were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you have voted for him over Kamala Harris?
If he was trialed for sexually abusing a child.
If he was held civilly liable, given the same standard of evidence provided in the E. Jean Carroll case, right? Would you, for sexually abusing a child, would you have voted for him over Kamala Harris?
I think that child abuse and child sexual abuse is wrong.
Yeah, that's not an answer to
Would
my
I vote for
question.
him?
Dude, he's not answering my
Would
question.
I-
So if Donald
Would
Trump
I
if
vote
Donald
for
Trump was
him?
held civilly
Fine.
liable,
You don't have to re-ask it. I know the question. Would I vote for him? No. And no, I don't think that a child is more important than a woman.
okay, so then listen. So then let me ask you this question. What is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means it's excessively bad in one scenario insofar as that you wouldn't vote for him, but not in the other scenario.
Because a child is pure in nature and a woman can be deceive just like a man can be deceive.
Wait, hold up. A child being quote unquote pure in nature means that sexually abusing them is significantly worse insofar as it is the case that it's excessively wrong to not
that's
support
not what I'm
them in
saying.
that scenario. But if the victim were a woman, then she's quote unquote not pure enough in order for it to be
No,
considered
that's
bad
not what I'm
enough for you to
saying.
like not support the guy.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then
I am
clarify.
saying that a child is pure in nature and a child's innocent by them saying, hey, Uncle Donnie did special tickle time and I'm not cool with it.
A woman who gets sexually assaulted is also innocent. I'm confused as to why you're trying to prescribe a distinction between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child by saying that one would be innocent and the other wouldn't be. That's fucking crazy. Saying that a rape victim is not innocent is fucking insane. Right? E. Jean Carroll has done nothing wrong.
I'm not saying that she's not innocent. if you will let me finish, please, Parker. I am saying that a child has more innocence to not be deceased, I can't say that word, to not be deceptive. I am saying that we, through plenty of studies, we found out.
Okay, so you're
That
misinterpreting my question, because I said given the same standard of evidence. So the same likelihood of being true in the cases is the same for both of them. There's the same probability of it being true. So this idea
at
of
the
quote
end of the
unquote
day,
children are less deceptive is not a reason to dispute this. Plus, there's not even good evidence to indicate that specifically.
at the end of the day, Parker, I do not know if she was great, and I do not know if she wasn't
Okay,
great.
but if
I don't know.
wait, but like again, you would say that given the same standard of evidence in the Eugene Carroll case in terms of probability of that being true, provided in the case where the victim's a child, you would say that you wouldn't support him. So what about the victim being a child then gets your intuition to say that it's excessively bad enough insofar as that you won't support him? But for some reason, when the victim's a woman, your intuition doesn't go off. Please explain to me why that's the case.
I've explained it a couple of times. Let me try if I can. I'm trying to see if you can get to understand the simple fact that as a person grows older, they are more likely to commit sin. They are more likely to lie about things. They are more persuaded to lie about things. A child is innocent and has no reason to do that yet. Do I know that she's lying? I don't. Do I know that he's lying? I don't. I am saying that as a
I'm confused.
child,
I'm confused. How come women have a reason to lie and children don't?
it's not women, it is adults,
Yeah, how come adults have a reason to lie but children don't?
because they are less innocent. They have been persuaded. They can be
Okay.
persuaded more.
I have a
They
question.
can.
I have a question. If the victim was 17 and 6 months, right, versus the victim being 18 years old, right, what would change about the two individuals insofar as that you're like in one scenario, right, you should apply this, and in the other scenario you wouldn't apply it?
Man, honestly, that's a question I've had to ask myself because I was at a church, and a youth pastor ended up touching a kid that was 1 month away from 18 years old. And there was a big divide of how much liable, like what really changes in a month. I mean, because what happens in a month's time is a lot of questions what people asking. Because at 18, in 30 days, does a child mature?
I want to be very clear, right? Someone who is going after a child as an adult, that's a fucking pedophile, and you should be able to identify that that's pedophilic, even if they were just about to be 18. Like, what? That the reason why I was bringing up that example was to demonstrate to him that you shouldn't view a great victim that is 17 and a half any different than a great victim that is 18. Not to say specifically that a 17 and a half-year-old that could fucking get, even 18-year-old. It'd be even weird for an adult pastor to go after an 18-year-old. Okay? So even that is weird. Like, so I'm just like, I don't even know what this guy's saying. Like, that's crazy, bro. All right, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes real quick. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to tap that screen, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. It will help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. I am going to try and catch up to everything. We just hit 1K, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes on TikTok here. Or I mean on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Push the hand heart. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. All right. Well, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I do, sir.
How old are you?
19, sir.
And what's your birth year?
2006, sir.
2006. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Before we start this conversation, can I give a quick disclaimer that I will talk to you with the utmost respect, and I would hope you talk to me with the utmost respect. Do we agree?
Sure.
Alright. Well, I supported Donald Trump mostly because of the tax proposition, because I feel, in my own opinion, that it would help my mother out because my mom loves working overtime. So I feel it would benefit her more.
Does she make under $130,000 a year?
I believe so.
Okay.
But
Well, net she
when
would
I
have
initially read it, my apologies, sir.
net she would have an increase in taxes then, according to the big beautiful bill. People are saying I've
No,
talked
when
to
I
you before, have
initially
I?
read it, sir. No, this is the first time I'm actually speaking to you, sir.
Okay.
But when I initially read it, it said under 500,000 would qualify for the bill. So this is something I would have to do a little more.
No, it's not under
digging.
500. It's you're for the overtime. No tax on overtime. It's over 150 that you don't get it. But I'm saying for people who make under 130,000, it is the case that it's a net loss in terms of benefits, taxes, right, in the overall structure of the bill. It's a net loss for people who make under 130,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I gotta do more research on that, but when I first read it, it sounds good to my family, so that's why I've voted that. And I don't really.
So given
agree
that it's
with
a
other
net
stuff
loss,
that-
would you agree that you don't support it?
If it's found out, if I found out, yeah, I would probably change my mind the more I do research on.
Okay. So okay. So all right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add then?
Yeah, mostly about the border crisis that is not really a crisis no more, as I
Okay.
would just call it.
Okay. What is a border crisis?
Well, the fact that Joe Biden, under his administration, allowed 4 million illegal aliens to cross the border.
Undocumented immigrants.
It's-
What's wrong with more people coming to the country?
You just don't know who's in. Like, yeah, I understand that there will be some good people who come in, and to them, I hope they eventually get their citizenship.
Wait. So give every
But-
undocumented immigrant in the country a pathway to citizenship, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Wouldn't that? Okay, dude. There's a lot going on in the background.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm on vacation.
That's okay.
Let me go outside real quick. There we go. Yeah, I just don't know who's entering the country, because what if it's someone like a drug lord or something, and then he's just poisoning my old neighborhood.
Okay, so you know that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens?
Yeah, no, I read that statistic, but still, there's always that risk that you don't want to. Why the hell is it so loud out here? There's always that risk you don't want to allow any potential future. Hold up.
Is it okay that maybe you want to come back in the future on a different day, man, when maybe you're not on vacation or something?
Yeah, it'd probably be best if I come back another day. It's a
Alright.
pleasure to debate with you, though.
Appreciate you coming up.
Have a good day.
All right. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
November.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I have a question. Do you think that you should give Trump a or go back on what you said a couple days ago about how he's starting a war in Iran, since there's now no war in Iran.
Really? What happened to the ceasefire?
U.S. and Iran.
What do you mean? Wait, where did the U.S. get a ceasefire with Iran? Mama Core, thank you
No,
so much
you're
for the
saying what
galaxy.
you're asking what happened to the ceasefire, which
Yeah,
would be you referring to Iran and Israel.
yeah. So wait, where's the ceasefire between Iran and the United States?
Well, there isn't one, but
Oh,
no war ever
okay.
really
Really?
started
Then why did
between
Donald Trump say
Iran
that there
and
was a
Iran.
war?
Well, Donald Trump can say that, but was the United States through Congress declaration of war on Iran?
Okay, are you saying that can you define war?
War would be two countries actively fighting each other or multiple,
So
like an active
Iran,
fight that is.
and the United States bombing each other. That's not them fighting each other.
I mean, it would be, but order to declare war in this country, it has to go through Congress.
Okay. So to clarify, were we involved in war with Russia and Ukraine?
We weren't. No,
No.
no. We supported Ukraine through a something in the 90s that we had to actually support them because they gave us all of their nuclears.
It's a proxy war, but so it is certain context of war, but very clearly, I think that based upon practically everyone's definition of war, we wouldn't have to declare war in order for there to be war, right? If there was never a declaration of war during World War II times, yet we did every action the exact same, would still have been a war. Yes, right?
Through Congress, we
Understand how?
declared war on Germany in World War II.
I understand, but if every action happened the same, but there was just no declaration
Oh,
by
so you're asking
Congress.
without the declaration, would it still be a war?
Yeah.
I,
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously.
yes, it would be. Vietnam didn't go through Congress. Do we still consider Vietnam a war? Yes, but look at the different contexts between your example of it. Still the different contexts of USA and
I couldn't
Iran.
hear you. Repeat what you were saying. Sorry.
Wait, for like how long? About like 15 seconds?
Yeah, 10 seconds.
All right, so I was giving you an example of Vietnam and how Vietnam didn't go through Congress to be a declaration of war. We would still consider America fighting in the Vietnam War. So we consider it Vietnam War, yes, because the context between Vietnam and what happened a couple days ago in Iran are two different. Us bombing their nuclear sites is not a declaration of war,
Okay. So what
and
is a
them
war?
notifying
What is
us
war? Because war
before.
applies without a declaration. So please tell me what is war?
And the definition that I would give you of war would be two countries that are engaging in each other, or it could be multiple as well, engaging in each other in a long-term fighting.
So there's no short-term wars?
Yes, there can be, but what happened with the United States and Iran wouldn't fall into that definition.
Why?
Bombing nuclear sites,
Why? Because they bombed each other.
because we were denuclearizing them.
That's still
And
bombing
then
them.
they notified us before they retaliated, so it wouldn't so there would be no military death personnel.
That still doesn't mean it's not war, right? It's
Okay,
not.
how about this, Parker? I'll go with you with this. Under your definition of war, you would say this is a war. Are we currently actively at war with Iran right now?
Yes.
How?
We're fighting back and forth and there hasn't been a drafted ceasefire or any type of resolution.
Okay, so we didn't bomb them. We bombed their nuclear sites and they notified us before retaliating. That wouldn't be it would be like once. You're saying back and forth as if this is constantly going on. It's not a war, Parker. It'd hardly be a conflict. What is he hitting his fucking vape right now?
You obviously know it's a war. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to sit here and debate you all day on like whether or not you consider it a war. Everyone here defines it as a war. Apparently you don't, because you're weird. Now, what's your point?
No, I was you like a couple of days ago, you were really getting at Trump. You and Dean were getting at Trump for because you guys were saying, oh, his campaign was no new wars, and you were blaming him. Oh, we got us into this new war, so now that we're like, so like now that I'm clarifying you that we're actually like not in this new war.
Okay,
He still is upholding his
can I
campaign
clarify?
strategy
Can I
of no
clarify
new
with you?
wars.
What new wars did
Yeah,
Joe Biden cause?
Ukraine.
I thought
He
that was. I
sent
thought that
before.
wasn't. I thought that wasn't a war we were involved in. I asked you that question.
No. The United States weren't active in that war, but it was a new war under Joe Biden because he sent
Okay,
Kamala Harris
wait. So
to
then,
Ukraine
there
to
newer.
solve this,
So
and
then there were new wars under Trump, right?
none of the United States was involved in it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the U.S. wasn't involved in the
But what war
Russia-Ukraine.
did Trump start?
I thought you said the U.S. wasn't involved in Russia-Ukraine.
What war did Trump start, Parker? What
Literally.
new war?
What do you think I'm going to say?
And I'm explained to you already how this isn't a war.
You have given me no good definition to be able to do so. Totally
And
incoherent.
you haven't given me on how it is a war, so what are you getting at?
I've already given you a definition that's applicable to that. Lovey, thank you for the $5. Thank you, guest. If I hit you and you hit me back, but each time you threw threw punches, we told each other we were about to throw one, would we still be in a fist fight?
That's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's not. Address it.
Yes, it is.
It's still a fist fight.
Listen, if I ran,
Wow.
it's like this. If you're
Cooked.
telling me you're gonna punch me, and you're like, make sure like I'm gonna punch you here so it doesn't hurt, and then you punch me, then no, I wouldn't even be considering you actively fighting me right now.
Oh, so then you wouldn't still be in a fist fight?
No. It's like, Parker, if I could have punched you with Parker, oh, I'm gonna punch you right here in your shoulder, right where it won't hurt, and then I do it. Are you even gonna be mad at that?
That's obviously you're still in a fight. Okay, dude. I think you're just being
You
dense.
couldn't.
I think
You
you're being
couldn't even. You
dense.
didn't even answer my
I think you're
question.
being dense on purpose.
I don't think I am.
I think you absolutely are. I think you see exactly what I'm saying here, and you're just choosing not to accept it. Regardless. If you'd like to actually genuinely engage with what I have to say, go for it. But clearly it doesn't seem like you are.
I've explained
By the
to
way,
you how
Heidi,
there
thank you
is
so
no
much for
new
the
war
$30
under
on
Trump.
PayPal. Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Heidi in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Lovey, thank you for the $5. I know, right? And Jesse, thank you so much for the $5. Go for it.
I've explained to you how has been no new war under Trump, and if you're gonna call this thing a war,
Define
how about
war
this?
again.
It was
We'll
a
do it again. We'll
ceasefire.
do it again. Define
No,
war.
no, no, no. Before I do that, if you're gonna call it, let's agree with you that we're gonna call this a war, and not even a long-term end. There's been a ceasefire of it because of Donald Trump. So go
Okay.
ahead, address that.
There isn't a ceasefire right now. The ceasefire was dead. Secondly,
It was, yeah. I mean, it was broken, but Trump.
Secondly, Donald Trump coined it as the 12-day war, right? So apparently wars can be a short period of time, according to Donald Trump.
My point to you is that under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, there's been long-term wars, two of them actually. I could give you an example of two of them. And under Donald Trump, all right, let's go ahead, let's call it a war. He immediately got a ceasefire done. So though they broke it, you got to give him some credit for at least getting a
No,
ceasefire
come
done very
on.
shortly.
Yes, I'm gonna give him credit for a ceasefire that barely lasted 2 fucking hours that he was so happy about that he gave us nothing.
Then can you criticize Joe Biden for this 3 years that Russia and Ukraine are at
No,
right now?
wait. So again, because it is the case that Russia is not going to come to the table, and that's why Donald Trump hasn't got a deal done at all. Donald Trump's just giving more power to Putin.
So you're not going to give credit for Donald Trump that if we're going to agree.
I'm not going to give credit. I'm not going to give
conversation.
credit for no reason. I'll give credit when you deserve credit.
I just want to get this right. I'm going to agree with you that this is a war just for the sake of this conversation. Iran and Israel. He got this thing figured out in 12 days. We're going to just go according to him, 12-day war. we got it figured out. We got a ceasefire
So
done.
to
The
clarify,
OPEC broke
you
it. No, real quick, real
wait,
quick, real quick.
no.
You're not gonna give him credit for that.
You do concede that it was a war, though, right?
For the sake of this conversation, I'll agree with you that it's a war under what I would consider a war. No, I wouldn't.
This guy, dude. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous.
Do you even get what I'm saying to you right now?
No.
All right, I'll explain it to you again. All right, for the sake of our conversation, I'm going to agree
I
with you
am
that
not
it's a war.
levitated enough for this.
What do you mean?
I said I'm not levitated enough to deal with this. Go ahead.
I was like, I don't.
It's okay.
All right. So what I'm trying to get to you is that let's say it's a war, okay, Parker? Donald Trump was able to get a ceasefire in less than a month, or less than 15 days into what you call a war. But when Joe Biden let this Russian-Ukraine thing go on for it's 3 years now, there has been no ceasefires. There has been, I mean, there was negotiating talks when Trump took office, and he sent Kamala Harris over there before it became a full invasion. And what does she do? You won't criticize that, will you?
She didn't do anything bad. So in terms of this, Trump said that he would get the deal done in 24 hours for Russia Ukraine. He got nothing. The reason
Oh
why he
my
didn't get
God,
anything
did
with
you
Russia,
actually believe that? Did you actually believe that?
the reason why he didn't get anything done with Russia Ukraine is because Russia is not willing to come to the negotiation table at all. So it's literally something that you're gonna have to force Russia into submission on.
There were talks when Trump took office.
Okay, and they went nowhere.
Was there talks when Biden was in office?
Yes, and they went nowhere. That's
No, there
exactly why
weren't.
they didn't want to keep doing them. They obviously saw they aren't going nowhere.
No, there weren't. First of all,
Also, by the
he
way,
sent Kamala Harris
someone,
to.
hold it. Someone wanted me to correct your pronunciation of nuclear.
I said nuclear wrong?
Yeah,
Oh my God, really?
yeah, nuclear.
Oh. So Parker, this is what you can do. You can
Understand it.
either give credit to Donald Trump for getting a ceasefire into what you call war, or you can criticize the Biden administration for leading this Russian-Ukraine war on for so long. What's it going to be?
Repeat that one more time.
You can give credit for Donald Trump to ending for the sake of this conversation, a war in 12 days, at least getting a ceasefire in there. And
That's
this
not
is
end.
more
It didn't
than
end
what
the war. It didn't end the war.
that's
It
what
wasn't a real
okay,
ceasefire. The
even if it
ceasefire,
didn't,
the ceasefire
right,
never
even if
went
it
in.
didn't,
Do you agree the ceasefire never went into effect?
it went into effect that it was broken immediately.
No,
It
it never.
definitely went into
No, it
effect.
didn't.
What do you mean? No, it didn't.
It
I
did
mean, we
not go
saw.
into effect. Where did it? When?
Well, from what I saw, it was that the ceasefire would go into effect in 6 hours from when it immediately
And
from
did
when I
that
saw
ever
it,
even
and
happen?
yes.
Really? When? Push that mustache. From what hours?
Well, I think it went on effect around 1 in the morning, EST, and I think it was broken around from around 1 to either when I woke up this morning. Had already been broken.
Okay, so incredibly quickly, already broken. It lasted like fucking 10 minutes, right?
Right, but would you agree that Trump did more to end what you call a war than what Biden under his administration did
No, that's not
for
ending a
this
war.
years?
That's not ending a war. You know that's not ending a war. Stop acting like that's ending a
Right, but
war.
I'm not saying it is, but would you give him credit for a ceasefire? That's
No,
more
that's
than
nothing.
what Biden and Harris can
He
achieve during the war in Ukraine. It's
stop
more.
stop saying this because this literally gave us nothing. This isn't an actual ceasefire that like he actually got. Okay?
It was a ceasefire.
You are granting him. No, it's not because there was nothing actually. What can you define ceasefire?
A ceasefire would be a stopping of shooting.
Okay. So technically, there are always There's. I don't know why it's lagging on TikTok. If it's lagging on TikTok, tell everyone to go over to the YouTube. I don't know why it's lagging. It shouldn't be lagging. Is it lagging on YouTube, everyone? We're good. We're good. All right. Okay. Sorry, repeat what you just said.
Oh no, you were addressing something I said. You asked me what a ceasefire is. I told you it's to stop them shooting.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously it's going to be relating to like both sides coming to a particular agreement to stop shooting, right?
Right.
Okay. And if the quote unquote, if the ceasefire doesn't last very long, did you actually stop the fight? No, you didn't. Like, let me give you an example. If I was trying to break up a fight, and for literally like 5 minutes I broke up the fight, but then they started fighting again, would you really say I did much specifically? Right?
Okay. Okay. I'll ask you this
No, I
then.
didn't stop the
Would
fight.
you say that Trump did? Would you say that's more than what Biden Harris did under this Russian Ukraine war? Is
What's
that
that?
more than what they did? Because there was no stopping of fighting during that.
There was no stopping a fight during when? Sorry.
Russia Ukraine. I
Yeah.
would say
Wait.
that Trump did
Yeah. But
more
wait.
in less time. No, no, no. Trump did more in less time into this what you call a war than Biden and Harris did in years of a Russia Ukraine war. But you won't even acknowledge this. You keep going away from it.
Because the ceasefire that you're referencing didn't give us anything. There wasn't an actual meaningful ceasefire because it
No, I
was.
disagree with
Can I
this.
please
Even if it
finish?
didn't
Can I
give you
please
any
finish? Can I please finish?
finish, Parker.
Thank you. The ceasefire didn't actually give us anything, right? It didn't last very long at all, right? I don't see why you're acting like it gave us something when clearly the deal didn't get us anywhere. Alongside the fact with Russia Ukraine, we did get places with Biden office. We were actually limiting Russia, right, at that particular point because we got the entirety of the West to help defend Ukraine. That is doing something against Russia. Russia was never going to come to the negotiation table, and that's clearly being seen under Donald Trump as well. Does that make sense?
I don't think the Ukrainian people would agree with you when you say that they were stopping Russia. There was no stopping Russia.
Yes, there was. Ukraine is
Okay,
still a country
so
today
Russia has been
because of the West defending Ukraine. That's literally the reason why Ukraine's still a country.
right, but where did this war get? Russia has been continuously bombing, killing Ukrainian people. There has been no stopping of that. I don't understand what you're getting at. I mean, yes, been support to there was
Wait, Donald
support to
Trump cut
Ukraine.
off
You
Donald
gave them
Trump cut off
artillery
the
and stuff.
aid to Ukraine. That harms
Rightfully
Ukraine. And
so.
now other European countries specifically have kept up on that funding to Ukraine, but Ukraine has significantly less funding because of that. And that's harming Ukraine's ability to stay a fucking country. So
Let's be clear,
like
Ukraine started this, by the
the
way.
fact that you want to be involved in an offensive conflict on behalf of Israel is crazy when you don't even want to defend Ukraine when we said we would. Seriously,
Yes,
we said we
we
would.
agreed to was it something that we would agree to
Wait,
defend
you
Ukraine
said
if they gave
Ukraine.
us
Wait. You said Ukraine started it?
Absolutely.
You're delusional. What the fuck are you talking about? You think that you think that Ukraine started an invasion of their own country from Russia?
No, Ukraine was
Hello?
actively trying to join NATO,
No,
and
they weren't.
Yes, yes, they were.
Wait.
Russia
Hold
was
on.
telling
Sorry.
them
Let me
that
clarify.
this would not be.
No,
Clarify.
no one within NATO said that Ukraine could join.
Ukraine was actively trying to join. This is
So,
what tipped off Russia.
wait.
That's why. That's why their
Wait, that was
military
happening well
operation in Russia
before.
is going on.
Wait, Ukraine trying to join Russia? What? Or I mean, sorry, Ukraine
No,
trying to.
NATO.
I know. I'm trying to speak. Ukraine trying to join NATO. Why is that specifically a reason for Russia to invade Ukraine?
I don't know.
Why is that a
Maybe they're
justification?
adversaries on their front door.
We already were in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. On the border of Russia already. NATO.
Yes, right.
Finland in 2022 joined on the border of Russia.
But Ukraine would be a much different scenario than these other northern countries that you're referring to. Because Russia's whole big thing here is trying to get what they wanted, like get back from this USSR, and that would be wrong. I don't agree that Russia should have invaded Ukraine.
So he's saying it's justified for Russia to go and invade Ukraine, and that Ukraine started it because Russia wants to bring back the USSR. What the fuck are you talking? That does not mean that Ukraine started it. What are you talking about, dude?
I do not agree that Russia should have invaded Ukraine, but Ukraine
No,
is the
you were
direct
saying that
cause of
Ukraine
Russia's
started
invasion
it.
of Ukraine.
No. Russia is the cause of it.
Wrong.
Why are you victim blaming Ukrainians for causing the fucking literal invasion of their own country? What the fuck are you talking about? You're believing Russian propaganda.
I'm not believing Russian
You are. Yeah,
propaganda.
you are.
U.S.
Yeah.
media will tell you this. Putin
No, they won't.
told Ukraine direct. Russia told Ukraine to stop actively trying to join NATO, and they didn't do that.
Wait. So again, that does not so that's not a justification for Russia to invade Ukraine. Do you agree?
The Russian Federation says it is.
Oh, so okay, so just because Russia says something means it's justified. Is that your position?
And the Russian government says that they don't want
Wait, doesn't the
Ukraine to
Russian
become
government
NATO.
also claim that like they're run by Nazis and that they're committing a genocide?
What are you getting at?
Do you believe that too?
I believe what?
Do you believe that?
Believe that Nazis was created a genocide?
That Ukraine is run by Nazis and that they're committing a genocide in Ukraine?
No.
Oh, okay. So then you don't believe Russia saying something, right?
If the Russian Federation feels threatened by Ukraine joining NATO, I would assume that would be the green light for them to take action of it.
I'm confused. Repeat what you're saying.
If the Russian government is threatened if Ukraine joins NATO and Ukraine is actively trying to join
Why
NATO,
are they
why
threatened if
wouldn't they
Ukraine
say
joins NATO?
you're gonna have to ask the Russian government? They said this.
Oh, okay. So because they want to control Ukraine?
I don't see that as controlling Ukraine. I would see that as they don't want Ukraine in NATO. I mean,
Why? Just think about it for a second.
just like I told you before, you're gonna. I don't know the answer to that
By the
question.
way, okay, so you don't know. But again, even then, there was no indication that Ukraine was going to join NATO.
Would you disagree that they were actively trying to join, though?
That doesn't
Would you
mean
say that
that
they
doesn't
were?
mean NATO was going to accept them.
It doesn't mean that, but Russian government feels threatened by them actively trying to join. I don't agree with though that gives you an I don't know what perhaps to do and invade them, but Russian government sees so. But my whole point to this was that the Biden-Harris administration
Wait.
done nothing.
I have a question. How come the invasion didn't happen in 2008?
What do you mean? Why did Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2008?
Yeah, because that's when they requested NATO membership.
I don't know.
Why did it
But
happen? Why did
but
it happen
Russia's
12?
justification for the war
Why
is
did it
because
happen
of
12 years
Ukraine's.
later?
I don't know. Russia's justification for this war is because Ukraine was actively trying to join NATO.
Then why is it 12 years ago?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, in 2014 they annexed Crimea.
Okay. So okay, so do you think that was justified, the annexation of Crimea?
Mm, I never really researched why the annexation of Crimea
Oh,
was
the fact that you can't say no, that it was not justified is fucking crazy. You're literally a Russian bot, dude.
That's not true.
Yeah, you are totally a Russian bot, dude. Like, I'm serious. There's no fucking way you're a real person. Were you literally paid to come on this live? I'm serious. Like, this is getting crazy. This is actually insane. This is just straight Russian propaganda. Like, I'm serious. Like, what the fuck is what the fuck's up with this?
First of all, Parker, you pivoted to this.
No, hold up. Answer my question.
Russian
Like, I genuinely asked that question. Like, why are you saying this? Like, did you genuinely get paid to come up on the live stream?
No,
Okay. Then why are you just spreading Russian propaganda?
I'm not.
You sound like Tim Pool.
First, Parker, you pivoted to this. Why Russia invaded Ukraine? You know that, right? My whole point was that Trump has done more to stop what can lead to a war than what Biden Harris done for years of this war in Ukraine. You're the one that brought this whole Russian why they invade Ukraine thing up. You started that. No?
You were the one saying that there was justification on behalf of Russia. You were the one that can't condemn Russia doing that. You were the one saying that Ukraine was the blame, was it blame for Russia invading them. You said that Ukraine started the war. Why are you trying to back off of that now and act like you didn't do that?
I never said that I didn't say that. What I'm saying is
So then
that
what
was
were you
may have
trying
been
to
a
imply?
small wording in my point. And every time I re-bring my point up, you keep going back to this me being a Russian bot. Am I paid to come on your? I don't even know what you're getting any of this from. But
Like
first of all,
you're literally engaging in just straight Russian propaganda. Like I'm serious. Like I just don't know why you would believe that.
U.S. media says this. It's not Russian propaganda.
No, U.S. media does not say this.
Yes.
What?
I mean,
What U.S.
it's no
media?
lie that
What U.S. media said this?
I don't know off the top of my head, but Russia, the justification for
So
the
then where
Russian
did you see
invasion
this?
of
I have a
Ukraine
question. Where did you see this information?
when the war first started back in 2022.
Okay, so you saw this. No, where'd you see it from? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I told you I can't remember at the top of my head, but I know that Ukraine was actively trying to join NATO, and I guess that was Russia's justification for this
But
military operation.
that's 2008, right?
Right, that was just what I saw of Russia's justification. I mean, it was still concluded that Russia is the aggressor in the war, and that Russia is I mean, they're actively invading Ukraine.
So then Russia caused it, correct?
No, I would say if Russia's
Wow,
justification for the
Russia.
war was Ukraine's actively trying to join NATO, then that would kind of give them, I could kind of see, okay, maybe that's why you would want to start this war.
Do you actually believe that? Repeat that one more time. I want you to say it. I want you to say it out loud again.
Repeat what I just said.
Yeah, repeat what you just said.
Ukraine actively trying to join NATO is Russia's justification for invading them after they told them, I guess, not to active trying to join NATO. And no, I don't think NATO was ever going to accept Ukraine into NATO.
Oh, okay. So then
But I guess the
okay,
Russians, but I guess that's the Russians' views.
oh, wait, so if NATO was never going to accept Ukraine as a member, then why is it the case that Russia saw that as a reason to invade Ukraine? And you said that was a good enough reason to say that Ukraine started this, not Russia.
Because Russia was reported to Ukraine to not try to join NATO.
Wait, is NATO defensive?
What do you mean is NATO defensive?
Yeah.
What do you ask? What do you mean is NATO defensive?
Is NATO defensive? What's the point of NATO?
NATO is organ treaty, North America, European treaty to make sure for like something that like Hitler wouldn't happen again. And in this case, their biggest adversary would be Russia.
Biggest adversary would be Russia.
NATO's biggest adversary would be Russia.
Yeah. So, but like, what is the point of NATO? It's to be
make sure,
defensive,
like,
correct?
Right, to make sure something like Hitler
Okay,
wouldn't
so if
happen
it's
again.
so if it's defensive, then why would Russia be scared of Ukraine joining NATO, a defensive alliance?
I don't know.
Because
That was their justification.
because then they wouldn't be able to invade.
Then I guess
Does
that's
that
their
make sense?
justification. I mean, it doesn't stop. It doesn't like disprove my conclusion that Ukraine would have, even if Russia is the aggressor, Ukraine.
Even if, get off my life, bro, dude. Lives in an alternate reality. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, yeah. I don't support everything he does, but I believe he's a better president than
Did you vote
Kamala
for Donald
Harris
Trump?
would
Kamala.
No,
What's your birth year? Understand.
2008.
2008.
No, 2007.
Okay. What month?
March.
March.
Yeah.
Okay, March 2007.
Yeah, so I wasn't 18 at the time of the election.
Okay, I have a
Which is
question.
why I didn't vote for him.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
Hmm?
What state do you live in?
What state? Ohio.
What time is it?
938.
It's 9:38. Can you name 3 cities in Ohio?
Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. Kind of confused. Why is this relevant?
Okay, I'm just seeing. I kind
You
of do
trying to
think
dox me?
I do think you're underage. No.
No, I'm not.
Okay, but okay. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I think that he's the lesser of two evils between him and Harris.
Okay.
Specifically
Why?
because of like abortion.
Okay. What about it?
Yeah. Well, actually, I know he's more pro-choice than I am, but I believe that abortion is inherently like immoral because I think that human life has intrinsic value.
Okay. So do you think that abortion is wrong because they're just living?
Right? Because I think all humans have value.
Okay. I have a question. Is it murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
If like unconscious,
No,
or
brain
just
dead.
brain dead. I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean you
What
don't
do you
know?
think it is?
What's up?
Well, I'd say probably not because they're still living.
Okay. So you said that it's not murder, or it is murder.
It is.
It is. So you think people should go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that are brain dead?
I mean, I guess, yeah. If I wanted to be consistent,
Type
then yeah.
3 in the comment section if you've had to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. You're saying everyone who's typed 3 in the comment
Well, I
section
don't
should have
think
to go to
anyone was
prison?
like forced
You're
to
telling
do
me
that,
everyone who's typing 3 in the comment section right now should go to prison?
but I mean, maybe so. But again, I don't think they were necessarily forced to do that. That was just an option they had.
Okay, so you think that they should go to prison?
I mean, potentially. But
Every single person who's putting 3 in the comments.
let me ask you this: when do you think life begins?
When do I think life begins?
Yeah.
Conception.
Oh, so you would concede that abortion is murder then, right? Because
No,
abortion has to.
no,
Well,
because no,
abortion
because I
occurs
don't.
after
No,
conception,
because I
does it
don't.
not?
No, because I don't care about just cellular life. I don't think a zygote is a person. Laura, think of the $10. Do you think that you can look at people under microscopes?
Yeah.
You could look at a full person through a microscope. Really?
I mean, if you squeeze in, maybe.
Really? You think Ant-Man exists?
I mean, he's a fictional character. So no.
Yeah, I mean seriously. Like, you really think that we can look at full human beings, people, through
I mean, it depends how
microscopes?
big's the microscope.
No, I'm talking about like a normal size microscope.
Could you give me an example of a normal size microscope?
Get off my live.
Bro,
Give you an example of a normal size microscope? What? JB, think of the $10. Thank you so much. He was just really annoying to talk to. B plus, thank you so much for the $5. It almost like sounded like he was trying to force himself to sound like Bill Clinton. Did anyone catch that? He just sounded like Bill Clinton. Is that just me? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, but I was seeing your earlier live. You're talking about E. Jean Carroll. Is that a topic that you want to discuss?
Hold up. I think that. Wait, chat. Can you hear the guest? An elevated
Because
Bill Clinton. It might. It
slandering
might.
Trump's name.
Well, Luke, it might kick you out because it still has you like loading in.
Oh, you can't hear me or what?
No, I can hear you, but it has like this thing where like you're still kind of like loading in, meaning that it's gonna kick you here in like 30 seconds.
Okay, can we just discuss until they decide to kick me, or is that fine with you? Or?
Yeah, I mean, but I would think that you should just hop back in the box.
Okay, I'll leave and come back. That's fine.
Sure. Because it's just like it just didn't even load you in fully. Well, I'll look for him in the box. If I see him, I'll add him back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump for the most part. In particular, I think he's done a really solid job with foreign policy. I think his foreign policy is a big improvement over the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Luke, you there? Luke, hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, good. All right. Sorry, you were saying Andrew?
Yeah, I was saying one of the reasons I support Trump, I don't support Trump 100%, but I think Trump has done, for the most part, commendable job with foreign policy in both his terms as president. I think it's a big improvement from the ineptitude of the Biden-Harris administration, which, I'm very critical of.
If you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would vote for Trump. I think he just has some better policies than the Biden-Harris administration.
Like which ones?
I'm not
Like in specific?
foreign policy. I like the current events that Trump has done with his treatment of the whole Iran conflict. I think what he tried to do as far as dismantling Iran's nuclear capabilities was very shrewd. I think he did a good job of balancing a limited action without getting us into a boots on the ground sort of conflict that I think most Americans wouldn't agree with. I think he struck a really good balance.
Do you agree with him pulling out of the nuclear peace agreement?
Yes, because Iran was doing things to subvert the agreement. And I do not think that Iran was complying or negotiating.
What did they do? I mean, we had 24/7 surveillance. How are they not following through with what they agreed to?
They started, first of all, they built nuclear enrichment facilities in underground locations to purposely hide it from international view. I think that only shows.
Wait. Are you saying that they did that while they had the agreement? What's your source?
I think their policy in general of constructing these facilities, we can't trust Iran to negotiate or to operate.
I'm confused. I asked you for a source. Would you like to provide that one?
A source for what?
A source for Iran specifically developing nuclear enrichment facilities underground to evade, right, the 24/7 surveillance specifically designated by the agreement they set up with the United States for the nuclear peace agreement. So please provide me any good evidence of that.
Well, we know that they constructed an underground nuclear enrichment facility. We saw satellite photos, so I'm not sure what your argument is. I mean, it's pretty. I've never heard anyone dispute the fact that they're building uranium enrichment and hiding it underground.
Yeah, you said no. Listen, you said during specifically when they had the agreement. So give me any evidence that they were building things that were not surveilled under the agreement when the agreement was in place.
So that facility that was bombed a couple days ago by Israel, part of the agreement was that they agreed to dismantle it. And in actuality, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps ordered them to repurpose that facility in violation of the agreement. I'm going to see if I can find a source on this.
Go ahead.
But my point being, while I try and look this up, my point being was that I do not think we could trust Iran to negotiate and operate in good faith, because there's no other reason to create a nuclear enrichment facility, hide it underground, away from satellites, away from being attacked.
Dude, I asked for any good, instead of yapping, can you provide any good evidence that it happened when we had the agreement with them? Because that's the original claim you made. And I honestly don't want to hear it.
I'm saying that they did things within that agreement to subvert it. And I could give you other examples. They sold oil to countries when we had a ban on that. And then
didn't we get rid of the sanction?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Didn't we get rid of sanctions and unfreeze their accounts specifically so that they would accept the nuclear peace agreement?
Yeah, we did. That's
so
right.
Then how are they violating the deal?
Well, we released sanctions. Yes, we released sanctions in exchange for them agreeing to, chill out with their nuclear enrichment, limited to a certain percent of enrichment. But at the same time, they funded proxy groups for terrorist organizations. So that's another example. Like I could give you there's multiple things that they did, whether it is specific to the agreement we had with them or in other ways that are against our national interests. We should not be trusting a country not to enrich uranium for bad purposes when they're actively doing things against our national interests. I don't know why you would dispute that. Do you think we should trust people with when the threshold is nuclear weapons, a very serious matter? Do you think we should trust them when they're actively funding international terrorist groups?
So you're never going to provide any evidence, any sources at all. Just
I
trust
asked you
me,
a question.
bros. Because
I asked you a
we had
question.
24/7
It's a very logical
unprecedented
argument.
we had 24/7 unprecedented surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. The idea you had that they were specifically engaging in development of nuclear weapons in terms of these nuclear enrichment facilities, right, during the time that we had the agreement is a conspiracy theory that lacks any evidence. You are making this up to justify Donald Trump pulling out of the agreement, which put us in the circumstance in the very first place. We were saying that we even had to, right, drop bombs in their country in the very first place.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think, we know that they had facility, like you're making it seem like we were able to inspect everything. At no point were we able to inspect everything. They had limits on what we could inspect. They had underground facilities that they were not allowing international people to go and view. So we cannot trust them, no matter what.
So repeat that one more time.
They had limits on what they would let us inspect and what they wouldn't let us inspect. It was not a perfect agreement, no matter how you look at it.
It was unprecedented access into what limits?
Forda, for one of them, that's never been a facility that they let us inspect it.
Wait, repeat. What was the limit?
Forda, they have never.
I can't hear you. Say that one more time.
Forda, the facility that was just bombed by the U.S., has never been able to be inspected by international sources.
Can you provide me a source?
That has been a clandestine. That has been a
source.
We know we haven't been there.
I am gonna go crazy. Is he?
For obvious facts. I really don't. It's always been a clandestine facility.
Can you give me something genuine? If not, I want to say
Look
to
on
the chat, like we got good news coming out of New York. Mamdani might be able to pull out the primary race. It is looking like that might be a possibility, chat. Just to say. So that's something to look out. Zoran might be taking the seat. That's definitely something to be really happy about, to be honest. That's something that could happen. I mean, to even tell y'all even more, Matt just sent me a text saying just my initial prediction, but I'm fairly confident Mamdani will win the Democratic primary to be New York mayor. That's at least the text message that I just got from Matt. So yeah, you were saying?
I'm saying Fordo has always been a clandestine nuclear enrichment facility. There's never been appropriate inspections by the AIA.
There's never been appropriate inspections. There has been. There's literally 24/7 surveillance. You're just making things up. Can you provide a single source? Like, give me one place where you got. Where do you get your news from?
From a variety of different sources: Reuters, AP, British Broadcasting. I try to get it from a diverse international news agencies, things of that nature.
Okay, so I don't believe you when you say that you try to get it from any good sources at all. I'm guessing that you go to Newsmax, Sky News, Twitter.
Let's say even even if we were able to inspect everything we wanted to inspect, how could we negotiate with Iran in good faith? Even if we believe that they are not actively engaging in the development of nuclear weapons, why would we want
Okay, so then
them?
if you don't think that they would be able to get a peaceful deal at all, and you think that the only way you can prevent them from doing that is just by bombing them, right? Then of course you're going to be like, oh, we should bomb them. But you're just eliminating all nuance, all reason, all evidence, all sources from the matter, and you're just saying, whatever Donald Trump's doing, I'm going to look for some post hoc rationalization for this. Which means like after
No,
the fact
I think
rationalization.
there's other reasons, to be fair, for us to counter Iranian their regime's strengthening of their military capabilities beyond the fact that they could develop nuclear weapons. I think they are a threat to us and our allies outside of their nuclear capabilities. And I
Okay,
think
so then why does Donald Trump not want to do regime change now, apparently?
because he's worried about that creating further instability within Iran.
Okay, so then what are you going to get done differently? Is that not creating instability?
No, I don't believe it is. I believe he's doing a good job of balancing weakening the
Yeah, him
military
bombing the
capabilities.
country doesn't create any instability.
I think
What?
I think it was very good in the fact of how limited it was. It was a precision strike. It didn't target civilian infrastructure. It targeted nuclear enrichment facilities. He could have done a lot more to, have a much
But
bigger
it's
military.
incredibly egotistical for him to assume that like they aren't going to respond and that he's going to be able to get a ceasefire done right away. Like that's ridiculous.
I don't think there's anything ridiculous about it. I mean,
That is overwhelmingly ridiculous.
I think it's what he's done has been remarkably successful. I mean, he ordered B-2 bombers to fly virtually undetected over Iran. Our intelligence seems to show that the 3 facilities were sufficiently destroyed, delaying Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. That's a big consensus that a lot of people would agree with. No American service members were killed. And the only reaction from Iran, everyone was talking about them possibly blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So far that hasn't happened. And so far, the only retaliation from Iran has been a very weak launching of a few missiles at a U.S. base in Iran. I'm sorry, in Qatar, where we had advanced warnings in order to limit the amount of damage, in order to intercept the weapons that were fired. I would call that a success. I mean, I think you got to give credit when credit's due. I'm all ears if you want to criticize other foreign policy decisions by the Trump administration. But I think this has been a really good balance of a limited force projection by us. I think the timing was good, first of all. And I think additionally, the secession and hostilities, fingers crossed, between Israel and Iran is really good. And I think that since Trump negotiated this ceasefire, time remains to be seen whether it's effective. Okay, I will give you that. But so far, the amount of
It's
fire
not in
between
place at all.
Israel
It's already not effective. It took 2 hours to not be effective again. You still have yet to provide any fucking source of the matter. You have nothing. Absolutely nothing you've provided in terms of a source. Push the greeting heart.
How
For
are you
anything you've
gonna say that the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is not effective? I mean, yes, there's been some limited
Because they've been bombing each other. Because Donald Trump himself went in front of the media and he was like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Hello? Patrick Starr, are you there? Hello? Richard, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For this guy gets his information from the DJT conspiracy faucet. For real. Donald J. Trump. Conspiracy faucet. That's real. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Is it gonna? Is it gonna invite or unmute your mic, bro?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think the ceasefire, it hasn't been perfect, but it has toned down a little bit of the hostilities. There's less of a rate of fire than there was over the past 12 days. And
No.
time remains to be seen.
So it clearly it didn't do it. Clearly, that even Trump said this. So you're just like you're fighting a
The
fight that doesn't exist.
proportionality has been less. I'm not saying it's perfect, but
Okay,
there's
how
been
do you
less
even judge that, dude? How do you even judge that?
quantitatively. How many rockets
well,
has Iran fired today?
How many?
Versus
Tell me.
the other
How many?
12? I'll look it up.
Go ahead. Go look it up.
How many rockets?
Thom, thank you so
fired?
much for the $25 for Zoran. Mamdani is killing it. Yes, I wish I could. I was trying to look up to see if I could find anything of him speaking or anything. I would react to it on the live. Like, I would love to see him speaking right now, because I see his reaction to everything. What's going on? But yeah, you continue.
Yeah, I'm looking up a source to see how many rockets have fired today versus the initial days of the war. I'll let you know when I find it. I'm actually pretty interested in that as well. But, the news headlines certainly show that there have been less hostilities today than the initial days of the war. And I think Trump is doing a good job to get us a step in the right direction. Has it been perfect? No.
Okay, I can't run over the same point a million times. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, chat. I really dude, I really, if he says the same thing another time after I respond to it, I'm just gonna literally end up throwing my head to the wall. Literally. There's no way I could keep doing that. That's crazy.
Meow.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, first off, yeah, you can't be telling everyone look for a source because not everyone's gonna remember everything they see. You know what I mean? They see something, they're not gonna be like, "Oh yeah, it's from that." Then
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Justice for fetuses to debate.
I don't even know what they said. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so?
I think the left has a piss poor representation and the right has a better representation. So I just kind of went with on the party side alignment of who to vote for.
Okay. What representation are you referencing in terms of the candidates?
Social issues, like Democratic Party having a very vast different outlook of social issues compared to the right.
Have I talked to you before?
Yeah, you have.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I mean, he was just much better than Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
I mean, wasn't sitting there trying to, wasn't proposing some of the crazy stuff she was wanting to do. I mean, I think that offering $25,000 for homes is just going to increase the price of homes by $25,000.
No, it won't.
And so that wouldn't benefit. Yes, it would. That's
No.
exactly how economics works.
No, it doesn't. Because
How
yeah, because
how does it not work that way?
Because not everyone gets the $25,000 credit. not everyone is going to only spend. Not everyone is going to be able to apply the $25,000 credit to every house, right? It's only applicable to new houses, so it's for first-time home buyers for new houses. So it won't go up by 25,000, but it will go up to some degree, and that's actually intentional to then incentivize and stimulate the building of new houses in places where people want to live.
Yeah, but there's other ways to stimulate the building of new houses by cutting regulation. I mean, California has horrible regulations on building new homes when it comes to sectioning housing
Well,
versus
be clear with the
versus
specific regulation.
apartments and other stuff like
What
that.
specific regulations so that I can address it?
California has a hard time, or it's a difficult time to build apartments out in California versus single family homes.
Okay.
So
I
building
understand.
apartments would
Can you
allow
tell me
more
what
people to
regulation you're
obviously-
referencing?
I'd have to look it up, Parker. I'm not sure, dude.
Okay. So in terms of a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, it's something you can apply from a federal basis across the board that would actually stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. So that's one housing affordability policy. I have a question. Did Donald Trump have any housing affordability policy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Isn't
But
that
he's
an
just
issue?
going to leave it to. I'd rather leave it to the market than to have government come in and step in and say, "Hey, you must do this."
So then he doesn't want any housing affordability plans. So you disagree with all Section 8 funding, correct?
Yeah, I would say I disagree with Section 8
So
funding.
you want to cut Section 8?
Yeah, I would be perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest, Parker.
That'll make it
have
harder
you
for people
ever
to live?
I don't think it would make it harder for people to live.
Really, yeah.
I think it.
Yeah, it wouldn't make it harder at all for the people that rely on it.
I don't think that it would make it harder for people to live. I think that honestly, it would
For the
end
people
up
who rely on it.
encouraging people to go out and get jobs.
Okay, so your response, instead of allowing people to get access to affordable housing or Section 8 housing in terms of extra funding, your response is then just get a job, right?
Yeah, that's my response. Get a job.
Okay. What if they already have a job? Are you saying they should get a second job?
No, I'm not assuming that they should get a second job, but I mean, if they're thinking that they should continue to work at some fast food restaurant, thinking that that's going to provide them with enough money to buy a house or to do something along those lines, then they should go find a new job with the skills that they've gained from their current job.
They're just like, dude, yeah, you know what? Just find a new job that pays more. I don't think they ever thought about that one before. That's some new information for them.
I think that a lot of people really sometimes just feel stuck.
Get a job that pays more money. Oh my god! Wow, dude, I never thought about that one before.
Oh, okay, all right. Do you want to know other reasons?
Mm-hmm.
His abortion policy.
Okay, wait. So are you just gonna? Well, we can go. I want to finish talking about this real quick. Are you Christian?
Okay. Am I a Christian? Yes, I am.
Would Jesus want to cut food stamps and Medicaid and Section 8?
Jesus would tell people that if they don't work, they don't eat.
Really? That's why he dropped free manna from the sky?
That is why he also says in 1 Thessalonians, or Paul writes in 1 Thessalonians, that if you don't work, you won't eat.
Yeah, so you agree that dropping free manna from the sky, that's definitely pro, like, if you don't work, you don't eat.
Yeah, that was a sign. That's a theological sign, Parker.
What's your point?
My point is that it isn't meant to base. I mean, yeah, cool. Jesus gave a free picnic. That's awesome. But it's not meant to basically be like he's always going to just give free food because he's some socialist.
Oh.
Jesus wasn't a socialist.
Oh, so to clarify, you would say that, like, God would just, like, let people. You think God would want you to let people to starve to death?
No, I think that people should sit there and help other people when they need to.
Okay,
be helped.
well, I just want to clarify
Privately, but I don't think the government needs to step
So
in
would Jesus
and
cut food stamps?
provide help. What's that?
So would Jesus cut food stamps?
I told you, he would say, if you don't work, you don't eat.
Okay, so yes, Jesus would cut food stamps?
Probably, yeah.
Jesus would cut Medicaid?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I would help those who need to be helped.
Jesus would
but-
increase taxes on the low and middle class while decreasing taxes on rich people.
Yeah, Parker, that is flat out false when it comes to the 2017 Trump tax cuts.
We're talking specifically about the big beautiful bill.
Oh, the one big beautiful bill. The one big beautiful bill. It's a great bill.
It's a horrible bill.
It's a great bill. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, because you believe everything that the cult tells you. David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, a significant number of people on Section 8 work. That's very true. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sid.
To be honest with you,
and then Lovey, thank you
it's
so
that
much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I know a woman
I
who
wish
has
that
3
it
kids. Her
actually cut
husband
more.
passed a year ago. She works 2 jobs while going to school full time, and she lives in Section 8. If it's taken from her,
Okay.
it would be catastrophic. That's horrible.
Okay.
That's horrible. Yeah, the
Yeah.
fact that you want to take away their Section 8 housing in terms of that housing affordability is actually insane.
Oh, okay. Cool. They can think I'm insane. That's what I believe.
And Sid, that's so funny. Sid, that's really funny. Go ahead, you were saying? Again, Sid, think of the $10.
That-
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, okay, cool. They're allowed to believe that. It's my opinion. I'm allowed to have it.
That doesn't mean that it's like a justified opinion, so you should respond to my points about it. That's the reason why you're on the live, right?
Well, the reason that I think that those funding should be cut is because I don't think that it's the government's responsibility. I think that falls to private organizations. I think that would fall to private individuals, and that I don't think the government should be involved in that. I am very much like Milton Friedman, where I think that there are just certain agencies of the government that should.
Do you think
be
we should cut Social
entirely
Security?
abolished. Yes, that's a
Should-
Ponzi scheme.
Should we cut Medicare?
Yes.
Okay. Should we cut all food stamps?
Yes.
Should we? So you want to cut all Section 8 as well? Do you want to cut the Department of Education?
Yep.
Do you want to cut funding for police?
Yeah, I don't think the federal government should be giving money to police departments. I think
What
that
about
those should
military?
be in states and local. Oh, I think that the military shouldn't be allowed to get any more funding until they can pass a damn audit.
Okay, well, actually, that's one point I agree with you on. Well, not like zero money, but like you have to pass audits.
Yeah, you have to be able to pass an audit to get.
Lovey, thank you so much for the
increase in
$10.
funding.
Would you agree cutting the VA?
Yes. I think that should be rolled under the Defense Department.
Okay. So you'd cut essentially all social services.
Oh no, that's so horrible.
Would you cut disability?
Social Security disability or any kind of disability?
Does that matter?
No, not really.
So would you cut it?
Yeah, I don't think that the government should honestly be involved in that.
You would cut funding to help disabled Americans.
I would cut funding that I don't think the government should.
I'm kicking this guy, dude. What a fucking crazy guy. What an insane lunatic. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Debate Edna mode. Debate Edna. Debate Edna.
Once they figure out what a single Donald Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that has anything that does not relate to 0.5% of the population. I saw the clip. Yeah, they are insufferable. I definitely am happy that I decided not to debate them. They sound like a waste of time to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Tara, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Why do you support Trump?
Trump's a piece of shit, and Parker, you're amazing. So's Dean. Love yous, bye.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Tara, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as if you want to support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Also, a free way to support me is either follow here on TikTok and also to subscribe here on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40 plus.
Do you support Trump?
Some of his policies I do, and some I don't.
Like, if you could go back in time and vote again, who would you vote for, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Kamala Harris, no.
W. That's a W. We are just looking for some people who, specifically, if they could go back in time, would vote for Donald Trump still. So that's a W. Elizabeth, how do you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Katie, thank you so much for the money, guys.
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
November.
Okay, Mike, how old are you?
You.
48.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, 100%, baby.
Okay, for sure, Mike. Give me 1 second. Okay. I missed. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's smart.
They're totally trolling. All right, Mike, why do you support Donald Trump?
There's many reasons. We want to bring the jobs back to America. That's one.
Okay, how is Donald Trump going to bring jobs back to America?
We got to open up the factories that were shut down, over the past, 20 years, I guess.
Did you know there was a greater increase in manufacturing investment under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration? It was stagnant under Trump, and it heavily increased under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay.
Is that it?
Do you have any more specific stats on that as well?
Is there someone that's getting you to troll?
No.
Yeah,
Why are they
my
whispering?
daughter's next to me. Yeah, my daughter's next to me.
Does she support Trump?
No, not at all. She watches your show 7 days a week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they got you to come on the live because you.
Yeah, she's got me
support
on
Trump.
here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So wait. So then clarify. Why do you support Trump? We got you.
I mean, right now I'm on the spot, but there's many reasons. I can't even think live on the air right now, but
Yeah. Just to help you out. There's 2,800 people on YouTube and there's 5,800 people here on TikTok. No pressure.
yeah. I just there's many reasons. He's trying to help the middle class in this country, who are suffering, and he's trying to put more money into our pockets and lower gas prices. But my daughter Haley's been bringing up a lot of points over the past few months. For example, like gas prices, they haven't gone down that much as far as I know. We live on Long Island in New York.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here's my points. Gas did slightly go down in price. Now we actually might likely see prices increase in terms of gas here pretty soon, especially if something happens with like the strait that specifically Iran controls. Because if they limit that, that's going to limit 20% of the global distribution of oil, which will heavily impact prices globally in terms of our cost of production. So that is definitely at risk of going higher, along with the fact that when tariffs are implemented again, that will cause prices to go higher. And that's the only way that you'd see, jobs come back to America in a certain sense, which would then also entail that there are going to be higher prices. So the idea that you have that like there are going to be lower prices with Donald Trump in office or the economy is going to be better actually isn't justified by any metrics. Like
Yeah, I
there's no good
understand what
evidence to
you're
indicate that.
saying.
What's up?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just that the middle class is suffering, and he just wants to help them out as much as possible. And
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask you a question on that.
Yeah,
Can you name a
yeah.
single policy that Donald Trump passed that specifically benefits the middle class?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm so nervous right now. I can't
It's okay.
And my daughter's laughing right next to me. She's 16 years old.
Yeah. Just think about it in like a human-to-human sort of conversation here. Like, is there a
Right,
single
right.
reason that you have that you would just tell, like, say, a friend if they asked you, right, that a single thing that Donald Trump did to benefit the middle class?
There's certain things that he's doing, and I'm just so she's laughing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you give me some more input if you don't mind from your end, if you want.
I got you. I got you. So Kamala Harris actually had policies to benefit the middle class, whereas Donald Trump's policies actually disproportionately negatively impacted the middle class. His big, beautiful bill
Right.
would increase taxes for the bottom 80% of the country, according to the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities, right? According to like the extra cost imposed by cutting Medicaid and food stamps, Medicaid by over $800 billion over the next 10 years, and food stamps by $300 billion over the next 10 years, along with doing massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires and people who are making above $130,000 a year. So massive tax breaks for the rich and wealthy while increasing taxes on the low and middle class, which it seems like policy you should disagree with, right? Alongside adding trillions of dollars to the debt. And then when we look at Kamala Harris, she was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, right? Which would actually give families a lot more help in terms of the household, which actually, when implemented in 2021, reduced childhood poverty by 45%, right, through the American Rescue Plan. So there are plenty of things we can point to in terms of Kamala Harris's policies. That's just one example that would be significantly better for the middle class comparative to Donald Trump's policies, which is clearly harmful towards the middle class.
Yeah, exactly. And even like, this big, beautiful bill, which is adding, I think, $2 trillion potentially, to the deficit, which doesn't make any sense. And like rebuilding the military, I think we spend so much on the military. And how much military, do you have to, pay for out of the taxpayers' pockets,
Yeah, exactly. If you care about fiscal responsibility, well, the Biden-Harris administration actually was more fiscally responsible in terms of debt-related spending. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Donald Trump signed off $8.4 trillion debt-related spending his first administration, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion of it was non-COVID related. So significantly less in terms of debt-related spending for the prior administration. And even the campaign plans, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Harris versus Trump, right, $4 trillion more over the next 10 years for Trump comparative to Harris. So Donald Trump is advocating for significantly more debt, right, and less fiscal responsibility, along with the fact that he's cutting people's benefits, right? So that seems like horrible for policies for typical Americans. So if you care about typical Americans, it seems like you wouldn't support someone like Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it doesn't make any sense, like Elon Musk, like, he's done a lot to get rid of the waste in the government, but, Trump wants to add on to that, add on to the deficit. And I mean, just doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, even Elon said at one point when he felt enough courage to say it, that Donald Trump has gone against every single thing that he specifically fought for at Doge by specifically advocating for the big, beautiful bill. I mean, in terms of Doge, we only really got $60 billion in terms of itemized spending. And if they actually went after the Department of Defense or the military budget, we would have gotten significantly more. So I wonder why they specifically didn't go after that, if it is the case that they were looking after fraud. Because, I mean, they haven't passed the audits, right, for a very long time.
Right. Yeah, so my daughter Haley is helping me convince me to change my mind. And honestly, I've been watching you here and there over the past couple months, and you bring a lot of legit information, to the playing field.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up. I'm glad that I could change some of your views on things and open up your eyes, and same thing with your daughter in terms of opening up your eyes. That's great to hear, and also amazing to hear that she's involved with the content. So that's great. But I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, great to support you.
Appreciate you. Have a great night.
Okay. You too.
Let's get some W's for Mike in the comment section, and W for Mike's daughter, by the way, as well. Tara, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. That is the best possible thing you could do, right? If you have a family member, get them to come up on the live. Get them to come up on the live. I'll try to convince them. You see, I can't convince everyone. It's definitely possible that I might not convince your family member, but I will try my hardest. I always will. Jaden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Nathan, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Rado, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And then Sonny, thank you so much for the $2. And then I think I'm caught up there. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much for the coconut tree, Michael. I appreciate it. We the people who rule the world, a force running, and every girl and boy, all rejoicing in the world. Try the truth prevails, justice for the people being served. Love will win. W's. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, you. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
I was born in 2005.
And you said you're 19?
Yes, I am.
What month?
October.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I just think he does, he's doing a lot of great things. I think, one thing I like about him is it's like if you look at the Iran and Israel war that just happened right now, when he comes out and he says he's going to do something, he actually does it. And he sticks to his word every time he says something. He doesn't play games. He's a very serious man and a very honest guy. And when he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. I look at it as also a
Really? So I have a question. He said that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine conflict in 24 hours. Did he do it?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. So what did he do then?
But I'm talking about right now. The Iran and Israel war going on right now. He gave Iran 60 days. He told them that there was going to be like 60 days to, figure out the nuclear thing, to not do it in anything. And on the 61st day, he bombed them. He bombed the nuclear sites and everything. And he also did not keep the war going, which is really nice because he wants peace. He doesn't want war or anything, but also he doesn't believe Iran should have nuclear sites. And I like what he did too, because even when Iran came back and struck a U.S. military base out on, I can't pronounce the country that starts with a Q. You probably heard of it.
Qatar?
Yeah, that country. Trump even came out and said that he's not even going to do anything because not only was it weak, but he wants peace and he doesn't want war with any country at all. It's like, you got to look at it years ago, too.
That sounds weak. That sounds weak, bro. If Biden said that, you'd call that weak.
If Biden said what?
Biden said that same thing, you'd call it weak.
No, nobody liked Biden. Biden has stage, I believe it was, from what I read, it was stage 7 prostate cancer. Biden has had cancer for many years because it takes a while to get up to stage 7.
I'm confused. Where'd you see he was in stage 7 cancer?
Even Trump came out and said that, and even Trump felt bad for him.
Really? Trump said stage 7 cancer? Really? Can you please provide any evidence of that?
You can look it up all over the internet, all over the .org sites and stuff. And looking at it as a Republican and Democratic side, it's really hard.
Can you please tell me where you? I just want to know where you read that that it was on stage 7. That he's on stage
I read
7.
this. I don't remember the exact website. It was months ago when I was reading this after Biden dropped out of the election. But let me tell you this. And this is my main reason for even going Republican over Democratic, okay?
No, hold up. Before you do,
well, this is the main reason why I
just want to let you know, how many stages of cancer are there?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Do you think there are 7?
I really don't know.
You don't know? So then why'd you say stage 7?
Because that's what I was reading all over the internet.
Mm-hmm. Where on the internet did you read this?
You just look it up on Safari. I have an iPhone. I just look it up on Safari.
Mm-hmm. Can you look it up real quick?
Is there not 7 stages?
Just look it up real quick and then come back.
Okay. Well,
just do it real quick.
Okay. Well, if I'm wrong on that,
just go real quick and do it. Just swipe out of the app and go look.
Okay. I want to talk about this real quick in front of everybody. I know there's a lot of viewers, so this is something I would really like to talk about. Why I choose Republican and everything.
Why you choose Republican? Okay.
So, if you look at it, Trump became president. And because of some of the things Trump is doing, obviously there's a lot of people that respect it. There's a lot of people that hate it. Well, if you look at, everybody is rioting over it. People are destroying things. I mean, you look at the Mexicans or the people that don't want to go back to Mexico. They are destroying everything. They're rioting in LA. There was all these riots and
Oh,
stuff
okay.
like
So why are you just saying Mexicans are rioting in LA?
because the Mexicans are the ones that don't want to go back. This is what makes no sense to me.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. There are Mexican Americans. You know that, right? My girlfriend is Mexican American. What do you mean the Mexicans need to go back? What the fuck are you talking about, you racist piece of shit? Xenophobic. Literally, this is fucking crazy. Hello? Are you going to unmute your mic? What do you mean? Yeah, the only stage 7 is the
I don't know.
stage 7 of bigotry that you're on. You got the
I don't know
infinity
how that
stones
even,
of bigotry.
I don't know how that even got muted.
Yeah, I did. I muted you.
Okay. Oh, well, this isn't me meaning anything racist. I'm not being racist.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
just
hate.
you did. Okay, what were you just
Okay,
saying?
okay. They came from Mexico. Me saying the Mexicans, that's not me calling. That's not being racist.
No, you're
But
saying
you got all these people
you
rioting.
said the Mexicans were rioting in LA. Why are you specifically just referencing people who are Mexican?
Because it's mostly Mexican. They're not all Mexican.
Wait,
but
where's
it's
your evidence of that? Can you provide me a source?
Look at it. They're holding Mexican
Look at
flags
it.
because
Look
they
at
don't
it.
want to go back to Mexico. They don't want to
Well,
go back to Mexico.
I'm sorry. Did you know that you can hold a Mexican flag and also not be Mexican? Did you know that?
So why are you in America holding a Mexican flag? You don't want to go back to your country, but you're destroying the American flag.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you saying that people from Mexico should go back to their countries? That you're saying?
Yes.
You fucking
they are
disgusting
here-
piece of shit. And you're acting like, I'm not trying to be fucking racist. I'm not trying to be a bigot. You just said that people from Mexico should go back to their country, you fucking disgusting piece of shit. What are you talking about? What are you saying, dude? That is obvious. That is absolutely fucking bigotry.
Why should they be here illegally then?
Blah,
Tell
blah.
me
Thank you
that.
so much for the $10.
Why should that? You can't tell me why.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're referencing
Why should they be here illegally? Tell me why they should be here illegally.
Wait, are you assuming everyone who's in the country is Mexican is here illegally?
I'm not assuming every Mexican, but all the ones that are here illegally. Why? Why should they be here illegally?
Wait, anyone who's in the country is undocumented, who hasn't committed violent crime or bad crime, I believe should be given a pathway to citizenship. But why would you only care about people who are Mexican specifically who are in the country undocumented?
I don't care about only that. My point is anybody who they don't like Donald Trump, they don't like anything he's doing.
I have a question. Do you have? I have a question. Do you have an issue with
They're mad at him.
Do you have an issue with Ukrainian Americans flying the Ukraine flag in the United States?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Why? Ashley, think description.
We're in America.
Do you think
we're in America? If you don't like America, why are you even here? If you're gonna complain about everything here, why are you here?
Dude, if someone's flying a Ukrainian flag, that doesn't even mean they're complaining about America. He just left. Lovey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. This person's crazy. I know. I don't know why. That person I just talked to was the most insane person ever. Tara, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Stage 7 brain rot, chat. Stage 7 brain rot. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
Naomi, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You're my favorite person to watch debate. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And YouTube does take a percentage of donations. So the best place to donate is Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Speaking of which, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio if you want to support me as always, as well as you can support me via YouTube Super Chats, also in the description of my YouTube. Pat, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so horrible. That's so horrible. Let's go into the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do make sure to tap the screen if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. What's your YouTube? My YouTube is Parker Get a Job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because as a Panamanian American, I think that Trump is doing what is right.
Okay, why so?
Because he's doing what he's supposed to do, which is protect his country.
Okay, how is he protecting the country?
I don't know, maybe pretty much, for example, what's going on in Iran. I think what he's doing right now is the correct thing to do. Iran should not be having any nuclear weapons.
Then why did he pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
What?
Then why did he pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
Because it wasn't a good agreement.
Why not?
Yeah.
You just swiped out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. I have a feeling they're about to leave, chat. I have a feeling that they're about to leave. Annabelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Maddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tara with the $10. Thank you. Alexandra, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Nicole with the $10. Thank you. Ellie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. They left, by the way, everyone. Thank you so much for the Crystal Crown. Thank you so much. Hi, I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It's also in the description of my YouTube, as well as if you want to support me for free, you can like the stream on either YouTube or TikTok, as well as you can subscribe on on YouTube, and follow on on TikTok. It is literally free to do so. Literally free to do so. So I would recommend doing that. It's the best way to see my content all the time. Otherwise, you might not. You might not be following me right now because I am on my main account. We got back on the main account. So make sure to follow if you haven't already. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? That person loves joining my live. They do the same thing every time. It's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I feel like biggest reasons are for his just like wanting to keep peace in America and wanting to keep Americans safe and putting us first. I feel like it's the biggest reason.
How is he putting us first?
Like I know a lot of people touched on the Iran stuff.
Iran?
I feel like Iran, whatever, my bad. But I feel like a lot of people have been disagreeing with that. I think it is completely justified, like not having a third world country have nuclear like power and stuff like that. I know you talked about him pulling out of the agreement.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said you don't want a quote unquote third world country to get a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
Okay. So are you saying you'd go to war with any country that you consider to be quote unquote third world, right? That would
I
be
don't
close to a
believe it
nuclear
to be
weapon.
a war. Wait, answer me this: the places he bombed, the facilities he's bombed, was there any casualties?
Was there any casualties?
Yes.
For the U.S. bombing like Iran, does that
Yeah,
change whether
of
or
the
not the fact
facilities.
that it puts us at like conflict or greater risk of there being global conflict?
No, I don't think so. I believe it's like he said he's gonna do from the start, and it's showing like peace by strength, and showing that at the end of the day, like you look at any civilization in the history of time, there's always been a quote unquote like alpha, like a top, whether it's Roman Empire, Egyptian, like there's always somebody at top. Like, do you think that's wrong?
Wait, I'm sorry. Why you just randomly said this? What do you mean, quote unquote? There's someone alpha at top. What's the point of you saying?
Yes. So, like in any civilization, there's always somebody who more or less runs that civilization, whether it be the country or the world. And I feel like that is the
Okay,
USA.
there being a global superpower. What's your point of saying that the U.S. is a global superpower?
I believe he wants to keep us as the quote unquote global super
I don't
whatever.
think that's going to change whether or not Trump or Harris are president. If anything, I think that we're less likely to be the quote unquote global superpower if Trump is president.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because it is the case that Donald Trump is a threat to this country's economic security, right? Foundations of this country in terms of its rule of law, democracy, right? Court system, democratic values.
So you think we would not be because the policies and stuff he has? You don't think he's keeping us in power by not letting other people like push us around? I know I saw stuff on them saying like death to America, like that's okay to say these things and start manufacturing these weapons that could seriously harm American lives.
He's not letting other
That's
people push
okay?
us around, so then why didn't he respond to Iran?
What do you mean?
If he's not letting other people push us around, why didn't he respond to Iran? Why isn't he specifically defending Ukraine from Russia invading them?
I disagree with that. I think he should have. I do think he should have. I'm not going to sit here and say everything he's done is 100% correct because it's not. Like, I would be an idiot to think he's like some golden god that a lot of Republicans think. And I think he has done a lot of wrong things. But I think in terms of where he's at now and what he is doing is not wrong.
Yeah. Wait. Repeat that one more time.
I said, I do think he has done things wrong, like made not good decisions. I would have suggested in his presidency or when he first came into office and he pulled out of the whole Ukraine thing. I didn't agree. I think he should have helped them just as he's helping now. I feel like that is a big part
He's
of
not helping
America.
Ukraine right now.
No, I'm not saying he's. I'm saying that
why is he more likely to help Israel on their offensive conflicts, right, than he is to help Ukraine on defending their country from Russia invading?
Like I said, I think that was a wrong decision. I think he should have helped Ukraine. I can't 100% get into the mind of Donald Trump and tell you his reasonings for these things, but I do disagree. I think he should have helped Ukraine. But right now, I feel like the biggest thing helping Israel is for the nuclear weapons, and I don't think that is the wrong move. There was no lives lost. There was no American lives lost during these bombings. And at the end of the day, he said he was going to use a show of force or whatever if they didn't back down, they didn't close these facilities, and he did what he said he was going to do. And then after that, there was no further action taken. I know recently we've seen things about like they had the ceasefire and it ended like very quickly because Israel started bombing back. I don't think we should intervene further with that with Israel and just like all out bombing them. But I
have a
do
question.
think
If Donald Trump ends up getting into a long-term conflict with Iran and lots of U.S. service members do die, would you then not support him?
I think I would need more context. Like I can't make that decision right now. I would have to see what the reasonings for like what happened basically. Like this is a hypothetical at this point. So I don't want to just like fully say, oh yeah, I would support him through a hypothetical that may never even happen.
Okay. Wait, repeat that. Sorry, I was reading because someone said that Zoran might have won because he's leading Cuomo as the current primary.
I said I can't 100% like guarantee that I would still support him after off like I don't want to basically make a decision off a hypothetical. You're giving me like a hypothetical scenario as if we did go to this big war If
So you just
you know,
won't
I would
answer it because it's a
support
hypothetical.
continually. Yeah, basically. I mean, I can't speak on something that hasn't happened. I would need.
Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. It does look like some people are already reporting that Zoran is won. If for anyone who's saying that in the comment section, let me know. Let me know where you specifically saw that. Nate, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. Linda with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Annabelle with the $5 again. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Gryphon, just let me know who it is, and I will definitely address that. Let me know. I actually don't even know what you're specifically referencing, but in terms of where you're saying to look to. But Ellie, thank you so much for pushing the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But yes, let me know. Just send me a message over the same one you just sent, and I'll make sure to look at that. Push the marvelous confetti. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Tyler, thank you for the $5 from Midas. Reported it on Facebook 9 minutes ago. Daniel, thank you so much for the $3 from Mom Donnie 1. I actually do see a lot of people saying that here. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. That's actually great. Cuomo conceded apparently. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So before that, that's actually incredible to fucking hear, Chad. That's actually, I just want to say right now, that actually shows right there the power of social media. Zoran winning is literally showing the power of social media. So I just want to say that's really cool. That's really cool. That's so cool. We fucking love that. I'm really happy for that. I'm really, really happy for that. Tara, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It was it was definitely the Bernie AOC endorsement along with social media. Like, I think Zoran did really well on social media. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, partner! Eat a pop cup.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. I'm probably going to be on for another 45 minutes or so. I'm probably going to go until around 5 hours or so. Or I might go along for another 1 hour and 5 minutes just to get to 5 hours on TikTok. I'll think about it. Either 5 hours on YouTube or TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. For sure, for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump? Wait, were you just on the live?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you were. What do you mean you think so? Pat, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you. And Jamie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. It's just I just don't really see stuff on Discord because I feel like I always forget. If you let me know who it is, though, it might make it easier to address. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I farted.
Okay. I don't know why you decided to come up on the live and say that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the vibrant stage. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Lucy and Calvin, I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
Just do
Or what's your birth year?
It's
Sorry?
really been 2003.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Just really due to the choices that he's just been making recently with the Iran war and everything like that.
Restate that. Sorry, I was texting back my girlfriend.
Just like everything he's done, like in the past week with the Iranian war and everything like that. Just
What about it?
Just like how he decided to take action, do what needed to be done.
You mean after he caused the situation in the first place? Like he literally pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement, which is what led to this specifically in the first place, along with the fact that he is engaged in stuff that is, increasing global tensions, and he didn't even get a ceasefire done like he said he was, and he was like parading around.
He never said he was going to get a ceasefire done.
did.
He asked for a ceasefire.
He did say peace. Now it's time for peace. Now we got peace. He was so happy. He was like, that's what I do. That's what I do. And then literally,
No, he asked
immediately-
for a ceasefire.
and clearly didn't go well, did it?
But you said that he had a ceasefire, but he asked for one.
He said he had a ceasefire. That's what he said.
No, he asked for one. He never had one.
Dude, he said that he said that he had one.
No, he didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because you did say that.
No.
No, why did why did it just randomly do that? Hello?
Hello?
Dude, what the fuck is happening on my computer? Wait, am I frozen on my computer, chat? Why does dude, why does fucking this shit do this, dude? Oh my god, bro.
Fucking loser.
Why are you mad? I hear you.
What?
Why are you mad? People can still hear me,
This is
dude.
wrong. Yeah, I know.
So what's wrong with you?
You're wrong.
What? Why am I
You're
wrong?
wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Cause, bro, you should have just voted Trump.
Why?
Cause he's right.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Do you vape just like Dean?
Dude, what's wrong with you? No, it's an elevation pen.
No, it's not. It's a vape.
It's an elevation pen. Get it right.
It's a vape.
No, it's an elevation pen.
Show me it.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
it's an elevation pen.
Yeah, it's a good excuse.
Do you want
What's your reason
to
why?
actually debate me, or do you
What?
want to just
What's you gonna
like
kick
say
me?
random shit?
But you're gonna kick me. Are you scared?
I'm not gonna kick you. I don't know why you think that.
You said you were.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Like legit 2 minutes ago. But
No,
your
I
computer.
didn't. I never said that.
You said I'm gonna go ahead and kick you, and then your computer was lagging out.
Nope, never kicked you. Never said that.
Yes, you did.
I never said that.
Yeah. Do you want to go back in the thing? You just did.
Nope, never said that.
Okay.
What are you talking about, bro?
You geeked up with something, bro? I mean that vape is really getting into you, bro.
Okay. All right. We're going to go on to the next person, everybody. I was trolling. Obviously, I did say that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you so much for the swan. I appreciate it. I don't know why it just randomly
Hello?
cut everything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
So basically, my hobby right now. So I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna admit a fault of mine. I'm a single issue voter. My girlfriend, she's liberal, and we already like debated together, and we determined that. But the reason why I voted for Trump is because the EPA thing. So I work on cars daily, and I don't really like the direction that Biden was heading and kind of mandating everyone to drive electric vehicles. I think in California there was some bill that was passed that he was going to mandate only electric vehicles would be sold by 2035, I think.
That's related to the state policy, not federal. Federal policy doesn't have you doing that for a long time.
But it could spread though. That's the main thing. I didn't like the direction that Biden was kind of heading in.
That's the only thing you care about?
Well, yeah, to be honest.
Okay, isn't that a bit ridiculous to say that you only care about like an EV vehicle? Like,
Well,
dude,
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we should have the freedom of choice when it comes to what I'm driving, you know?
so you care more about the freedom of choice in terms of you being able to drive than like your girlfriend in terms of like her body?
Well, see, I can like admit that I do support abortion, me personally, you know, but I also do support.
So to clarify, right? You care more about your
Yeah.
freedom specifically to be able to drive a gas car comparative to her freedom over her own body.
No, not really.
Well, that's what you voted against. You voted against her
Because
rights over her
isn't
body.
abortion a state? Isn't abortion a state issue, not a federal mandated issue?
Because yeah, which
It's
specifically
individual
restricts
by
it in
state. So
certain
how does it have to
states.
do with anything with Trump? Can I just like move a
Oh,
state
so
in
because it's
terms of
specifically
abortion?
specifically because you could just move states. That's your view. Because it is the case that it doesn't affect, right, particularly just you. Right? What about all the other people that it impacts in terms of the different states, in terms of how strict their abortion laws are? Do you care
Like
about any of those women?
the ones that the states are super strict when it comes to abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that we shouldn't vote for Trump, or like, not that, but as in like I think the voters for Trump wasn't really focusing on abortion. I know abortion was a big thing, but I feel like we should like tackle that at a state level instead of going for like the federal level, you know? Because Trump gave the states the freedom, the choice to ban abortion or not. I feel like we should tackle that at the state level. I feel like they should debate at state level instead of kind of like voting all federal, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I have a question. If it is the
Yeah.
case that they didn't support this policy, who'd you vote for? If they didn't have this
Well,
policy position on EV, and that no one was going to take away your freedom to drive on whatever fucking road you want, or drive whatever car you want, who would you vote for?
oh, I just wouldn't have voted.
Hmm?
Straight up. I just wouldn't have voted at all. Straight up.
Jessica, think the $5. So you don't care about anything else other than just this.
Quite literally, yes.
Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds to everyone else? You don't care about Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, him saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Nothing? Is there something Donald Trump could do that would get you to be like, I would vote against him?
If he supported EVs, not gonna lie.
I genuinely believe your girlfriend should break up with you.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely.
Do you think it's that serious?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. What?
So wait. So Parker, in your idea, you think politics should get in between personal relationships between people?
Absolutely, yeah, because we're not just talking about politics, we're talking about human rights. We're talking about you not caring about
So
rape
you don't
victims.
have enough.
We're talking about
You don't have enough
wait.
emotional
We're talking about
intelligence
you
to
not caring
separate
about rape
politics from
victims. We're talking about you not
personal.
caring about rape victims. We're talking about you not caring about the fact that he makes pedophilic comments. You're specifically not caring about a bunch of different things that are incredibly fucking immoral. So the fact that you're willing to overlook that is
in your
absolutely
opinion,
incredibly fucking crazy.
So Parker, you don't have enough emotional intelligence to separate
Politics
and
now you're
personal
gaslighting
relationships
me and trying to
between
say that
friends.
I don't have the emotional intelligence.
Wait,
Are
no,
you
I have a question. So, wait,
don't
so
don't
Parker,
sit there and
so
tell me I don't have emotional intelligence when you're sitting there saying that you don't care about rape victims. You don't care about him saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You don't care about the fact that he said he brags about walking in the changing rooms of girls at Miss TUC because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them with other consent. You can't tell me that you don't care about all of those things while also simultaneously telling me that, bro. Lauren, thank you so much for the $20.25. Thank you so much for Zoran Wins NYC. That's so based. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
So you can't separate politics from personal relationships between people. So let's say you become friends with someone, right, and you become really close friends, right? But then you figure out their political belief, you just like unfriend them immediately. You just like
I would
don't talk to them
I would
anymore?
try to change their mind. And if I can't change their mind and they hold the views like you do, and if they said what you said, I would definitely not be their friend.
So you can't like separate politics from personal like relationships at all.
No, these are fundamental values. These are morals. Okay?
So do you think politics should split up like a family? Like let's say like a mom and dad are married and they have a kid. Should like the mom and dad divorce and leave the kid to a single custody because of political beliefs?
If it is the case that like that would be better for them themselves, I think that would be beneficial.
do you think that's better for the kid?
Obviously, it probably could be if in the long run, but
Well, it's better for the kid to have separated parents and having together parents because
it's better for kids to have
beliefs?
it's better for the kids to have individually happy parents specifically, right? Rather than them staying in a family or a marriage that is not beneficial for them. Can I please finish explaining without you having to cut me off here? Because it is the case that like you understand that like you don't want people to stay in a bad marriage. You'd rather them be divorced than stay in a bad marriage, right?
Wait, sorry, what'd you ask?
Would you rather them divorce or stay in a bad marriage?
But like, why? Because of the political beliefs, it's automatically like a bad marriage.
Well, we're talking about someone specifically who has like a bad marriage, right? Where they specifically are not doing good in that specific setting, and that's their choice. If they did not choose to make that decision, right? I would want them to like try to change their partner's positions and stuff like that. But obviously, having considerations of like children, taking care of children, is an important quality to take into account, right?
Yes, but okay. So if so, basically, you're saying that the marriage is bad because of politics, or the marriage is bad just in general.
I'm saying in scenarios in which it's bad, specifically where people are like they want to cut that off relating to politics. If they want to cut it off relating to
Well,
politics,
I
I think
mean,
it's
if
totally
that's the case,
I think
then
it's
like
totally
I
justified
don't
for them
think
to
they
cut it
should be
off. Oh,
married.
wait, can you let me finish? Are you even listening to me?
Yeah, I am listening. You're saying
Then why are you
basically
cutting
that
me off?
if there's problems in a marriage and they have a kid because of political beliefs, they should get divorced.
That's not necessarily what I said. I said it's justified for them to get divorced if they would like to.
So wait, that like like you do realize how like crazy that sounds, right? Like because of political beliefs, you believe that a family should get divorced. Like really, like you 100% believe that.
I think
Like
it's just I think it's
you 100%
justified to
believe that.
leave someone in that scenario. Yes.
So like that's like insane. I think that's like kind of crazy.
That I think
I'm
it's
enough,
justified to
like the
leave
people outside
someone
TikTok,
in a
bro. Okay,
relationship
so
if they're
like
a Trump
so
supporter.
people in like the real world, right? So people in like the real world, right? They can function normally, even having separate political beliefs. Maybe not on TikTok, because like I get it. The people on TikTok, like you know, how people are on TikTok. Me and you both know, right? But like basically, like that doesn't make any sense. In the real world, people can function with separate political beliefs together in harmony. Like that's like normal.
I never said that's
People
not.
could.
I never said that doesn't
So,
happen. What you're not listening
well,
though. I said it's
I
justified.
am listening.
Listen to what I'm saying. Be quiet for 1 second. Okay? Listen.
Boy, you're getting mad. Chill. What the hell? You're getting
Because
really.
you're not listening.
Whoa. Sorry, dude.
Can you
I'm
repeat
not
to me
meaning
what
to
I'm
say.
saying?
You're saying that if because it's justified for parents to divorce and leave one child to custody because of political beliefs.
It is justified for people to get a divorce if they don't specifically have the same political beliefs. It is totally justified in the political beliefs being related to the fact that the other person supports someone who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that sent false leads of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, who cheated on every single one of his wives, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. When that's the particular position that you hold, yes, it is absolutely justified to cut that person off.
So like, do you believe that? So didn't Kamala Harris like
Kamala.
purposely try to? Sorry, Kamala. Didn't Kamala Harris purposely try to what was it again? Something with like the weed and like marijuana.
You can't say that on the live. I have to kick you now. Can't say that on the live. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Love you. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo, W, love you, W, love you. T, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have not. I'll have to go check it right now. Kiki, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. It's not just political beliefs. I wouldn't want to be with someone who supports a rapist. That's very true. It's morals. It's literally morals. Sid, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for I cut off one of my best friends of 9 years because she supported Trump. It's not a friendship if they vote for things that could impact the rights of people closest to them. It's a morality issue at that point. It's very true. It's literally morality. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, let's put it this way. Why wouldn't I?
Because he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Where there was an 18-year-old that came out that was 18 at the time that said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old when Donald Trump would barge in while they were changing. Cheese it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. Shy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5.
Okay, as far as like there's a difference between a civil matter and a criminal matter, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't care about that.
Okay, well, I ask you a question. Do you think there should be harsher
Yeah.
qualifications for becoming president or being a citizen of the United States through immigration?
One more time.
Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or becoming a citizen of the United States through immigration?
I think it'd be harder. I think it should be harder to become a citizen. You know, we let in more people than any other country legally than any other country ever. We let in over 1 million people a year.
Okay, you said
Legally.
you said it should be harder to become president. So are you saying every immigrant in the country is qualified to be president?
No, I'm saying you have to be whatever the rules are now. What is it, 36, 35, and natural born citizen.
So again, in terms of this, there would still be harsher qualifications for being qualified to be president. You don't think every natural-born citizen in the country is qualified to be president, correct? Do you think Joe Biden is
No.
do you think Joe Biden's qualified to be president?
Sure.
Get off my
I mean, why
lawn.
wouldn't he? He's over 35.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Pat, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy that they support that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
March 3rd, 2006.
Lori, thank you for the $2. So why do you support Trump?
Primarily for my stance on abortion.
Okay. So what about abortion?
I despise the murder of human beings. Innocent human beings.
Okay. So because they're cellular life?
I'm sorry, but what grants someone the moral value to not be murdered?
I'm saying because they're cellular life. I'm asking you the question.
Because I value human life at all stages, that's why.
You value human life at all stages. So you value a zygote as a person?
Implanted or not?
Does that matter?
Yes, it does. Because then if it's implanted, then it is almost practically guaranteed to eventually be a human being, sentient human being.
Okay, so given that it's going to be a sentient human being, that's when you'd value it. But if it's not going to be a sentient human being, then you wouldn't value it.
Right, like I don't value sperm cells.
Okay. You know, at the point of implantation, there's no guarantee, right?
Well, I mean, what are the chances? Like 99%.
What do you mean by guarantee?
Like at the point of implantation, it's more likely than not that that person will be impregnated.
More likely. Okay, so at the point of implantation, that's the point of when pregnancy begins. You know that, right?
Oh, so what are you saying? Like in the case of a miscarriage?
Yeah, I'm saying miscarriage obviously is, something that would prevent there from being a child.
Right. So I'm sorry. I'll rephrase. Not guaranteed, but more likely than not.
More likely than not. Okay. So you're saying if they're more likely than not going to be sentient in the future, then you would consider it valuable. Before that, you wouldn't. So you don't value zygotes, because I thought you said every living organism was valuable.
Yeah. If there's a guarantee that it will be implanted.
Why only if it's going to be implanted?
Because if it's not going to be implanted, then it has no chance to become a sentient human being.
Okay, so it's only valuable if it will become sentient, not if it's just living. So you just contradicted yourself, because earlier you said it was specifically just in the context in which it's living.
Yeah, and I have to reframe my claim. Yeah.
Okay, so you value life with the future potential of subjective experience.
Yes.
Okay. Well, 0.1 second prior to conception, right? Or actually not prior to, 0.1 second prior to implantation, why wouldn't it meet that set of criteria?
What are you referring to?
Yeah. at 0.1 second prior to implantation, why wouldn't it meet that set of criteria?
Because there's no guarantee that it will be implanted.
It is. It's 0.1 second away. If you leave it alone, it will happen. It's 0.1 second away.
So it does meet the criteria.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, 0.2 seconds before, 0.3 seconds before. I can keep going. There's no distinction then. It's not implantation that would then grant the value. It's prior to implantation that grants that value. So what specifically about it grants the value? It's not about the implantation then, because that would just be a location difference.
The potential for future subjective experience.
So just that in of itself. No life is required, just the potential. Well, that exists again prior to implantation. So then at what point does it become valuable for you?
At conception.
Okay. Oh, if it's conception, then it's not based on implantation. Okay, so if it's conceived a zygote in a petri dish, and I slap that conceived zygote in a petri dish, should I go to prison for slapping that zygote?
Should you go to prison for that?
Yeah.
No, because it's not.
But it was conception.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
But conception already occurred, so it would be murder under your view. So then it's not based on that. What quality is it based on then?
Life begins at conception. What are you talking about?
I understand. And I gave you an example of a conceived cell at conception in a petri dish, me slapping that and asking you if I should go to prison based upon that, because you said that it is a person at conception. So given that that's the case, then please explain to me why I shouldn't go to prison for slapping the zygote if it is the case that you consider it a person.
Wait, is the zygote going to become a human one day?
A zygote is already human under your view. You said
I'm sorry. Is it going to become a sentient human being one day?
Okay, wait. So you keep adding criteria after getting rid of it.
I'm asking you.
Will it in some day it become? No. If it's in a petri dish.
So I don't care.
Okay, so so you care about conception plus future subjective experience. Okay, do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No, because it prevents conception.
Not only can it prevent conception, but it also prevents specifically be on track to lead to pregnancy. Therefore, under your view, it would be murdering that zygote. Therefore, you think women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison. So every woman in the chat who has an IUD, you believe they should go to prison.
No, I don't.
Okay, well then you just contradicted yourself again. So what's your position? Is it the case that it's valuable specifically when it has life plus future subjective experience? Or is it valuable in other circumstances? I'm confused. What point is it valuable?
From conception.
From conception. Okay, I'm going to kick you because I've already gone over this point like 7 times. Is it still lagging on YouTube, everybody? I don't know why it's lagging. What the hell? No, we're good? Okay, perfect. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Hey, man.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
I'm born 2005. No, I just like him because he's cool.
Okay, so you said you're 18. You said you're born 2007. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
He's cool.
What makes you think he's cool? Oh, you said 2005? Oh, you're definitely wrong.
No, I'm born to
I swear I thought he said 2007. I'm completely wrong. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I just really agree with his stance on like everything with the border and abortion and things like that.
What about the border and abortion?
I think that
They just left. Okay. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing? I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. What month?
December.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
It stands on the economy. It stands on abortion. It stands on foreign policy. I really agree. It stands on foreign policy, as we recently seen. That's one of the many reasons.
What about foreign policy?
I agree that this country needs a strong leader, and Biden and Kamala wasn't going to be that.
Kamala. Okay,
And
so how is Kamala Harris not a strong leader?
when has she led in the past?
When is she leading the past? Vice president, senator, district attorney, attorney general?
She let her her city into dirt.
How so?
Crime. Have you seen San Francisco? Crime. You can't
Wait,
even leave
what crime did she cause in San Francisco?
you can't even leave your car unattended without it being bugged.
What crime did she cause in San Francisco?
No leadership.
No leadership. What do you mean no leadership?
That's what happened when you have bad leadership. Have you seen with Gavin Newsom?
Okay, wait. So again, what bad leadership did she show that specifically caused that?
She, not cracking down, letting people out of jail.
Okay, so she didn't crack down on law. That's just a lie. That's literally what I feel like you're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm not at all.
You know that's
You're
wrong
not.
though.
What's wrong?
You know that's wrong though, right?
You
That
say everything.
that she didn't crack down and do law and order. That's like literally like the complete opposite of what everyone else says. And you know you're trolling, right?
I'm not trolling. Well, I know what you're about to say because I have heard the argument. You're laughing. I don't understand what you're laughing about, buddy.
Have you seen have you seen the chat yet?
Yeah, somebody said I can't read.
No.
Well, hey, I chill, bro. Hey, I chill. Stop, bro. Can I?
No, I knew it was you. I just always wait to see how long the chat takes to figure it out. I always know it's you. Sinister, thank you so much for the $2. Yeah, I know. I talked to him 2 days ago. Yo, what's up, how do you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let me say thank you to some people. Madi, thank you so much for the $4.20. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting to check my sub stickers. You've been telling me to do this for like so long, and I keep forgetting. My memory is so bad. I apologize. I will try to remember. My memory is just horrible. You know, it could be very well the elevation, to be honest. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the $5. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
So I know there's been a lot on Iran. You know, the whole little thing going on over there.
So do you support Donald Trump causing war in the Middle East?
I wouldn't say it's war.
Actually, here, 1 second. Can I just ask this person a question real quick? Yo, Paul.
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Can you turn your echo off real quick?
Yeah, just a second. Let me figure this out.
For sure.
Just a second, man.
JB, I'll get to you in a second. Just give me 1 second. That means from everyone, make sure to tap the screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
All right.
But you have an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
How? I don't know. I mean, I just hold my phone in front of my face. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Do you have it playing off a
prevent
speaker,
it.
like my voice?
Yeah. Let me turn the
Just
speaker
turn
off.
the
Maybe
Bluetooth
that's it.
off. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right, I think we're good.
All right. Okay. So, why'd you put in the chat? Don't give this kid any money.
Yeah, like why are people giving you money? Let's first start. Like, I'm 53. I'm a retired policeman, 23 years. I'm a United States Air Force Desert Storm veteran. So I want to talk about your qualifications on why you're here, because you look like you're like 21, 22, 23, and I think I'm spot on with that. Because I was a policeman, I can just look at you and tell that you're a kid. I mean, you're a young adult.
Yeah,
I dealt with people like you for 35 years of my life. Okay. So yeah, I would debate you over anything. Like, this is easy for me.
Yeah, I'm a 23-year-old that thinks it's wrong for the president of the United States to pardon people who assaulted police officers on January 6th. So please explain to me, as a police officer yourself, why you support a candidate that pardoned people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th.
Okay. So I obviously wouldn't support someone who committed a felony on assaulting the police. Okay.
But you support the guy who pardoned them and released them into the country.
I did hear about that. Okay. And no, if you commit a crime against a policeman, you deserve to be charged, right? I charged many people, kids trying to hit me, people spit on me, people running from me. I charged a lot of people with it's called aggravated battery in the state of Illinois. I worked in Illinois. So
okay. So so then if you believe people should go to jail specifically for that, then you must not support the guy who pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th, who are convicted of it and admitted to it.
Okay, so listen to this. So Kamala and Biden, I'm going to call her Kamala.
No, you'll call her Kamala.
Okay.
Or you can call her Harris.
Okay. They kneeled for George Floyd. Listen to that. They kneeled for a guy who battered a pregnant woman. Listen to that, man. That is crazy.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Okay. The Democratic Party, Biden, Kamala Harris. Yes. And Pelosi, they kneeled. They went down on one knee, man, for a dude, George Floyd, who battered a pregnant woman, man.
One, I have yet to see any fucking evidence of that. Two, does not justify him being fucking murdered. Crazy as fuck for him to go and still bring that up to this day, right? What a fucking racist piece of shit. Like, I just know for a fact, like, just to deny that, like, to act like that's okay, that he was murdered, is insane. Like, that people were responding into that fucking idea that George Floyd was literally murdered, right, by Derek Chauvin, and that person would deny it. JB, how old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
Wait, you can hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why do you support Trump?
So I wasn't really listening too much of what was just going on, but I know everything that's going on with Iran. I know we were talking about right before I got joined. So I know a lot of people are against everything that's going on with Iran. And
can I thank some people real quick? Give me 1 second. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. WUWU. Sinister, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Pet, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you. As well as Maddie, thank you so much for the $5. I have no clue what's wrong today. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maudie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, go ahead. Continue.
So, and maybe you can help me understand this right here. So I know a lot of receipts of other presidents coming about of their thoughts on Iran and things like that. Maybe you can help me out with this. So receipts came up with Biden, Hillary, Obama, everybody saying exactly, even Kamala saying the same exact thing what they would do if Iran, were to get with nuclear weapons and they would shut their nuclear program down. Every single one of them did the same exact thing. But whenever Trump said it and what Trump did was a very bad thing. What would Obama and Hillary and, Kamala do if they were to acquire nuclear, weapons? Would they do the same thing that Trump did, as in go after their nuclear programs?
No,
or?
it's likely that there'd be negotiation, as the Democrats previously established negotiation, specifically prior to the deal. Now that was harmed by Donald Trump undermining it and pulling us out of the deal originally, but that's probably how they would have tried to respond otherwise. I just don't think that they were close enough. They were 60% enriched, right, in terms of uranium. They're not close enough, right?
Correct.
Trump only set them off by like 3 months. So and he risked global conflict to do so, like
So somebody
for 3 months.
Yeah, I know there was I've seen a lot of talks on it's a lot harder to get from 0 to 60, but from 60 to 90 is a lot quicker. So if they were already at 60 and to get to 90% is I don't know too much about it, but I just seen some things that it's a lot quicker from 60 to 90, and they were already at 60.
Yeah. So wait. So again, that doesn't mean that they're like right now gonna have them. So the idea that we
No,
need to
for sure.
that like we have to strike is ridiculous.
So within the 4 years of obviously presidency, if let's say Kamala would have won, if they would have had this power already, what would Kamala would have done?
I don't know what
already
Kamala Harris would have
said-
done, but I don't think that Kamala Harris would have done specifically what Donald Trump did, right?
Correct, but they've all said exactly that none of them should have power. Not especially Obama. He was very key on Iran not having any nuclear power. So, if anything, if they have this nuclear power and they're saying death to America constantly, and they're already at 60%. Let's say another year from now, they could be at something a lot bigger, 90%, whatever, so they can have this nuclear power.
I'm sorry. Do you think it's good enough reason to go into the Middle East and invade a country because of the claim that they have quote unquote weapons of mass destruction?
Well, I know that Obama and every other Democratic president has also said that they
Can you
fully
agree-
back
can you
Israel.
acknowledge this? And I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with the pro-Israel position of the Democratic Party as well. But Donald Trump is also pro-Israel.
Correct. I've heard a few things that even Kamala and Obama both said that we back Israel.
Yeah, they do. And I disagree with that position that they have. I definitely disagree with that position.
Correct. Me too. So that's something that we can agree on. What was your point that you said? Do I agree on that? I don't know. You said some kind of point, but
I kind of forgot the point that I was making there.
No, you're good. But I don't know. I feel like each president had the same exact thing that Trump did, but it was such a bad thing that Trump did it that everyone's such against Trump. But everyone had the same exact thought.
No. I don't think that Kamala Harris would have done the same thing that Donald Trump's done. I think that Donald Trump has risked global conflict.
I mean, doing exactly what Trump did, yes, 100% did. But I feel like it had to be done. Every president wanted to do it, but no president did it except for Trump.
So,
and
okay.
I think it's a huge thing because Iran has been always chanting death to America, and it's a huge threat for Israel. So if they had a nuclear weapon, they would 100% use it. I know. Even Trump.
Wait.
That,
do you know what mutually assured destruction is?
What's that?
It is the case that if they had nuclear weapons, that they wouldn't use them because then everything that they care about would be destroyed. You do agree that people who are in the Iranian government want power, correct?
Correct. And
okay. Given that they want power, would they destroy all of their power by nuking another country, given that their country would then be destroyed?
I want to say no, but I feel like they would. Like Iranian, I know that I think Trump just posted something saying that we have a peace deal, this and that, but then Israel just went ahead and bombed this. I don't know if you can correct me on that or not. I guess Trump said that they had a peace deal, and then Israel went and bombed or sent a few.
What? Thank you so much for the watermelon love. Thank you so much. Repeat that, sorry.
I said that Trump posted something that Israel and Iran or whatever, there's a peace deal, and then I guess Iran shot some missile that U.S. shot down for Israel, and now I guess there's a whole little conflict going on for that. Is that true or no? Was there a peace deal ever put about or no?
For Iran and Israel?
Yeah.
No, they didn't get it. The Trump said was parading on social media that he got a ceasefire, but then it literally fell like in two months, or not 2 months, 2 hours. Mac, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Yes, I did talk about that a bit earlier. Zoran won. That's so based. So based.
But do you think that a lot of people say that Trump was supposed to shut this down in 100 days, or shut all these wars down? Now, if Trump says something and they don't agree with it, and the other two countries are going back and forth, that's not really Trump's fault, right? Or no? Like with the Ukraine and Russia war. Sorry.
Wait, so do you agree with Donald Trump pulling aid from defending Ukraine?
Yes, but no. As in, like, if they don't want to have a ceasefire deal, none of them do. None of them want to agree with it. I mean, those countries can go right at it. You know what I'm saying?
Repeat your position, because I'm really not following. Like I'm having a hard time. Maybe there's an issue with my head right now. But try again.
As in, like, if Russia or Ukraine don't want to have a ceasefire deal, then yes, pull our troops out of there.
We don't have troops there. Okay, I was asking specifically about our funding going to Ukraine.
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
if they don't want to have a ceasefire deal,
so you agree with giving them funding to defend them from Russia, correct?
Well, if there's no ceasefire deal, then no.
No, so you don't agree with that. So then you want to support Israel in their offensive conflict with Iran, but you don't want to support like Ukraine and like defending them against
I don't want to support
from
an
Russia.
offensive thing at all. I don't want to support an offensive thing at all. I think defense is the plan, but
You're supporting Israel in their offensive conflict, but not Ukraine defending their country from Russia.
Why would I
invading.
support Israel bombing Iran? I thought there was going to be a little ceasefire deal. I didn't, and then I think
there's been
I
no
think Israel
ceasefire deal.
bombed that.
No ceasefire deal.
Oh, I swear, I think Trump tweeted something out. There was a ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
He was parading that there was a ceasefire, but he was not right, because 2 hours later, poof, gone. Matt, do you think of the $5?
And that's the shitty part. So somebody, like these leaders can, just do whatever exactly they want. I mean, I don't know. You can have a deal, but somebody can break it.
So what's your point here?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'll let you move on to the next guy. I don't know. I just want to come up and talk.
All right, for sure. Let's go on to the
All right,
next
have a good night.
person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. I just said it. If you want to support me, as always, you can subscribe on YouTube and you can follow on TikTok, as well as make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube and on TikTok. Gracie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let's try to get to 2 million likes before I end it here on TikTok, everybody. Along with make sure to like it on YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. And again, W's for Zoran in the comment section right now. We fucking love that. That's so amazing to see. And again, this is something I want to take from this, is that like social media, I think, is what has pushed Zoran over the edge. And I think that will, I hope, hopefully show other politicians that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2008.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. We have less than 1,000 new followers for today, so make sure to follow if you haven't already, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 29.
Do you support Trump?
I'll tell you honestly, Parker, what I respect the most about Donald Trump is the fact that he believes in the Son of God, Jesus Christ, and his sacrifice for forgiveness and his resurrection to give us eternal life through the Holy Spirit.
So do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
I really just wanted to emphasize what I respect about him.
If you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
Do you think God is evil, Parker?
By the way, just letting you know, if you do not answer my questions on the live when I'm just trying to clarify so that you can be a guest on the live, I'm going to kick you. Don't waste my time. Yo, what's the bell to you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's the bell to you?
Hey, do you think Australia will be in trouble with all the bonding that Trump is doing?
I'm not quite sure on what the effects would be on Australia, to be honest with you. Yo, what's the bell to you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's the bell to you?
Bro, Parker, we were on here before. I literally have. I want to explain something to you real quick.
Did
Can I
you
do that?
support
Or,
Trump?
yes, I just want to explain something to you real quick. Just for it's for gonna be
Did I
quick.
debate you already?
Yeah, you have.
Yo, what's the bell to you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's the bell to you?
41.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Are you peeing?
No.
What were you doing?
Just chilling.
Okay. What is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. We probably only have like 1 or 2 more debates left, so everyone, just letting in right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why do I have to be 18 to debate?
TikTok rules. And you got to be able to vote.
He accepted me.
How old are you?
I am 28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Did you say why so?
Yeah.
Honestly, the reason being is I just feel that the living expenses on certain income is better now than it used to be.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Just honestly, price of things that have gone down over time. I mean, gas prices are a little cheaper than they used to be. Price of milk's a little cheaper than it used to be, but I don't
No,
think
it's
it'll ever
not.
get down to where milk
So,
used to be.
so,
Like
so
$2
gas
a gallon.
gas slightly went down, but it's likely to go up because of the
Slightly.
conflict that we're having with Iran. Pete, Pat, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. as well as the fact that in terms of this, like, you know that GDP, real GDP, went from several quarters of multiple percentage points increases to a 0.3% decline in the quarter one of 2025 because of Donald Trump's tariff policy being implemented just for a little bit.
I mean, makes sense. You would know that a little bit more than I do, but are you willing to kind of judge on stuff that's happening early with him compared to seeing what it'll look like when he's done with his 4-year term? Or do you believe that it could get better, just like during kind of Biden stuff, like some things got better over time, other things didn't get better over time? Are you judging him more so on what's happening right now, more so than what it could look like in, let's say, a year or two?
You understand that both in the long run and the short term, it's going to be worse, right? For Donald Trump's economic policy. I'm confused what your point is. We can reference his tariffs in the short term and long run. They both have negative points. So, like, I'm confused what your point is. Can you clarify maybe?
What I'm asking is like his plan over time based on tariffs and other things is to put more money in kind of the hands of the American working class and allow them to be able to spend it on more things. And yes, that does mean that prices are going to increase, but when you have more money in your pocket, you're more willing to spend it than you are when you don't have it.
Okay, more money in your pocket, you're more willing to spend it. I'm confused. Your point is like we have less money with Donald Trump in office because of real GDP declining. You know that, right? Real GDP is the overall like economy.
Yep, I know real GDP. I was just
so if real GDP declines, then we have less money.
So let me ask you this: at the current moment, do you have more money to spend now than when Biden and Kamala were in office?
Wait, so repeat that.
Do you, like, as of today, since Trump's taken over in office, do you have more money in your pocket now or prior?
Dude, what? That's not a good determination.
How is that not?
Because it is the case that like there could be various explanations for that.
How so? You're arguing the fact that a lot of it has to do with the presidency, when in reality it has to do with how people feel. The economy is
the overall economy is doing worse. The overall economy is doing worse.
Okay, but I asked you personally, right? So like, even though the overall economy is.
You don't know what the overall economy means? Is that what you just said? Hello? Is that what you just said? Hello? He left. Okay, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Kylie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, diabolical. Diabolical, right? And then Gryphon, thank you so much for the $2. I actually don't have any time today, but you could just let me know. Make sure to message me over the messages you've already sent, and I would definitely take a look into it. I know I've previously already addressed something similar to this in terms of this. I might have actually like it could be related to the same thing, so I could see that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Do you? What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. And did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not. I didn't vote at all.
Okay, but if you could go back in time and you did have the ability to vote, would you vote for him?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I agree with what he does.
Okay. What specifically?
I agree with his conflicts in Iran.
What conflict? Do you agree with him causing? Because he's clearly
I
caused this
agree
conflict.
with bombing Iran, 100%.
Why?
Because why would you wait for Iran to bully Israel or neighboring countries for no reason?
I have a question. Do you support defending Ukraine against Russia?
Well, Russia is the strongest military in the world. that could do whatever they want.
No, it's not.
So, all right,
You're
well, it's
trolling.
top 3. It's what are you talking about?
So wait, I'm sorry. You have an issue with like Iran bullying Israel, even though Israel started the conflict, but you don't have an issue with Russia invading Ukraine?
What are you talking about? All right.
Troll. There's no way they're serious. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so? Or what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, 2006. What month?
December.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I don't know. I feel like my whole family supported him, and I agree with all his policies.
Wait. You would be 18, right? You're 18 turning 19.
Yeah.
Then you just said 19.
I mean, I meant 18. My bad.
Rough. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, just letting everyone know. By the way, everyone, I'm trying to check what are we at in terms of we're like 5 hours 15 minutes. Depending on whenever my girlfriend gets back is when I'm going to get off. So I will keep y'all updated. By the way, everyone, make sure to follow, subscribe if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, let's go to the next person here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. And you said you're how old?
23.
2003, 23. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. June 12. My birthday just passed.
Then you would be 2002.
I did say 2002.
Didn't they just say 2003? He said 2002. Dude, I'm going crazy. I swear to God I heard 2003. Am I going fucking crazy? What the fuck is wrong with me? Yo, what's up? How old are you? He said 03? Why are people gaslighting me in the comment section saying he said 02? That's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Actually, no, I don't. I think both of y'all are morons.
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Caitlin, think of the club. How old are you?
Me?
Oh. Said me as soon as I kicked them. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Okay. Hey, were you already on the live? Chris, were you already on the live? I'm like, dude, just like if you're in the box and you've already been on the live, please get out of the box. It's really annoying. I don't have to block everyone who does that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007, February 8th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I have two answers for that. First of all, his policies specifically on I'm pro-life, so I would say specifically that, and then also his character over Kamala, specifically showing up in how he's handling this current conflict with Iran. So, well, do you want to talk first?
Okay. So, yeah. So his character. You think his character is better than Kamala Harris's?
I do.
In
So
what way? Can
I
you give me
don't
one
so, yeah.
attribute his character is better than Kamala Harris's on?
Absolutely. So I don't think he's the best person if we're talking about that. I know he has multiple felonies, but I think he's much more of a respectable guy to like more feared by other people in a good way. If that makes any sense to you, like he makes more
feared of people is not good character.
No, he's more intimidating. I'm saying like
more intimidating is not good character.
I'm trying to explain this. He's more
He left. That's so brutal, dude. That's so brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I'm pretty sure.
What do you mean you're pretty sure?
I want to talk about how he how do I say this?
Okay, I don't like when people don't answer my questions when I'm asking you, like, just clarifying questions in the live. It's like my biggest pet peeve. I'm like, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who am I? Oh, I'm up 38.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. Yes and no.
If you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, still.
Why so?
So some of the stuff he does now, I honestly I'm wondering like, all right, what the hell is your plan here? You know. And then it kind of comes back like with this bombing thing, the ceasefire happened right after he did it. Now we can't be mad at him when they go back on the ceasefire. So I don't know. I've just been around, and I know when my bank account and my pockets feel better, and it's under Trump.
Okay. You said your bank account feels better now. Okay, what did he do to cause your bank account to do better off? And then also the ceasefire is not actually in case anymore. There's no ceasefire right now.
Well, it is not. It's not right now, but it was, and you can't fault Trump because Iran and Israel went back on their word. So it was supposedly situated, but now it's not.
I can blame him for parading around like as if he got it when he didn't get it.
Yeah, but when they agree to it, it was agreed to and supposedly happening, and then it was just basically big F you. Hey, we're not doing that. So
very unfortunate. It seems like Donald Trump's not good at brokering deals.
I disagree with that, I guess.
I feel like you'd blame the Biden-Harris administration if this happened under the Biden-Harris administration.
Why do you think that?
Because that's what Republicans would blame him for. Republicans blamed him for Russia-Ukraine happening under his administration. They claimed Russia-Ukraine would have never happened if Trump was president.
I sort of agree, but sort of don't. Like,
How do you agree with that?
Well, listen, let me give you my stance on my political. So, in my opinion, Trump shook everything up when he first ran. In my opinion, I believe all politicians are corrupt, and they don't have our best interests, Republican and Democrat. I'm actually more, in my opinion, I feel more independent.
Okay.
Trump kind of shook things up.
You said all politicians are corrupt. Donald Trump's corrupt then, right?
Not all. Majority of them.
Okay. Is Kamala Harris corrupt?
I think she follows with what people tell her to do.
What evidence do you have that Kamala Harris is corrupt?
Just being alive for almost 40 years and witnessing stuff that's going on since forever. Like, they're all corrupt. I can admit that both sides are corrupt. Can you admit that there's no demo? You don't think any Democrats are corrupt?
I'm asking you, do you have any evidence that Kamala Harris is corrupt? And yes, there are Democrats that are corrupt, but I'm asking you, do you have any evidence Kamala Harris is corrupt?
I'm not talking about evidence. It's about being around for almost 40 years and
you need evidence that someone's corrupt.
Okay, then fine. Whatever.
Like
I just
I'll tell you what corruption looks like. Corruption looks like going up to fossil fuel execs and saying, "I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts if you give me $1 billion for my campaign." That's
Okay, so if you
corruption,
want,
right? And you know who did that?
no, if you want, okay, probably Trump. I'm
Trump.
guessing, right? Okay, so if you want to go to corrupt wise, what are your feelings on? Let's just bring up Nancy Pelosi with her net worth and her being in the government for so long. You don't think that insider trading is a problem?
So yes, I think insider trading is a problem. I think that Donald Trump's actually the one oftentimes doing that, specifically when he engaged in market manipulation, saying now is a great time to
Hey,
buy
but
before he
hold on.
before he paused the tariffs.
Let's go before Donald Trump. Even
Dana
before
May,
when he
thank you
ran
so much
against
for $2.
Hillary.
Thank you.
Go before Donald Trump. Even before he ran against Hillary. Okay.
Veronica, think of the $10
Stop.
and Kylie, think of the $5.
Answer a question on corruption without bringing up Donald Trump. Do you think anybody else like Nancy Pelosi or anybody else that does insider trading, there's not a problem there? Like Bernie Sanders is worth millions and millions, and it's a problem all around.
Bernie has accrued millions by selling lots of books, right? He has 3 different places. One is in his workplace. One is in his place of residence where he has to live because he's a senator, right, in Vermont. And then specifically another one where he has to, where he has a vacation home in Vermont.
So you think there's zero
He's
insider
like
trading?
80
going on?
something. Yes, he's not. Bernie's not the insider trading type.
I think a lot of them are. And here's the thing: even with Trump, the decisions he makes, you'd be stupid to think that he doesn't make a decision based off of his company that his sons or whoever may own. It happens all around. So I don't know. I like I said, I think our whole government's corrupt. Not the whole government. 90% of them are corrupt. There's good ones and bad ones, but they're all in it for themselves, and we need to all get together, and that's what they fear is the Democrats and the Republicans getting together and fighting against that. But they have exactly what they want right now. You and me are fighting, not you and me, but we're fighting against each other.
Okay, so
That's what they want.
what is bad about corruption? Like corrupt politicians, what's bad about them?
What's bad about it?
Yes.
What is it? What even question is it? What do you mean? What's bad?
I promise you, there's a point to it.
What is bad about corrupt politicians? I don't even. What's bad? I don't even know how to answer that properly. What do you mean? What's bad about everything's kind of bad about corrupt politicians? They only see what favors them. They might not vote for the people or what. I'm not sure how to answer
They
that.
vote against the people's interests, right?
Okay.
What would be an example of voting
Okay.
against the people's interests?
What would be an example? I don't know. You're going somewhere with it. Just go with it. What are you going?
Well, I'm just asking you, what do you think is against the people's interests? I'll give you time to think about it. There's this person that was being. I can ask this person real quick. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 24.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump.
What's up in the comment section? You think I'm like dodging you or something?
Well, I think it's just like you put on people for over 5 to 10 minutes waiting there listening to stuff you clearly don't agree with, and then you'll kick people for minor reasons, but then you'll purposely not kick them. Like you want to wait and let other people hear this thing you know is foolish.
I give people such
like,
long
well
time.
thought
I
out.
give people such long time. I don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
some people. You give people who once they ask you a certain question, you're like, oh, I actually don't want to answer that one. Like how you had essay allegations. Does that mean you're equal to Trump because his court case was dismissed?
Wait, what
Well, you're
person
equal, though.
what person accused me of essay?
You were never accused of essay. Is that the
Not
claim?
by an actual person, no.
Oh, not by an actual person. So you have been accused of essay.
Yeah, there's this person called Little QB who's an insane lunatic that made up a person and posted it on Reddit. He made up a person. He admitted to making up a person, right? Because he doesn't like us. He did the same thing with Dean and with Matt. He's a lunatic, right? So like that's an example, right? That's not an actual person.
Okay,
and
okay.
everyone
I
knows that that
understand your
person's
point in
lying.
that example, but then why can the same argument not be used with E.G. Carroll? I just want to know your
Because
stance on that. Why can someone not say when the court dismissed the court case, though? Like, you tell me why you just auto believe her and I can't auto believe even if I don't look into the facts. Like, you don't, clearly.
one, because she is a victim, right? She specifically has a
Oh, but
scenario.
I could just say there was a victim out there, though, against you. Like, why can't
No,
I
you
just say the
can't.
same
No,
thing?
you
I don't
can't,
really
because
care
there
about
isn't.
the case.
There's not a person that has.
Well, she wasn't a victim. She just claimed it. This person claimed.
So there's not even a person specifically, right? An individual who claimed to have been sexually assaulted by me. Literally, not a single person. Never, never would be, because that doesn't happen. That hasn't happened. I've never done that, right? Right. So like the idea that you'd specifically say that there's anything applicable to me is ridiculous. When Donald Trump was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, the evidence was proven in a civil court, and you don't accept it. It's not even just an accusation. But by the way, even so, right, you don't even have like a specific. You're not even specifically referencing like a person who came out and said something about that, right? You're referencing like someone who made up a story about another person because they wanted to like demean our character because we call out people for being essay apologists. That's them. It's not even a person specifically. Like, does that make sense?
I don't think I've heard anything against Dean. I haven't personally.
No, it's the same person that you're referencing.
Not Dean, I'm Parker, I mean.
It's the same person that you're referencing making the same claim about me, Dean, and Matt, which they've admitted themselves was a lie, and that they made it up. They've admitted it themselves. With E. Jean Carroll, E. Jean Carroll has never said that she lied. E. Jean Carroll has held her abuser accountable in a civil court amongst a jury of 9 people. She told her friends at the time, which are able to recount upon stories decades ago where they were told specifically of this, that she was sexually assaulted. Okay? So there's plenty of things I can point to specifically in terms of evidence that you aren't even looking at. Also, bro, please explain to me how, like, I was running from you, bro. Like, you're just some random person in the comment section. I didn't even know you existed. Hello?
Yep, I just realized I had to return back on my after you muted it. But what's it called? It's fine.
I don't even know if I muted you, but go for it.
Whatever happened, doesn't matter. I don't really care anyway. But I understand your point. But this is my point. If one person makes a claim and on the internet, this is all that's being said. Before I even look into it, okay, thank you. I don't understand. I didn't understand anything about your case. All I did was read an internet headline. That's it. All right. But I'm just saying, when someone hears that about you, about Trump, and then you look into the court case with Trump, and yes, okay, everything you said, but it was civilly.
You didn't even read a headline about me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Rape is rape. A rape allegation, which was already held up once again in court, that it wasn't rape. That you're just ignoring
You're
that.
Just lying. You're lying.
Like
you're lying. What is rape?
I am like
Well,
no.
actually,
Actually,
I'll ask you this question. I'll ask you this question.
Is rape was debated.
Is forceful penetration? I did meet you here. Is forceful penetration of a
It had
woman's
to be written as essay. Yes, but it had to be rechanged in the court case.
Can I please answer? Can I please finish my question? Can I please finish my question?
No, but you're right. Yours wasn't a question. Yours was a contradiction of me
I'll wait
saying
until
that
you're done. I'll wait until you're done.
To be rape. It couldn't be called rape. It had to be called essay. Fact. It had to be called essay in the court documents. Civilly, too. Not a criminal offense, which you want to and accuse him of as immoral. And I will say you support Islam, so you already support 9-year-old girls marrying anyone. So I don't understand your moral stance on any of this. I'd like to know your moral stance against dating anyone young, because I have a major moral stance against that. Major. I want to know where your moral stance is from against that. And why you're so hard on Trump, but not on just everyone, like Biden. Or like, guess who else? Hillary Clinton's husband, Bill Clinton. Do you just not care about the Democrat Party's issues? Like, I just don't understand that. It's just very confusing to me just to hear like a constant rage about one person and then pretend that it's a whole party and pretend that it's people who support Trump. I support Trump for many, many, many reasons. The gender issue.
Is this guy going to keep yapping? Hello?
All right.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. I was going to let you yap because you're just like fucking insane. Shut the fuck up, dude.
I unmuted.
Please be quiet. Holy fuck, dude. Why are you yapping? Why are you yapping? One, I'm not Muslim. I don't know where the hell you got that from, right? I don't know what the fuck reality you took that from. I'm so confused why you just randomly said that. By the way, also, The candidate you support said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the events where Donald Trump would barge in while they were changing.
Yeah, that's disgusting, and everyone's always against it, but that wasn't the whole thing that happened. That was actually the claims, and those haven't been fully supported. That would be a criminal offense, and like, no, he was not charged criminally in a court. He was never taken in by police. This is not what happened. I can fully listen to you, and you can try to like insult me and say I'm spurging or some shit, but
Don't say that. Don't say that on live. Don't say that term on the live. Don't say that term on the live.
Sorry, I don't know the rules.
Yeah, so that's a slur. Don't use that term.
Oh, okay. I don't know exactly. This is the first time I've actually debated on a live because I don't usually debate. But after all these people are just constantly asking, like, do you support Trump? And like, as if it's an issue just to support a person as president. Like they want, and they pretend they're the morally upright ones every time, but they want to make an issue just over someone's support. And they want to act like they don't judge. I just don't understand it. Like where their viewpoints come from. Like, and they just ask whataboutism questions. Just where do these ideas come from? Do you not support Islam? You didn't say yes or no. You just said you're not Islamic. That doesn't tell me, do you support it?
What?
Are you against Islam saying 9-year-old girls?
I said I'm not a Muslim.
That doesn't answer if you're against it. That's not a real
What?
answer. That's ignoring the answer. You dodged the question, didn't you?
I'm
You're not a Muslim.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
That point.
I'm an
Are you
atheist.
against- I know.
I'm an
You have issues with
atheist.
the Bible, right?
What?
But I've heard you talk about you have issues with certain quotes in the Bible, but you will never do the same about the Quran. Why?
I disagree with Islam
Name
and
the
I
Bible
disagree with
the Quran
Christianity.
quotes. Have you read them?
I
Okay, there,
I
thank you.
disagree with Islam and I disagree with Christianity. What?
Yeah, but just saying you're agnostic or atheist isn't really a straight answer. Thank you. That's very
Yes, it
clear.
is.
No, it's not. To say you're not a religion, I can say I'm not Christian. I can say I'm not anything. It doesn't mean I'm against Christian values. It doesn't mean I'm against a certain thing.
Okay.
You have to certainly produce. I am against that, like you would expect.
I don't know. I don't know why you'd randomly ask me that question. I mean, have I ever gone on live and say I even wait? By the way, have I ever gone on live and even said I supported Islam? Like, I don't know why you specifically.
No, that's the point, though. You would sit there and pretend because people are supporting Trump, they're supportive of SA. Where do you get that? Did anyone who say they support Trump auto jump to say they support SA? Where did you get your claims to?
I'm
just
saying you're
dismiss?
willing to support Donald Trump in despite of the fact that he was
Put
held
down
civilly
every
liable.
Trump supporter, but
Hold up,
millions
hold
of
up.
Trump supporters. Where did you get those ideas? I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
Like, why did you think that was morally all right, and you're just morally all good?
You're clearly hurt. You're clearly hurt. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and you're willing to vote for him in despite of that fact.
And what do you know anything that Joe Biden has done, and do you know anything about any of other people of what they have done? And civilly, yes, civilly liable, yes. When someone has a civil court case, I dismiss it and don't really care. If it's criminal, I would really, really care.
Okay.
Why do you want me to
I have a question.
focus so much
I have a
on the
question.
civil court case? And why are you upset that I'm
do
I'm focused on
yeah,
about that?
hold
Like,
up,
if I support SA now.
Hold up.
But if I can't focus on you not supporting Islam,
Okay, I have a
like
question.
you needed to make that clear, or you'd support it apparently. Like if I don't make clear supporting Trump now, I auto support everything he does.
Now, do you accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
Criminal case.
Yeah, for his 34 felonies.
Oh, it's 34 felonies. Okay, sure.
You do?
I want to know why he's not in jail though. He already went in, and they didn't put him in jail, and he
Oh.
left, and they
Oh,
got
you
his
see how
mugshot.
he doesn't even accept the criminal case against Donald Trump.
Well, what do you mean? The judges already aren't even following pursuit. I'd like to see some.
No, that just
police
means that
trial?
they specifically just didn't sentence him in terms of any jail
they
time
did. They brought him
because
to
he's
the
president of the
mugshot.
United States and he got elected.
And they took his mugshot just to try to disqualify him.
That's right there.
And he still won because that's how many supporters he has, and they know how much of a joke a lot of these points are. It's just like a weird self-hatred. Like we could do the same thing to you and to so many people and just be like, hey, if you have a court case ever that happened, hey, you were taken into a prison cell one time, into a jail cell, because people accused you of all these charges, and then nothing happened though. If nothing happens from it, are we supposed to, isn't it innocent until proven guilty in this country? Do you not believe in that? I want to know where your morals are. You haven't answered what your morals are. Where do you get them? What are your morals?
Yeah, my morals are going to be a description of my psychological preferences relating to morality. It's going to come from myself.
Does it change?
So can I please address things, or are you going to cut me off?
Yeah, but is that like a
Not
real
able to
thing?
address things? Okay.
Okay, answer it. Well, I don't know what that means. What is that? Answer. Yes, I'm asking. And what does that mean? Please answer.
Yeah, so there was due process for Donald Trump. He was held civilly liable. He was proven guilty, and even in those circumstances, you didn't accept it. So you say innocent, so proven guilty.
I didn't say
Bro
I
was
didn't accept
fucking
it. I said I
proven
fully
guilty, and you
accepted.
still
I
didn't
wanted
accept
the
it.
police.
You see how he's not
Well,
listening to me? He can't listen.
well, you can put words in my mouth, but sure. Go ahead.
I didn't put any words in your mouth.
You just said. You just said I didn't accept those court cases. I said I wanted police to go do something about it. I literally just said.
No, you didn't
Okay.
accept the court cases earlier. We just had that
I did accept the
conversation.
court cases. I said he was civilly liable, and I don't really care about civil cases. And
Yeah,
then
exactly.
I once
And then I
again
asked you about the criminal case, and then you accepted the. You didn't accept
No,
the
you're
criminal
saying I can't
case.
support someone because of a civil case. I fully accept that he was civilly held liable and he had to pay his money. And now, what more do you want? What action do you want me to take because someone was held in court? You want
Can I
me
ask
to
you a
change my
question?
views on this?
Can I ask you
You
a
just
question?
want to you want to stigmatize people.
Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman legally immigrate into the country?
Okay, so if someone was civilly liable in another country, like they were already, like they had that court case, and they like worked for their years to get here, and they were found not for after years to now been a now good standing person, and the United States has found like they're a good person, they deserve to come to America, they'll work hard, obviously. Why wouldn't anyone? I'd like to know, like,
I would say no. If someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, I would say no. So you're saying that people held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, right, should be allowed to legally enter the country? Is that your view? You want to unmute yourself? Do you want to unmute yourself, man? While he tries to do that, I'll say thank you to some people. Sahas, thank you so much for pushing the.
I'm still here. I'm just letting you guys go.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Sahas, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Megan, I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for tell this guy to seek therapy. He debates like a kid whose mom told him he can't go to his friend's house. Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Madi. I really appreciate the $4.20. Yeah, but in general, yeah, therapy is actually a great thing. I'm going to therapy. Lenny, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I truly can't wrap my head around how this guy can say someone is corrupt without evidence. Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Anna with the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. But Kathy, thank you so much for the $25. Really appreciate it. Veronica with the $10. Thank you. All right, go for it.
yeah, like for other reasons I would support Trump is just because, like, if you wanted to switch to Iran or switch topics to immigration or switch to a lot of it, like with immigration, I think he's at least very moral. He dates and he's married to an immigrant. Like he's to many, his children would be considered children of immigrant. So I don't understand like where the gotcha of any of this is. Like I definitely support a
By
person
the way, being
always in
married.
his life
I'm
supported
sorry.
immigration and
Being married to an immigrant doesn't mean you support immigration. Clearly, Donald Trump's very anti-immigration, yet he is married to someone who's an immigrant.
anti-illegal immigration in his whole life.
Well, then why?
That's why when he called the city and he said that we had rats in our city, they tried to take that back 30 years ago. They've always tried to corner Trump. Everyone understands Trump's always been cornered because he talks his truth, and he just thinks, and everyone usually agreed with it back then. Like when he was on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith even loved him back then. Like they all loved him. Everyone loves
Fresh
Trump back
Prince
then.
of Bel-Air?
Yeah, you haven't seen the clip, but when he walked in, he tried to buy their house. They just didn't want to sell it because their family home. It's the movie set that they always would do. Like, I love watching shows like that. Like, if you think people are automatically racist because they support Trump, I can tell you.
Dude, are you okay? Like, seriously, this guy's fucking going crazy right now. What are we even talking about? We were having a typical conversation. This guy's all over the place.
Well, I was just curious what you asked me what I wanted to say, and I just had a point of all these reasons of why I support Trump. Go ahead, you speak then. What do you want to say of why I shouldn't support Trump and why supporting Trump is wrong and immoral or something?
Dude, has anyone ever in your life told you you're a yapper, bro?
No, people don't. In my life, I don't sit there listening to like TikTok yapper or people who speak in that slang. I would have a much more civil and normal conversation where they wouldn't like go yapper and like just disses and like that's it.
That's what you've been doing the whole
They
time.
sit there and diss you? Oh, I bet. Should I just sling some?
That's what you've been doing this whole time.
No, I'm saying you shouldn't be stigmatizing these people. I was saying what? You
Mental
mean
thing
like
to $5. What do you mean? What do you mean stigmatizing? Me saying that like you shouldn't support Donald Trump?
You're saying we're racist for supporting Donald Trump or any of this. I should. I don't understand.
By the way, I didn't even make that claim. By the way, I didn't even make that claim.
You said I support Biden.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're actually like so insufferable to talk to. Jesus Christ, dude. Shut up, dude. No one said that, right? But you are willing to support him in despite of the fact that he's racist. Is that pretty fucking clear? Over someone who's not racist.
You are kind of mad for midnight on a Tuesday.
Sure. Mad. Like, yo, I'm just sitting here. I'm wide awake. I slept earlier. I don't really even give that much fucks about it. I'm trying to say what my opinion is. I think it's kind of crazy. I keep being stigmatized, and every Trump supporter is, and then they pretend like you can't like even defend back. But he just even said I'm a yapper. Like what? What's
Dude,
he then?
do you want a Kleenex, dude? I
He
called
just
you a
muted
yapper.
me.
Do you want a
I have
Kleenex?
to unmute myself.
I like
sitting
how
there silent.
because you don't listen to anything I said. I asked you a question. You didn't even answer the question. You just yapped again.
I didn't answer the question. I was asked if I was like mad on a midnight night. You didn't even like really ask a clear question. Re-ask your question then. What was your clear question you wanted me to answer? Am I a
That was
yapper?
We're putting him on timeout. Adam, go ahead. What's the reason why you support Trump?
I don't really know what. I don't even remember. I'll just listen to him go on, and I don't remember why the hell I'm even here.
All right. Well, Adam, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
I was just hanging out, and letting you guys go, man. Hey, I appreciate letting me up, man. I'll talk to you at some point later.
Gotcha. You know what? That was actually really good. You were so crazy that Adam was like, I can't
Well,
even
Adam
support
was
Trump
already-
anymore.
Adam didn't support Trump much beforehand, but if you remember his point of view, which I definitely do. I'm just saying, like, Adam already was having a lot of issues with both sides of it, and he was already saying he doesn't now. So just to put words again in other people's mouths.
He said he was never MAGA to begin with, actually.
I'm MAGA. I would definitely say make America great again. People who don't agree with a statement like that sound very anti-American. It's like to support Iran.
Iran.
Sorry, Iran. The
Yeah.
pronunciation.
I have a question.
The grammar police.
Can I ask you a
Whoops.
question? Would you vote for a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
If he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, do you mean one of the Olsen girls who they specifically were like? I'd like to know the context. Can you please not try to stigmatize the question already with your crazy bias of what did Stephen Colbert say the same thing? Did every late night host you still listen to say the same thing? I want to know that. And do you support them?
One, I don't listen to Stephen Colbert, and
say
two, I
they're
don't.
all evil or dark right now.
One, I don't listen to Stephen Colbert. Two, I don't think Stephen Colbert even did that. So I'm confused what you're talking about. Can you tell me? Would you support Donald Trump? Even if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
He didn't say 10-year-old girl. He said I would date a 20-year-old girl. That's a weird question. So would he date a 20-year-old girl who everyone in the country thought they were very crazy, and I think it was a disgusting time in our country already just a few years ago? No, I think that. Well, sure, I voted for him, so I did. Like, I'm not gonna like lie to you and say I wouldn't vote for him when I did, and he can't run again. So, what do you mean? What's the point of your question?
Just take a listen. Take a listen real quick.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Yeah, that's a 10-year-old girl. You can hear her saying, he goes, are you going up the escalator? She goes, yeah. He goes, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. And then she goes, and like, I'm just really asking you the question. Would you be okay with a 50-year-old man going up to a fifth grader, a fifth grade class, and going up to one of the students? Can you please listen to my question?
Yes.
Would you be okay with a 50-year-old man going up to a fifth grade class, right, and going up to one of the students, right, and saying that he would date them in 10 years?
No, in a professional, no, that sounds definitely fired from their position as teacher, sitting there with 10-year-old girls all the time. Definitely fired.
Okay, so to clarify, if that gets you to be fired from being a teacher, should someone be allowed to be president if they do that?
Well, for one, that's a power dynamics of teacher and their current student. That's a very disgusting scenario you just put up. Like, I think that was a very jump, just one. But other than that, for the point of how, like, well, I don't know why they should now be disqualified from all future employment. And now, like, in the future, he said that, like, how long ago? Once again, it's a how long ago clip they jumped back to 20 years ago.
So to clarify, if a 50-year-old man went if a 50-year-old man went up to a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and said you'd date her in 10 years, you're saying that you'd support him insofar as that it's been 30 years since that happened.
No, I'm saying
Or
that
sorry, thank you.
statement, he didn't even go after her. He's made a thing about a person who everyone in the country for disgustingly was sexualizing this 10-year-old girl. And I think it was wrong for anybody to make how many people made statements like that. And I just think it was crazy time in our country that any of them were saying that. And I would, but right now I do watch
Who
a lot
else
of
are you
them on
talking about? I
TV.
don't even know. I would condemn them too.
Well, the many. It's just so many to list. Like
Give
I was
me
trying
one
to say, all the
person.
late night hosts who had them on, had her on on their TV shows. Every single one of them.
Had
They literally
who?
said, "Look at how you're going to grow up. You're going to grow up to every man want to date you. Every man already
Who
wants to
said
date
this?
you.
Name one person.
Like Stephen Colbert. He's the one with the
Can you tell me?
glasses.
Can you give me a single source that says Stephen Colbert did that? Because I will condemn Stephen Colbert on the live right now.
You got to go watch. I just don't remember. I have to go
You
rewatch.
want to go look it up real quick?
Late night host sitting there with a girl who's 10 and sitting there literally how they
Also,
were all
by
sexualized.
the way, would you want Stephen Colbert to be president?
No, but a lot of the rest seems to
Okay.
want
So
the,
maybe this isn't the right
Not me,
example for you, buddy.
personally.
Because just because it is the case that they're
Well,
a
none
late
of it's
night
the
host
right
doesn't mean
example
they're
because I don't
qualified,
really
dude.
want Trump to be president. He's two choices, and I support him. That. Sorry, well you got me, but I do support him, of course, because he was that or pedo Joe / Kamala corruption.
Kamala. Okay. Why? What makes you think that Joe Biden is a P3DO but not Donald Trump?
Because he sniffed women's hair on things. His daughter said so in her diaries. It's like a very close person took showers at inappropriate ages. And very many.
Okay, so you're misrepresenting everything. He sniffed his granddaughter's hair, right? Does not make him a P3DO. And then you're talking about in terms of his daughter, right? Ashley Biden, her diary, which this is unverified, the contents of it, because the diary was controlled by Project Veritas, a right-wing think tank. But even if we were to accept the conditions if it were true, it doesn't say like at an inappropriate age. It just says that Joe Biden like just showered with his daughter to like clean her when she was a kid. That's all it says. And also the contents are not verified. But even if the contents were, that particular claim, plenty of adults do that with their children, right? In terms of taking care of them, making sure that they're okay. That's not evidence at all, even that it was in a sexualized context or at all when they were older, right? You understand that, again, parents do that with their children all the time because their children aren't old enough to do it by themselves.
Yeah, but I know Trump didn't do that, and he had wives that he actually went with, and he did it with porn stars, and he did it with women who wanted Trump and were like fiending for Trump. Like it was very crazy way these women.
Okay, I don't know why he just randomly talked about this. What are you talking about? Him cheating on his wife with a porn star? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, that's how it's more evidence that he didn't go. Like one person did and has allegations from their own daughter that creeped her out, and she's still like, sure, maybe it hasn't been substantiated, but neither was the
Wait,
Biden
no,
laptop.
it never said that. It never said that she was creeped out. I don't know what you're talking about. Romy, thank you so much for the $5, and Mike, thank you for the $5.
Never said she was creeped out because it was written in her diaries
Ghost,
years
thank you
later
for
that
the
she still
$2.
thinks
Happy
about
birthday,
this,
Ghost. What's up?
and how it makes her feel uncomfortable still now. That was literally the writing, and that was the article.
The specific diary said, like thinking back on it, that might be inappropriate. Like it's literally
Might
that's
be
all.
inappropriate. Thank you. That was the exact quote.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. It's her thinking that like again, if it were the diary, if the contents were verified, it's her thinking that like just the idea of parents, right, like showering with their kids might be an inappropriate thing. That's just what she was saying. By the way, if it was the case that the contents are verified. Also, again, this is what you're saying. Donald Trump's a pedophile. I mean, Joe Biden's a pedophile based on, but you aren't willing to say that about Donald Trump, who
more than
bragged.
that, I said that
where Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Where there was an 18-year-old that came out, so there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old. He said that Jeffrey Epstein was a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. He also said he would be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. I mean, there's plenty of things I can bring up specifically. Also, the 10-year-old him saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. That's a pedophilic comment. So, like, don't even get me started. Like, you literally think that's applicable to Joe Biden, but don't think it's applicable to Donald Trump. It's actually insane.
No, I want to know why you don't think it's applicable to Joe Biden. I think
I gave you my
explanation. I
think
think those are disgusting statements.
I gave you my explanation.
You didn't say why Joe Biden didn't do any of that. You kept
Garland,
just
take the
making
$2.
some
Thank you.
whataboutism that you don't think those the contents were verified, and that then you switched it to how you think some parents are okay with it. Then you even said how she thinks it might not be.
I said the contents aren't verified, but even if they were verified, it doesn't even indicate that he's a pedophile. This guy can't even fucking listen.
Oh, I thought when you first mentioned, before you mentioned, like you first mentioned that some parents don't see it as inappropriate before you then.
I mentioned specifically what happened, and that specifically it is the case that plenty of parents, right, are going to shower with their kids when they're young enough when they literally can't shower by themselves. That's
Yes, you
something that a
mentioned
lot of
that
parents
before.
do.
Yeah.
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 Are you saying that makes them pedophiles?
No, I wasn't. I was saying now if the kid
Okay,
now
so
looks
then what the
back.
fuck are you saying? You just said that Joe Biden was a pedophile based on that, but then you're saying all
No, I
those
didn't.
parents aren't pedophiles.
No, I was saying if a daughter writes a diary based on that now in the future and says that they now feel it might have been inappropriate, that it is a possibility that they're a pedophile.
Okay, wait, this is a
Because
completely different
much higher
argument. Also,
possibility. It's like very
she
likely.
denied that, by the way. Evelyn, thank you for the $5.
Yeah.
She said that people were claiming false allegations about
you got a
the
pardon.
people that she
That's
cares
all.
about, which would include specifically that you're talking about that. So that is actually like exactly what you're talking about right now. Ashley Biden came out and said that this is false.
Ashley Biden, yes. They came out saying it's false.
So yeah, what you're saying right
They
now has
came out
been
saying the Biden
disproven by
laptop was false,
it's been
and wasn't that proven
no. What
false?
you're saying has been disproven by Ashley Biden herself.
Is the laptop real, or was the laptop
Evelyn, think of the
denied
$5.
by
Laptop? You mean
by
diary?
Biden? No, the laptop now for no, his son Bo Biden's laptop.
You mean Hunter Biden? You mean?
Hunter Biden. I can't remember all their names even. I don't pay attention enough to Joe Biden's life to sit there and know
What about the
how corrupt he
laptop?
already was, because it's already lists
Wait,
and lists. And
what in
lists.
Hunter Biden's laptop indicates that Joe Biden's a pedophile?
Oh no, it's not what in Hunter Biden's laptop. Their family's known for lying throughout their entire career of being politicians, since Joe Biden's the oldest politician in
This
America.
guy's like so fucking delusional. This might be one of the most insane guests I've ever talked to. No wonder why you were in the comment section saying that I was like literally like fucking what's it called? I literally didn't like I was like running away from you and I have no clue who you are. Like
Sure.
you
don't know who anyone is.
You're a lunatic, dude. Judy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm doing it either, to be honest. Jessica, thank you for the $10. You got anything genuine you want to say? Because it sounds like you're just insane.
Sure. All right. Well, I have a lot of genuine things I want to say. The point is, you keep trying to steer a conversation into some question you're asking me about sexual. But if you want to switch it to something like,
Just give me a second. I need like a moment of silence, bro. Genuinely. Just give me a second. Nope. Stay quiet. I need some deep breaths before you come back and talk. Just give me a minute. Okay. All right.
I was enjoying nice.
Oh God, please stop.
Meditation's good.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, nice little meditation, deep breaths, always nice. I enjoy that.
Marty,
I don't
thank
think
you so
it's
much for the $4.20. Give me some W's for Marty in the comment section right now. Thank you.
like I didn't want to accuse you straight up of like sexual assault or anything like that. Like I don't think that's true. I wasn't trying to be. The point is, like, that's how inflammatory it feels when they're constantly saying Trump supporters are racist. Trump supporters support sexual assault. When I don't really
wait,
he
what?
doesn't get criminally charged for any of this. Trump should be criminally charged. Then I'll believe you. Take him to prison. Take him to prison, and then unless the entire world's corrupt and it's all that, and then what do you do when it's between Biden and Trump?
Do you know why it was in a civil case, not a criminal case?
Sure. Tell me. I don't know.
And by the way, for the people in the chat, he just like randomly said that, and it was just like a completely made up thing. So he was just like, He's just saying like, what if I were to say this about you? Like it's
No,
like,
yeah,
okay.
exactly. Because I heard
So
an article online, and then
yeah,
like
yeah. Respond. Or an article. There's no article online that would say that
someone
about
made
me.
it up. Like you're saying. Sorry, someone made it up about you.
There was no article online, even if someone making
Some
that up.
fake TikToker or whoever it was made it up about you, and so other people talked about it.
Yeah. Who admitted that
Sorry.
it was wrong, that it was made
It was
up
wrong.
because
That's
they
all I-
wanted to demean me as someone who advocates against grape apologists. The same thing happened with Dean and with Matt. They literally said the
Well,
same
that's
thing
the
about them,
point.
and then
I'm not
also
trying to say
admitted
I'm
they
a
were
grape
lying.
apologist. That's the point. I'm not a grape apologist just for supporting Trump. Like, unless you are for auto supporting Biden when he should be criminally charged, in my opinion, then, or at least investigated for that daughter stuff. But they don't even want to investigate him.
Yeah,
you just want to brush it away.
because she Ashley Biden came out and said that all those allegations are false.
Oh, just because someone has an allegation one time and they immediately retract it later, you don't think a father has power at all?
Wait.
Especially with family dynamic?
Ashley Biden didn't make an allegation and then retract it.
Well, sure. It's like how the Hunter Biden wasn't.
Okay, by the way, he brings this up as a means to deflect away from Donald Trump saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragging about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss TSA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them with their consent, or saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10, or I already said that, and also, like, literally, what's it called? Like saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? Like, things like that. You're deflecting away from that. Why are you,
No,
can
I
you
said that
address
was
those?
disgusting. I agree with you. Fully disgusting.
Are those pedophilic?
They sound highly pedophilic, yeah.
So then
from
Donald Trump is, so then you agree Donald. Okay, can you give? So
Is he pedophile?
If you agree that Donald Trump is pedophilic, right? Is Kamala
I
Harris?
think Joe Biden is too, though.
Do you think Kamala Harris is pedophilic?
Do I think Kim? I don't know enough about her other than like how she wanted to lock up people for marijuana and how she just like.
Well, you can't say
will
that on
click
the
over
live,
the
but I'm
Democrat
gonna get off
Party
anyway
through
here in a
nothing.
second. So Jesus Christ.
Nothing. They just took it over.
Okay. So do you have any good reason to believe Kamala Harris is pedophilic?
I'm not gonna.
No. So if you believe that Donald Trump is pedophilic and you don't believe that Kamala Harris is pedophilic, why'd you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I didn't pay attention to those statements because he's not a registered pedophile.
Okay,
Like, if he did, he
so
wouldn't have said
now
it.
with the knowledge that you have right now, would you say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump anymore?
No, because he's a registered pedophile. If he registered pedophile, definitely. I would definitely dismiss him immediately.
By the way, are you saying, right, if someone is not a registered pedophile, that you wouldn't believe that they're a pedophile?
No, if I had more clear evidence put in front of me, in front of my hand, like picture clear evidence.
Held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right? Or the fact that he was literally, or the fact that he bragged himself about walking into the changing rooms. He bragged himself about walking into the changing rooms of girls Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said about Epstein that he's a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does many of them on the younger side. That's what Donald Trump said explicitly himself.
We should look into the Epstein files. Everyone should be demanding that.
Wait, what do you think's in the Epstein files? Christina, thank you so much for the $20.
I
Thank
think
you so much. I
anything
really
could be in the
appreciate it. Thank
Epstein
you.
files.
I'm so
I
sorry to
don't
hear
know.
that. Christine, oh
I
my
think from
gosh.
Stephen Hawking to Neil deGrasse Tyson to anyone in the world.
Yeah, Christina, I'd have to look, and then tomorrow I might be able to because I'd have to look through.
Bill Clinton on the manifest. Many people on the manifests. So I don't know. But what I think is in the Epstein files would be a lot of corruption with like a lot of the world. Why do you think all of media?
Do you think Donald Trump's on the
tries to
Epstein
push
files?
this type of stuff.
Do you think that Donald Trump's on the
I don't
Epstein
have enough
files?
evidence to know what's in the Epstein files. I don't say anyone's guaranteed in the Epstein files, like guaranteed to be a pedophile from it right now, until they reveal it. Ghislaine Maxwell. Other than that, I don't really know.
I can't do it anymore with him. I can't do it, chat. I just can't. I cannot do it. It's so brutal. Let me see if my girlfriend's back because I might just be at the time to get off. I just want to recommend everyone make sure to follow the stream if you have not already. I do these lives every single day, so if you like this type of content, seriously, I'd really appreciate if you follow. I'd really appreciate if you follow if you're on YouTube to make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Roro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. Let me check everybody. Let me check. Give it 1 second. All right. I'm time to get off, everyone. I love y'all so much. Seriously, thank you everyone for coming on tonight. I would really appreciate if you go like my stream on YouTube. I'd seriously super much appreciate that. It would mean the world. It would mean the world. I would really appreciate that. Seriously, I'd really do it. I'd really appreciate it. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Christina, I got you. I got you. Let me. Yes, I will make sure. I will make sure to look. That's really sad. That's really sad. They said that their dog has been going away. They said Christina Meadow on TikTok. Everyone, Christina Meadow on TikTok. They said that their dog is missing. If you want to go check to see, that is there. Also, everyone, I just want to say I'm gonna raid someone before I get off. Let me see if there's anyone live I can raid real quick. I think Santana's live right now. Everyone, go join Santana. Santana 24 speaks. Everyone, go follow. Go make sure to follow him. Kev, thank you so much for the Unicorn Fantasy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Go raid Santana, everyone. Santana 24 speaks. Santana 24 speaks. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. By the way, everyone, again, make sure to listen and see what's going on in the live. Read the room as always. As always, I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Santana 24 speaks. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.